Grace? Is Grace here? Good mythical morning to you too, Hex. This isn't funny, innkeeper. Tell me, is she here? Please tell me she's here. She is. I'll let her know you're here too. Thank you. By the dragons, I was worried sick. So sick. She'll be happy to know you're safe and sound too. The flood was enormous, and if she had gotten caught up in it... Oh, no, no, no. I don't even want to begin to imagine. Then don't. How about a drink to calm your nerves? Yes, a drink sounds great. Something that will untangle my thoughts and help me focus. I'll see what I can do. Okay, so we could do Silent Owl. We could do Peaks Sunrise. We could do Sparkling Nebula. Quick sip of this drink will grant you the sight, strength, and subtlety of a natural predator. I think that's called for in this situation, but I don't think we've made that either, so like I definitely need to make that at some point. Let's go with Peak Sunrise. Oh wait, actually. There we go. Maybe this will help clear your mind. It does at least a little bit. Thank you, innkeeper. Hex, good to see you safe and well. You too, where have you been? Are you all right? Did you get hurt? I'm fine. The innkeeper and yesterday's superstars take good care of me. Just as you took good care of us. The least we could have done was be there for each other. How have you been, brother dear? Did you get hurt? No, but I was worried about you. The whole night, locked in the damn house, all I could think about was how the flood might have... Why didn't you tell me you were going to the tavern? I looked everywhere for you. Oh, sorry, I didn't know I needed your permission to go outside. That's not what I'm trying to say. Then what are you trying to say? That you could have gotten hurt, and I wouldn't have known. I don't expect a tsunami to hit Gaia every day. That wasn't in the foreseeable future, Hexy. Uncontrollable things happen, and when they do, we do our best to overcome them. Also, I can protect myself quite well. Still, how was I supposed to know that you were safe? I'm an adult, you know. You could try trusting in my capabilities. Furthermore, SOAR was very useful last semester. Protective sigils and other remedies. Also, the tavern itself is well protected by my own brand of sigils. That's at least something. Yes, I'm very thankful the innkeeper and their tavern kept me safe. I didn't mean to worry you. I didn't plan on being gone for so long, but then the flood happened. Okay, sure. How have you been holding up? Is the house all right? Apart from some minor damage and some leakage in the roof, I suppose it's fine. I wasn't even aware of the approaching flood until the foundation started trembling. I was busy in my workshop harvesting the essence of Dimension 567 for my research. I hope you didn't rip a hole in the fiber of magic again. I didn't, and even if I did, you couldn't have stopped me. You weren't there after all. Right. But I can scold you now. You won't want to when you find out I actually managed to harvest something. You did? That's amazing. What a huge breakthrough. That would mean I created a teeny tiny rift into the astral realm and got my hands on some stardust. Well, sort of. How? I got an astral shard when the stars fell. Ah, I see. There's still the issue of never knowing exactly what might come through when you open these kinds of rifts. Could be anything, or anyone. Like creatures? For example. That wouldn't be good. Yeah, it wouldn't. Because when your sister disappears again, you wouldn't know if she got eaten by a creature or is just out for a stroll. Hex, cut it out. What? We get it, all right? I went away and you were worried. We get it. But I'm my own person and I can do what I like. I'm getting tired of this. Well, me too. Then stop. I don't want to fight. Then don't. Sorry. It's fine. We shouldn't spend our time fighting when there are so many more interesting things going on. How about a wee bit of distraction? Oh, we could go outside and see if we can take samples of the floodwater. Exactly. Who knows? Maybe it holds spectacular and rare magical properties. That sounds lit. Maybe it'll help me finish my long-term research project. Possibly. Though to access the primordial vortex, you'd need primordial seawater. I know. But who knows what we'll find? Don't forget to fill me in on your research. Theopractically, I'd tell you anything, but only theopractically. Wouldn't have expected anything else. Thank you, Innkeeper, for hosting me for the night and all. See you soon. All right, hold on. We've unlocked some info before we move on. So for Fable, with their budding faith in themselves, they are beginning to enjoy things instead of Oh. Okay, I can't concentrate on reading the characters when this is happening. Good morning, you two. Did you sleep well? As well as we could, with the sweet song of stormy waves pattering against our windows. So very well, with inspiring dreams. Glad to hear that. Your impromptu concert certainly helped me sleep. Because it was so boring? No, because it calmed my nerves. All of our nerves, I think. Not that I have any. You don't have nerves? Is that a phantasm thing? No, I meant those metaphorical nerves. Oh, you get those too? No, of course not. I'm voy. Well, yeah, sometimes. Mostly when I have to perform. Isn't that embarrassing? Not really. That also make me nervous. Oh, though I have to say, last night performing with you for Grace and the Innkeeper, it was kind of relaxing. I could just lose myself in the performance without having to worry about what anyone would think of me. Not that I ever do, but it was nice. We should make more music together sometime. Actually, Fable just got started on a new song. I think Fable needs to practice. No. Fable got started on a new song. Maybe you could collaborate. Really? That would be awesome. Well, yes, you're right. That would be awesome. I think working on it together could be fun. Fuck yeah. Oh, sorry. Hooray. I'm looking forward to our grand collaboration and charming you with it, Innkeeper. All right. You're supposed to say you're also looking forward to it. I am very much looking forward to it. I don't think you're supposed to say that part out loud. I'm very much so looking forward to it. That's what I thought. Aren't we going to be cool together? The coolest. Too cool for me to describe. I already know we'll blow you away. I'm counting on it. Enough chit-chat. I should check up on the village. Maybe someone needs a song to cheer them up. I'm sure Baya would love one. I think Baya was probably cheered up by a good flood. But speaking of her, maybe you can hand out some of her spa coupons for me? Sure thing, her spa rocks. I shall start by enlightening Grace. Is she still here? No, she just left, together with Hex. Something about primordial water? Those wizards. I'll try to catch up to them. See you soon. Don't finish the song without me, Fable. I'll wait for you. Can I get one of those coupons? Sure you can. Just make sure to tell Baya I sent you. Of course. What a strange morning. Or exciting morning? Both, I think. Would you like a morning drink? Please. Okay, hold on. Now that we're not so distracted, let's get back to this. So for Fable, with their budding faith in themselves, they are beginning to enjoy new things instead of being terrified by them. They're learning how to play an instrument, performing songs, and actually let people close. This process will take some time, but they've come a long way already. Oh, I know she's the first one we met, so naturally she would be the first one whose entry we finish, but I'm still kind of sad that we finished it. Okay, let's check out Voy. Even though he's charismatic, he's surprisingly bad with people, as well as reading between the lines. Despite being self-conscious about his skill, he still chose to play songs together with Fable after the flood to lift everyone's spirits. He's also got a hagium made out of ethereal bamboo and Chabian silk. Okay. Where are we at with rumors? Okay. The ominous letter. I love it. Okay. So, oh wait, hold up. Drink a swift strike for our sweet dear friend. Ooh, there we go. I'm kind of sad that we're in the last act, everybody. Act 3 is the last one. I'm sure we'll have at least like 4 to 5 days within this act. But, you know, we've come such a long way. It's so sad that it's ending soon. All right, Swift Strike coming up. A drink with 0 primordial water, maybe. It does taste a little primordial and very delicious. Perfect. You know, last night when I couldn't sleep, I was watching the fish swimming by the windows. Their scales kept reflecting in the water, making them shift and shimmer like they almost weren't there. I was mesmerized by them. It was like a dream that kept pulling me towards the waves. It was beautiful and haunting. Do you think it looks like that every day somewhere? That beautiful? That haunting? I think any place we can imagine exists somewhere, if only in our heads. I'd like to see all of those places. I don't think they're safe to see. I don't think... Oh. Fable, by dragons, they're here. Are you all right? I am. The innkeep kept me safe. It's good to see you both are well too. Couldn't you have let us know you were breathing? We couldn't find you anywhere. I'm sorry, I just woke up. Were you guys worried about me? Maybe. Of course we were. Don't even know if you can swim. I can. Can you? Of course. No. Oh, we should teach you sometime. Sure. Thank you for worrying about me, but I actually had a pretty nice night. Voy and I gave Grace and the innkeeper a small concert while we were all stuck inside. Oh, sad that we missed that. Oh, tears. I can track down Voy to give you guys an encore. That'd be nice. I'm sorry I didn't get around to picking you up. It's okay. I bet the roads were a bit busy. Yeah, it was a little tough getting out. Rufus loved it though. I think he made some new friends. Seems like this catastrophe had some pleasant side effects. What happened anyway? Did a whale eat a moon this time? No idea what's happened, what's supposed to mean. No idea what that's supposed to mean, hello. But no, or maybe, no idea how it happened. They say the primordial sea flooded the Twilight chasm, and it all spilled out through its portals into Fasoa, leaving us with this mess. That's new. At least the other continents probably got through it without much trouble. Oh, hold on. Curious, we got another one. Wait, oh my god, that's a whole new one. I didn't think we were going to be getting any new quests. Oh my goodness. Okay. Maybe Act 3 takes longer than I initially thought. At least the other continents probably got through it without much trouble. For once, they can be less jealous of our portals. I do hope everyone is okay. Everyone we could check on is. Luckily for us, the water's drained enough to rescue everyone around here. Though I heard that underwater hasn't emerged. Happy to see you all emerged. Mostly. What does that mean? Are you still drowning in your sorrows? Are you still looking for someone? Yes. I was wondering if Melly is here. She wasn't home when I checked on her. No, she didn't stop by yesterday nor today. Did you see her before that? Did she say where she'd be going? I'm afraid she hasn't been in since you returned from Zoford. That wizard punk hasn't seen her either. Took a second to ask him where he almost broke down Kumo's door looking for Grace. Do we know if she can swim? I'm sure she can. And I'm sure she's just taken shelter elsewhere. You taught her how to hide well after all. Maybe she's just putting that to good use? When I returned yesterday, I found Rufus eating out of a strange apparatus that dispenses food and water every couple hours. Like someone really smart set it up for him in their absence? Yes. He was gorging himself on some food, but Melly was nowhere to be found. Oh, that's worrying. Did she leave a note? No. I'm sure she's okay. I mean, if she set that up, she knew she was going somewhere, right? So it's not like she just disappeared or got kidnapped or anything. Maybe ask Una? She probably put her up to something. I shall investigate that avenue right now. Fable, would you be okay with moving our time? Time? You got an appointment or something? More like a date. Can't wait for that story. I'll tell you later. But, yes, we should move it. This isn't some kind of dancing in the rain I was hoping for. Me neither. Another time then? Yes, I'm looking forward to it. Me too. I hope she didn't try to investigate the fish. They'd eat her alive. Sounds a little more hopeful. The girl's savvy. I mean, look at that contraption she left behind. Ain't no fish got a chance against her. Being hopeful isn't really my thing. Then make it your thing. I'll let you know when I find her. Such a man of few words. A man of words. He's just worried. Uh-huh. Speaking of worries and words, Lynn, it's good to see you finally back. How was the escorting? I hope you didn't get too wet. It sure was something. Certainly have had enough nobility for a while. Got any more details for me? Well, actually, this can wait a bit, right? Yes. Thanks for understanding. I'll be back later once I can think more clearly. Still got some people I'd like to check up on. Fable, I'm guessing you'd like to check in with your family too? Yes, I would love to make sure everyone's all right. Maybe Melly's with an Amaranthian Hydra. She really wanted to ask it for tea recommendations. I'm counting on you returning with a good story. Will do. Got a good one for you. I'll see if I can drag Rhea and Fancy Pants along as well. I think they could use a drink. Speaking of which, got one for the road? Sure thing. Something strong to get you through all that socializing? You got it. Okay. So, let's see. We could do Sailor's Courage. Yeah. Yeah. I think that's always a good one to go with, you know? Do a little bit of that. Listen, just a reminder, if I go quiet for a few seconds, it's absolutely because I muted so I could drink my coffee. Here, the strongest thing I could brew up for you. Thanks. Miss these drinks. A little. Oh, that's sweet. Don't dwell on it. Anyway, Fable, let's go. I'll be right there. I'm sure everyone will be okay, innkeeper, so don't you worry about it. And make sure to keep a hot chocolate warm for Melly. I'm sure she'd love one of those. I'll give it my best. I know you will. Don't swim too far. We'll see. The waters are dangerous these days. Just what are you up to? Time to make sure I have enough ingredients for a hot chocolate around, I guess. Good to see that you're open, Innkeep. And a good evening to you too, Una. Aha, spare me the babbling, though I'm glad you seem to be unharmed. I am, thanks for some protective spells I put on the inn a while back. Works better than any insurance. What about you? Are you unharmed? I'm as good as new. Might be missing an arm, but that doesn't mean I forgot how to swim. It's easier than walking, actually. And breathing in water inside of air was unexpectedly nice. These gills aren't just for decorative purposes. Felt a little bit like home, you know? But the water tasted different than that of the astral sea. More primordial, I might even say. Yeah, I figured. But you don't seem to be very worried about it. Nah, whatever happens is none of my business now. I'm retired. And water also doesn't bother me. Shouldn't bother you too much either, am I right? Since you're so close to... I knew you wouldn't forget. I might be old, but I'm not senile. Me neither. So you wouldn't call the primordial sea your home, then? I've inhabited a few planes already. My past doesn't define the word home for me anymore. But you're right, primordial water doesn't do any harm to me. Even if I wanted to drown in it, I wouldn't be able to. But honestly, I was more worried about my patrons and the inn itself. Do you guys think we get to see the innkeeper at the end? I know it's supposed to be like we're the innkeeper, but at the beginning of the game, we did have the innkeeper do a little voiceover. I don't know. I hope Innkeep ends up being its own character and we can find out more about them. But yeah, okay. But honestly, I was more worried about my patrons and the inn itself. I hope everyone is safe and well. Wouldn't worry too much about all your regulars. Adventurers are tough folk, and your drinks toughen them up even further. I have faith that you're right. But your tavern... Well, let's just say it has definitely seen better days. Nah, that's kind of an understatement. It looks like... Ouch. I've been working the whole day to clean up as much as I can. My condolences. Say, have you ever talked to the Wizard of Morlia? No, sadly I haven't had the pleasure. Oh, you should if you get the chance. He's always loved all kinds of spells and enchantments. More of the kind involving trickery like puzzles and traps, but I'm sure he also knows a protective spell or two. I mean, he's been protecting his wizard tower for quite some time now. Hold on. Okay. So, got 2 on deck. Okay. I'll keep that in mind if I ever get to meet him. But I suppose you're not just here to talk. How about a drink? Huh, you definitely have a way with customer service. How about a drink that'll wake my old muscles wake my old muscles up so I can help you tidy up your tavern afterwards. I can't quite remember having asked for help. What's that? My old ears suddenly can't understand what you're saying. How unfortunate. Maybe a strong drink would help. All right, coming up. Okay. Little undo. We could do Sailor's Courage, but what if we did Southern Brawler? Just a whole lot of strength, you know? We've been doing a lot of Sailor's Courage lately. I feel like we need to go back to this one just for a bit. Okay. There you go. A drink powerful like the astral sea. Wonderful. I consumed enough primordial water to last me weeks. And it doesn't exactly taste like home, but the hint of elemental magic revived some old memories. I gotta say, you definitely know your craft. Thank you. Could I maybe convince you to just relax and let me do my work? You'd like that, wouldn't you? Forget it. Let's clean this messy tavern. If you insist. Before I forget. All that water swept some animal remains into my pockets. Don't really know where it came from, and I don't feel any kind of astral energy coming from them, so I assume they're either Gaian or primordial. And before I stab myself with them while cleaning, I wanted to check if you had any use for them. Stab? Yeah, they're surprisingly sharp. Now I'm curious, let me see. Huh, you're so easy. Oh, thank you, Una. Wait, hold up. Saberfang? Saberfang tips are from the special fangs of the colossal saber-toothed tigers from the Forbidden Valley. They lose them bi-yearly and regrow at remarkable speeds. A little haste makes any adventurer unhumanly fast. Great for reaching long-distance locations and escaping every fight unharmed. Ooh, okay. They might not be primordial, but I think I know just what to do with them. Gonna spice up some drinks? Maybe. Can't wait to try them. And now let's spice up this old rusty tavern. All right, hold on. I gotta see. Oh, nice. We got another, oh. I kind of wish the game would pause when I like pull up the different menus instead of them continue to go. All right. They can all just hold on a sec so we can read up on Una. Since she's been around for a while, she has witnessed many things younger folks haven't. Mere harbingers of global calamity couldn't shake her, but maybe that's just the astral sea mentality. She never really got involved in helping or figuring out what happened. Absolutely not, because she's retired. Duh. Okay, hold on, because we did get an achievement, and I'm just curious to see where we're at with the achievements. Oh, wow, we're actually missing a lot. That's interesting. Okay, I have 4 more drinks to make. 3, hold on. Let's look at the drinks. Okay, we still have a few that we need to learn. Every infusion. Okay, we still have a few more of those to get. And I think the rest of these are probably just from the quests. Okay, let's get back into it. Hey, Innkeep. Rhea. Innkeep. Lynn. Greetings, Innkeeper. Hello, Archie. Finally came to tell you the tale of tales. Told you we'd be back with a good one, didn't I? Indeed. It's a thrilling story, be certain. That being said, you look like you got some thrilling stories to tell yourself. None thrill me as much as yours will. Well, grant me one question still. Shoot. Who's that granny on your roof? An old friend of mine. She's helping me tidy the tavern after the flood. She's a really nice friend then. I suppose so. I didn't know she was on the roof. Are a lot of tiles missing? Half of them. Ooh. About a quarter. Just a few, actually. That's not particularly conclusive, but I trust Una and her abilities. Sometimes. Closing your eyes is the reason you'll run into the edge of a blade someday. Or not if I'm lucky. If. Did the flood hit you as well? You bet. Had to hold on to Rhea for a quick second there, or else she would have been swept away like a twig. Hold your wish. I have no idea what I just read. We had just passed Themis when it arrived. Luckily, there were 2 carriages nearby, wedged between sturdy trees and a large boulder. We managed to pull ourselves out of the raging waters and into those carriages. Thank the dragons. It could have gone south real quick. And your tavern looks a wee bit wet as well. It is. I've been working nonstop to clean it up. That's not good. Working nonstop comes with being self-employed. No. I mean the flood. Never heard of a flood that massive. It spread all the way from Themis to Zenith. You're right. We certainly aren't that close to the sea. Themis maybe. But now you're in. It's all still very recent. We'll have to wait it out until we know the true extent of it. Back to your story. How was the journey to Diria? And how did you manage with the flood? The journey to Diria itself was uneventful, but venturing into the Dirian capital, all the more so. As for the flood, it didn't really bother us until we arrived back on the mainland. I think we should tell the story chronologically. That might make it a bit easier to digest. Thank you, Archie. All right then, go ahead. Me? Yeah, you're good at telling stories after all. You think so? Alright, so listen closely, for what's about to unfold is a story as terrifying as it is heroic. Here we go. It was midnight and the moon was standing high when the three adventurers assembled at their meeting point. Didn't know we were taking this carrot here along. Was a surprise. A pleasant one, I hope. Having one party member more than anticipated was at least more pleasant than the surprises that lay ahead. Now I'm intrigued. So, accustomed to the pleasant surprise, we ventured to Theodore's abode in Themis. Very fancy. Very expensive. Don't think I've ever seen such a posh bit before. 3 stories tall. For one person. To be fair, one person and a lot of staff, like cooks, maids, and a gardener. For a holiday residence. Even worse. I'd very much appreciate if we didn't judge people based on their amounts of wealth. Or their lack thereof. Exactly. So, you arrived at his holiday residence in Themis. Right. We approached the gates and rang the bell. The fog was creeping up around the house, like it was pressuring us to go in. A man in a black suit opened the gate and with a deep, raspy voice said, "State your business, please." Some sort of butler told him, "Listen up, clown. You're in our business." Which wasn't very polite. No one asked you. Maybe you should have. Then they wouldn't have thought we were bandits. Well, we got that cleared up, didn't we? Because I introduced myself quickly when I saw some guards already approaching. I introduced myself as Gustav Archibald Richmond III. Knowing my family and the childhood friendship that Theo and I have fostered over 2 decades, the butler relaxed and let us through. You know what's funny in Keep? What? The other lad was also a third. Born in the same generation, both a third of our names. Perhaps that's why we were destined to be friends, just like our fathers and their fathers were. Theodore Hugo Frederick Sinclair III is his full name. But no one called him that. We called him Theodore. Or Theo. Either way, we had rang him out of his sleep, so he wasn't all that amused to see us. And then he laid eyes upon ye Ginger. Never seen a gaze light up so fast. What do you mean? That he was happy to see you, that's all. Oh, well, I'm also always happy to see him, so when we caught sight of each other, all violent tensions were blown away, and others were created. I found our visit very peaceful. Yeah, Theo's a polite lad, offered us tea and biscuits while we waited for him to pack his things. Not a fan of tea? Yeah, not a fan of rich folks and their antics. Tea and biscuits aren't much of an antic, no? Throwing you off a cliff is. No one did that. Metaphorically. He is the reason we almost died, though. Care, you don't need to blame the customer. Incidents like that are the reason they need help. Right. It will all make sense when we get there. So, after Theo packed his things, we made our way to Windmore at sunrise. From there, we took a ship. A brig, just for us, a whole crew for a diplomat. Safety is important for a politician. The food was great, to say the least. At least. We had to take the ship as, you might be aware, Innkeeper, the bridge connecting Diria and the mainland was destroyed. I recall. So, the ship we brought with us to Twin Borough and not to Amass itself. Why was that? Apparently the debris from the bridge is a safety hazard for all passing ships. And if there's one thing we didn't need, it was distress at sea. We were lucky with the weather, the sea stayed calm, even with a thunderstorm right behind us. And the mood on the ship was jolly. Theo entertained us with stories of old. Oh, he's a great storyteller. I wonder where he gets all those thrilling narratives from. Actually, I suppose he still reads a lot. We used to read together when we were younger. We'd read the same book, but always one chapter at a time before giving it to the other to read the same chapter. That way it felt as though we were reading together. He was always so imaginative. Still is. so we weren't bored a bit before we reached the shore. You're not so bad yourself with stories, lad. Glad you like them. Already working on the story about you two. The claw of Eruva and the hammer of, Justice Thunder? Thunder? Rhea Frostgrip. The hammer of thunder? No. The hammer of thunderous strikes. Keep working on it, lad. You're getting there. The story, can we continue? Of course. We arrived at the Twin Burrow in the late afternoon. The sun was already setting on the horizon, tinting the world in colors of purple. Hello. At that point, none of us could have imagined the world would be tinted in red soon enough. Red like the sunrise or red like blood? We got off the ship, and a short break in Twin Burrow, we made our way to Amass. We got about 2/3 of the way there without any issues until darkness settled around us. Type of darkness that creeps up on you like an eerie mist. Type of darkness that chokes out all of the noise of the world. You know something is going on if you hear nothing. No birds, no crickets, no wind. Just dead silence. Didn't even realize it until Carr pulled me aside and pointed it out. Just as I was explaining to her, my ears perked up. Far away, I heard some low humming sounds. Didn't hear 'em myself. I thought you were making it up, imagining noises in the dark to make up for the absence of light. Sometimes the brain does things like that. It was so silent, except for all that humming. I started getting this weird feeling in my guts. Like a sixth sense? Hunger? Like a sixth sense? Like that, yeah. Don't know if it's the genes or the experience, but at some point you start feeling when something shifts and things ain't as they should be. Gotcha. Either way, I could hear the humming, and it's not long before it turns into a growling. That's when I heard it too, deep and guttural. I saw silhouettes in the woods, left and right. Their eyes reflected our torchlight eerily. I huddled closer to Theo to protect him. Soon we were surrounded by a knot of zombies. A lot of them, everywhere. They were moaning and groaning and so ready to feast on us. I grasped Theo's hand because I had to hold on to something. Had to act fast. They're already seen us. We're surrounding us, so running away wasn't an option. Clearly we had to fight our way through, so I readied my sword. It wasn't far till Amasa. I felt sturdy as a rock, like nothing could harm me. I needed to ensure the same for Rhea, Archie, and Theodore. So I reached into the powers of your drink. The woman stopped walking abruptly while these beasts were approaching us. I drew me hammer just in case. I heard her mumble words I didn't understand. Enhanced by that citrine you put in our drinks, I called upon my Baba, asking for guidance. I've never had such business with the dragons, but she had. I hoped if I reached out she could lend me some of that. I'd never felt so close to her before. Not even when I buried that chimera. The zombies approached, pressing closer against our dim torchlight, when suddenly a shield of light burst out of her sword, engulfing us, and pushing the zombies away in an eruption of divine force. It was a light of radiant gold around us, shimmering softly. I didn't waste any more time and kept going. Honestly, I barely know what I did myself. It's all a haze. Luckily, it seems the undead are like pack animals, at least for the most part. Made all the slashing a bit easier. Ooh. Okay, we're getting there. We're gearing up for all of these now. She pushed forward, cutting through the zombies one by one, and the rest of us at her heels. But it seemed like a bottomless pit, and more came rushing towards us. The traveling shields blocked most of them, but eventually, it began to crack. Fair enough. A bunch of steady, forceful impacts, anything breaks, but I made sure to push the undead back with my hammer. Meanwhile, Theodore seemed scared. He told me he wished this was another assassination attempt. At least then the foes would have been alive. I was just as terrified, but I did my best to keep him safe. Then he tripped and fell. I tried to catch him, but he pulled me down with him. Garland was so focused on getting through the ambush that she pressed on. We fell behind, leaving the shimmering shield's presence. Darkness enclosed us, and we caught the attention of the zombies, who began cornering us. I couldn't let us die, so I called out for Rhea. By then I had already noticed they were gone, so I called out to Carlin and headed back to the lads. I smashed every undead head that dared come close to Archie. Well, I didn't know you had it in you, lad. Well, it was out of necessity. What happened? One of the zombies grabbed Theo's leg and attempted to drag him away from me, but I got up, drew my rapier, and poked the thing right through the eye. It dropped to the ground like a wet towel. Fascinating. A little. When I heard Rhea, I hurled around. They were all by themselves in the distance, almost dying because someone didn't watch their feet. Easy car, accidents happen. Accidents kill people. Obviously, I couldn't let that happen, so I rushed back. We lost all of our previous advantage as more came flooding by the second. Not wanting to waste any more time, I pulled Theodore up by his collar and threw him over my shoulder. I wasn't risking any more accidents. Of course, he didn't like that. Later, he said it was invading his personal space. I told him I could have let him die instead, which maybe wasn't the right response, I guess. Shortly afterwards, we reached the gates of Amasa. The guards came to our aid and helped ward off the zombies. Carlin set Theo down, and I helped him inside the safe borders of the city. The horrors were over, and thanks to Carlin and Rhea, we'd reached our destination. And to you, kid. Yeah, supposed you didn't do too bad of a job. Theo was beyond thankful. Even though he wasn't amused by being thrown over Carlin's shoulder, he understood that she saved his life. He was so impressed that he said it would make for a great story. He even started on a first draft. But after the fight, he felt really inspired to solve the conflict between Diria and the mainland. So he'll probably have no time to finish it, and he decided to give the manuscript to me. He said he always liked when I told him stories and that he'd love to hear this tale in my words. I promised him I'd write something up for the next time we see each other. Still a better love story than that one romance book. You mean the one with vampires? Yeah. But why did I know exactly what they were talking about? Please. Hold on, I need to have my coffee after that. I doubt this is going to be a love story. Was talking about you two lovebirds. Me and Theo, we're just, friends. Right. Sure you are. I'm here for it. I'm here for all the ships. Either way, we brought him to his destination in the city, had some tea, and started making our way back by noon. We checked out some tourist traps. Their tricks don't work if you know what you're up against. I bought a mug. You sure did. But I already have more than enough mugs at home, so I wanted you to have it, so you'll always remember our heroic adventure. I would love to. I'm an avid keepsake keeper. Splendid. Wait, go back to it. Why did I only get to see it for just a second? That's so rude. Anyways, afterwards we had some tea and made our way back by noon. Once we arrived back on the mainland, the flood hit like it had been waiting for us. I can still feel the cold water clinging to my bones. Speaking of, I'll freshen up a bit. I still have mud in my shoes. And then maybe I'll continue with the rest of the story. Of course, take your time. Now it's just us. Indeed. That kid is so green behind the ears. Weren't we all? Can I offer either of you a drink? After a journey like this one, I could use something that tastes like rocks and regenerates my stamina. Coming right up. Speaking of regenerating stamina, drink my coffee while we make this. I'm gonna go with the steel tonic, I think. Citrine in there. Wait, actually, I'm gonna do that one instead. Sorry. Just to make sure we use everything. One more here. Beautiful. Thanks, Innkeep. Much needed. You're welcome. Care, let's talk about your extraordinary fighting skills. Gotta say, I was really impressed with how you decimated those zombies. Takes a good beast slayer to know one. Nah, I'm more of a general fighting type, you know, but I can always appreciate two strong hands. And such a well-crafted, great swords on top of that. Happy to see you appreciate solid craftsmanship. It was a gift from my Baba. She told me the great dragons themselves gifted it to her, but I don't know if that's true. Could be. You won against a chimera, after all. You might be onto something there. Have you ever heard of the Great Axe of the most powerful weapon ever, forged by the origin of this world themselves? You bet. I think it really exists. I mean, my Baba loved to tell stories, but if her sword was made by the dragons, maybe Great Axe is also more than just a myth. Dwarves have their origin in the subterranean caves, you know, on the plane of I grew up in a labyrinth of caves surrounded by gems and ores, legends and tales. I mean, I haven't seen it with my own two eyes yet, but I'm convinced the legendary weapon exists. I bet it's so large I probably wouldn't even recognize it as an axe. I heard keeps it in their resting place at all times. Yeah, though so far no one else has found that yet. Oh? An entire other quest? You must be joking. That's crazy. Okay, hold on. Let me organize just a wee bit. Just a wee bit. Oh, this is crazy. Okay. And hopefully no one ever has to. What do you mean? You know the tale, if someone was to wake up, the apocalypse would begin. But that's just an old tale, right? Something you tell your kids that don't want to eat their food. You know, eat up or will awaken. I mean, the stars fell, a huge tsunami happened. Is that not kind of like the world's, or will awaken, the apocalypse? I guess we'll see. Questionable parenting techniques, if you ask me. Yeah, I got to hear that a few times when I was still a wee bairn. All those tales ever did was make me want to craft a legendary weapon myself. Have you ever made something like that? Not yet, but I will soon. I'll make the greatest weapon ever forged and smash this year's Oreheart blacksmithing competition to bits. I'll outcraft my ex-husband with ease. That ex-husband? Yeah, we used to work together. Now he claims I wouldn't stand a chance without him, but I'll prove him wrong. Anyways, Innkeep, Care, I think it's getting quite late and it's been an exhausting week. Absolutely agreed. Let's get some rest. And then look for another quest elsewhere to afford me crafting materials. Good night, you two. Good night, Lynn. Night, Innkeep. Act 3, The Twilight Flood, Riptide, 19th of the Astral Moon. You know how I said that I think we probably have like 5 or 6 days? I think it might be 28 days, which means we have 10 days left. That can't be right, can it? Maybe 10 days in game, but like we don't actually play out all 10 of those games. I don't know. Let's get into it, I guess. Sup, my fellow Enigma? Oh, wait. Look. It's got, oh, that is so fucking cute. A little Andu. Oh. Sup, I don't find you that difficult to comprehend. That's what they all think. How's it going? Hopping? Running? Good. Why? I've had a pretty relaxing morning so far. The tsunami didn't do too much damage to my roof. Not to mention, I'm very thankful for the comfort I can provide in these difficult times. And for the wonderful customers that keep showing up at my inn. Got a pretty good one today already. You're welcome. But a tsunami, huh? That's what that was. Cool. Sucks that I was busy playing a round of Magic the Scattering. Made me miss the whole thing. I would love to surf those waves. I'm sure you would have had a grand old time. Maybe next flood. You think I should start the next one on purpose? No. Aw, come on. This place has made you lame. I'd like my tavern to keep standing, and the people around it as well. Like I said, lame. You got anything interesting to say? I have an interesting question. Shoot. Have you seen Melly anywhere? She's gone missing. Oh, that pocket-sized detective? Sure did. Several times even. Were any of them recently? I'd say so. I think the last time was 2 days ago? I was chilling in the Moon Swap, had just tested out the witch's spa. Good old Voy Boy recommended. Met some lost travelers on the way back and was giving them the conversation of their lives. When that cat rudely interrupted my pitch, made them run off without a single handshake, little snitch. What were you selling? Hair growth cocktails, inspired by your little things. You drink them, your hair grows. Fast? Ah, well, fast smash past. It'll grow eventually. You just gotta have some patience. I see. So Melly at the Moon Swamp, where exactly did you see her? On the way to the moon pools, duh. Where the paths diverge and nature tries to lead you astray from its shimmering reflections in the water? Isn't that near one of the Twilight chasm portals? Oh yeah, that means she got a fresh opportunity to go surfing. Good for her. What a positive outlook on things. Always good to have one of those. After all that matters in this life is fun, right? I don't know about that. Life is full of many beautiful, important things. Not all of them are fun. They should be, at least for me. Don't care what you're up to. Speaking of fun, been wondering, do you think I should explore the Twilight Chasm? Do you want to? Ish. Sounds exciting, especially since I've never been there before. They say it's just like Avalon, but reversed, with a different color scheme and all that. Do you enjoy Avalon? Sometimes. I haven't been home in ages. Let me tell you, as soon as those portals opened up, I was out of there. Running from pesky consequences? You got it. Been wondering what a nightmare version of Gaia looks like. That's what they call it, right? Avalon's the dream, the Twilight Chasm's the nightmare, and Gaia's like waking up. Probably doesn't look too different from the Sealy Court, am I right? Couldn't tell you. So you claim, but I know a fellow scam artist when I see one. In the mirror? Oh, you think you're funny, don't you? Well, you're hilarious. High five, bud? No. Bummer. Anyway, with your obviously non-existent, only hypothetical plane traveling experience, do you think I should take a trip down to the horrors of memory and melancholia? I think you should. It sounds very exciting. Who knows what you'll find there? Maybe the answers you seek. I'm not seeking any answers. I already know what I want. And maybe you'll find the right questions. You're so weird, you know that, right? That makes the two of us. You got me there. Fascinating advice, Innkeeper. If I cared more, I'd probably say it says something about you. I mean, I did say it, so. Ooh, more character info, let's go. Luckily for you, this is already boring me. Then how about a drink to keep you with me a little longer? We're on the same wavelength today, dude. Yeah, hit me with one of those. Something fast so I can rush into the waves when they return. I'll mix up something real quick. Okay, so. First, let me read his second. Even though they've been traveling for a while. Oh, their second. My apologies. They've never been to the Twilight Chasm and are very curious about the realm of nightmares. What currently keeps them here on Gaia is the famous singer Voy, whom they lovingly call Voy Boy. Ooh, okay. Can we give them Silent Owl? No. Gotta be a Swift Strike. Could be worse, right? I was hoping that we could have done that new one, but that's all right. Fast and mischievous, just like you. Sick, this is lit. I'll give you that. Thank you. Baya. Welcome back, Baya. Thank you. How was your road trip? It was good. We stopped by my spa and did mud masks. And did you help them find a way back home? Yes. We saw a lot of weird fishies and dreams filled with dread. It was terrifying, but it was fun. We even got to explore the gruesome mangrove. The nice ghost even gave me her sunglasses. They're so cool. What else is up? The sky, the sun, but no stars. And some trees? No, trees are in the middle. Not to an ant. Ants, so cute. Do you have any ant? Not on me. And you, innkeeper, any ants? Not at the moment, sorry. Oh, no ants? Can I offer you a drink as an apology? Yes, make me feel like a little nimble ant. Ant potion, got it. Just everyone getting the Swift Strike today, huh? Let's make an OG version. Oh. Here, my favorite pseudo ant. Oh, this is so tasty. I want to look up at the trees now. I'm sure they'll seem taller. Can I do anything else for you? Yes, several things. Have you been handing out my coupons? I have. Just recently I gave some to Voy. Have people been dropping by? They have, and they're really nice. The mud masks are the most popular, and the flowers. Grace said my flower bracelets are her favorite. They must be gorgeous. I'm making new ones just for her. She'll love that. I hope so. Second thing, are you okay? I am, Baya, thanks for asking. To be honest, I feel a bit distraught. The other day really did a number on me. I'm trying to stay positive, but I can't say I feel the best. Oh no, that's awful. Do you want extra coupons or flowers? Flower coupons? I think your company will be quite enough. Oh, nice. But what about lotus flowers? I brought you some in case I needed to cheer you up. Oh, for me? Yes. They are special flowers. I've heard they're Ur's favorite and they bless you with their protection. They also make you feel nimble, like an ant. Thank you very much, Baya. I've been wanting to check in on people. I really enjoyed the flood, but I thought about when the Banshee told Mari and me that some people don't like drowning, correct? I hope I can cheer them up a little. You're already cheering me up. I am? Yeah, I was bored. Now I'm having fun. Cheering up quest succeeded. Yippee. I also have some questions. Ask me. Have you seen Melly anywhere in your swamp? The small cat Volkakian? She must have been investigating your flowers? No, I didn't see a cat anywhere, but I was also very busy, tending to my sniffling willows. They need a lot of love. I see. How's your swamp doing? Good, it's so wet now, and there are so many new interesting critters and plants. What kind of plants? Those with teeth? Some have teeth, some have eyes, and spikes, and haunting spirals of long forgotten mistakes. Sick, I gotta check those ones out. They're nice. They speak a little like horrible birdies. You're one of those people who can talk to plants? Yes. How are they doing? The plants, I mean. Depends on the plant, but they're all very loud at the moment. They love water. They hate the water. They complain about the onslaught of the undead. They're ambivalent about the water. What was that? Ambivalent? It means they don't care, but they still want to say something about it. No, the undead? Ah, them. The trees from the Pale Woods are very upset. They say that squeaky undead kept chewing on their roots and barks and leaves. And their brains? No, they can't reach those. But there's a lot of them. Maybe soon they'll learn how to climb or fly. The Pale Woods? I've never been there before. Is it a good hangout spot? I don't think so. It's so dry, and maybe the undead like dryness. I would think they'd prefer bogs. Everyone should. Agreed. Hey, Baya, can you show me those Twilight Chasm plants? Would love to taste test them. Yes, but you have to help me hand out coupons first. Do I have to? Please? Ugh, fine, but only because I'm getting bored again. Hooray! And please keep handing them out to people who need cheering, innkeeper. Including yourself. Will do. Have fun, you two. Thank you. Okay, hold on. Before we move on. So we got a lotus flower. Oh, so like the citrine, it'll give blessing. Okay. We'll have one quest done. So we'll do that at the end. Okay. And then Baya got another. I've learned Baya can talk to plants and even some plant magic to fast travel to the lands. The flora in her spa told her about undead gnawing on roots in the Pale Woods, and she's suddenly deeply involved in saving the world. If you're somehow reading this, consider it an advertisement. Visit her spa. Okay. Hiya, Fable. How's it going? All fine and dandy? All fine and tired. Actually, not so fine. How come? Well, the city's a mess. So is the Grove and Themis and Trigarin. We still don't know exactly what happened or how. There's the undead problem not too far from us. Carlin said it's pretty grave. And no one has seen Melly in days. A lot of people are worried, and a lot of people also just aren't. Una told me not to worry either, but it's hard. Yes, very. I just want everyone to be safe. I want to fix this, whatever this is. Fable, I know everything is a lot right now, especially since this is the first wave of adventures you've ever faced, pun intended. But Una isn't wrong. A little less worrying wouldn't hurt. I'm sure it's not as bad as it feels right now. I'm sure someone else will take care of it. I'm sure it's not as bad as it feels right now. Sure, it's unpleasant, but worse things have happened. And we've always been fine. Maybe it's just nature, or the dragons are craving change. There's nothing we can do about it. There's always something we can do. You taught me that. Sometimes things sort themselves out too. It's quite pleasant to wait occasionally. I just wish I could do more. I understand. How about a drink? That's something I can do for you. Not right now, I think. Hey, you look stressed. Stressed? Why? What makes you say that? I'm good. I'm fine. Everything's great. What's wrong? Nothing's wrong. Everything's awesome. If you're saying it like that, something must be terribly wrong. How about a drink? A little help for telling us what's going on? Sure. Okay. Let's do do Sunny Breeze. Yeah, that one works good. Do a little bit of that. They've changed the music up a little bit, haven't they? Or does it just oddly sound different? I hope this helps with the word vomit. It does a little bit. Thank you. Anytime. So, what happened? Nothing really much at all. I was just taking a stroll trying to find Melina, checking in on the people Fable asked me to check in on. Thank you for that. Yeah, anytime. So I was, taking a walk around the outskirts of Themis. A walk is good, right? Right, so good. I even came across new people. A lot of them were echoes. Did you talk to them? Of course not. I expected nothing else. That's peculiar, though. There aren't a lot of echoes in Gaia. There are now. Apparently, the flood brought in a lot of primordial refugees. Not everyone's comfortable being submerged in water after all, and they say Leviathan's plane is a mess right now. Oh, I hope everyone has a place to stay. They're looking for places for sure. Some merchants are even offering them rides around Fesoa and beyond. Like to Borkum, for example, which they advertise as the perfect vacation spot. It is. It's right by the Fesoan Wait and See, very popular with travelers, and retirees. I believe Una lives there currently, when she's not bothering me in my tavern. Awesome. I bet it's great there. I bet you can relax like nowhere else. What's going on, Kumo? You can. There's a wonderful Leviathan museum nearby, too. Okay, hold on. I need to have some of my coffee. But we will ask Kumo what's going on first. Nothing. Nothing at all. Just my parents taking a casual trip to Borkum. Your parents? Like they're ghosts? Was Tuat also flooded? Unlikely. I don't think souls can leave the upper world so easily. You're right. It would be difficult for ghosts to make it out of Tuat and into a mocktail bar, but being Guy and Taurus is a lot easier to do when you're not actually dead. I'm sorry to ask this of you, but you might have to elaborate a little more. It's simple. My parents aren't dead. I saw them with the merchants near Themis, booking a carriage and an all-inclusive boat journey to Borkum. They were going on about how they had a positive outlook on having to leave the primordial sea. How it was like a free vacation, a blessing in disguise. Hello? Good for them. But didn't you see them die? No, I just saw a burning village and couldn't find them anywhere. That foolish conclusion was all mine. So they didn't die, they just left. Yes. Aww. So I'm sorry, Kumo, that's awful. So you're going to kick their asses? Let's just say sorry. It's a new kind of awful for sure. How stupid of me to think of them dead. Shouldn't have thought that only the claws of Tuat would make them leave me. Alright, hold on. What do we get a rumor for? Okay. Okay. You should have. They're your parents. They should have never abandoned you. Well, they did. Indeed. So, what now? I'm not sure. I don't know what to do. Do you want to talk about it? No, not right now. Kumo, maybe. Anyway, have you found Melina yet? No, not yet. But Aniko saw her at the Moon Swamp. What? About 2 days ago. But there's a Twilight Chasm portal there, where the dragon-cursed flooded started. Indeed. Did Baya see her? No, she didn't. That's great. That's awesome. That's even better. You said awesome an alarming number of times. Because this is also awesome. I'll keep looking for her. There's a lot you can't do without leaving your tavern, except... Innkeeper, please, I beg of you, put out a quest to find Melly, right now. I need to figure out what to do about my parents before they disappear again. I don't know how much time I'll have. She needs to be safe, but I can't go myself. We need to find her. Please, help me find her. I don't exactly have enough information yet, but I'll make sure to find out more and make a quest. Put it up immediately. Are you sure you don't want to go on it yourself? I want nothing more than for her to be safe, but if I don't figure out what to do about my parents, I'll regret it for the rest of my life. I need to trust others to find her. We will. I promise we will. Please do. I have to go think. Good luck with that. I'll see you soon? Yeah. Don't burn down. Your tavern, I mean. I'll try not to. Someone's worried. Of course he is. Do you really think Melly is okay? I do. She's smarter than anything she could encounter. I trust her to take care of herself. I do too, but still, she's just a child. A very capable child. A child nonetheless. Wherever and however she is, whether she was just watching the sky or trying to unravel a mystery, she might need help. So please give me that quest. Pardon? Please give me that quest right now so I can find her. No, it's not done. That's all right. I already know both of the rumors and I know Melly well. I think I have enough information to find her, and I don't think we have time. Oh. Hold on. I don't think we have time to be pandanic right now. There's a certain way things have to be done. Your way? Yes. I'm sorry, but it's just how things are. Because you made them that way. Fable, listen, if you rush into this, you'll be putting both Melly and yourself in danger. You just told me not to worry about it. How dangerous could it be then? Well, weren't you encouraging me to go on more adventures just a week ago? Or are you only okay with me leaving when it's something as small as some snails? I just think that something like the flood must have been caused by a massive force. Whether worrisome, purposeful, or neither, it's certainly not harmless. And you don't have a lot of experience with adventures like this, or with different planes. What if she's in the Twilight Chasm? You need to level up before you stand a chance against true nightmares. Maybe we can get another quest from the farmers. Their fields must have taken a lot of damage. Kumo needs cheering up too. Don't patronize me. I simply don't think you're ready for this one. Why are you being like this? You always say I should go out of my comfort zone. You encourage me to change, to grow stronger and braver. And now that I do, it's suddenly wrong. I'm not saying it's wrong. I'm saying the timing isn't right. And why do you get to decide what my timing is? Why should I leave my comfort zone, but once something is out of yours, it's a mistake? Things aren't that simple. I know. I've lived for over 100 years. I know that things aren't simple. I also know that they don't change by pretending they aren't there or pretending they're not missing. Think what you might, the quest hasn't been put up yet, so it cannot be taken. I don't need some sheet of parchment to find her, just make me a drink. Think about this. You might damn both of you this way. You're going to look for someone no one has seen in several days after a giant disaster. She could be anywhere, including in a realm of nightmares you know nothing about. You've never even encountered bleak stalkers, and they'd be the least of your worries there. There are adventurers here who have faced things worse than this, who will have a much higher chance of bringing her back safely along with themselves. This is your way of saying you won't make me a drink? Just let it go. Let someone else handle it. So they get hurt instead of me? That's not what I said. But it's what you meant. You don't know what's awaiting you out there. But you do? Of course not. But I can guess it won't be pretty. You know, I never really realized how much you lie to me all the time. You telling me to be honest, but how can I know you're being honest with me? I'm always honest with you, Fable. I care about you. Let me help you. Maybe you can take a nap in one of the rooms and we'll see how you feel after. Enough. I've made up my mind. And I've made up mine. I'm not giving you the quest. I'm not making you a drink. Okay, I don't need a drink. Don't be ridiculous. Going an adventure without my help is reckless at best, foolish at worst. I'm not going to sit around and wait while other people suffer, not if I have a chance to help them. I'm not like you. You're right, you're not. You have no idea what you're getting yourself into. I know I'm going to find Melina. I don't care what it takes. And I'm not going to let anyone stop me, not even you. Fable. Ooh. Man, I can't believe we just had a full-blown fight with Fable. Maybe I should have been more honest. After all, they've always been honest with me. If I had just explained everything to them, and now they're going to run towards their doom just because I can't. No, I don't want to think about that. Not sure what to do with those rumors now. Guess I'll just hang on to them. Well, I'd better close up for the day. Okay. This is the only one that we really have 3 pieces for. Yeah. Okay, the vegan dead. The Pale Woods and its surrounding areas have been plagued by undead lately. First undead snails scavenging crops, then humanoid cadavers gnawing away at the forest itself. The local plants can't catch a break. No one knows why. They suddenly hunger for the local flora. Some brave adventurers, preferably experienced with the inanimate, should look into this. Act 3, The Twilight Flood. The Pen and the Sword, 20th of the Astral Moon. Hello, brave adventurer. Welcome back to my tavern. Hello, innkeeper. How are you doing? These past few days have been quite eventful. I'm feeling so inspired. My first real adventure was so utterly exciting. I haven't stopped residing in my memories ever since we returned. When I got home, I immediately started writing everything down so I wouldn't forget anything. And it reads just like all those adventuring tales and books from my childhood. Sounds like you had a very good time. It's delightful to see you flourishing. Actually, I've been thinking about switching careers. Oh, how come? All these adventures, don't get me wrong, it's new and exciting, but instead of experiencing them myself, it must be better to tell the tales of those brave heroes and heroines around me. Creating stories is much more enjoyable than facing the dangers of adventuring myself. I'd like to note the others mentioned how they loved listening to your stories. You're right. I think Theo would enjoy this idea as well. You think so? He seemed very entertained on the trip to Diria. Huh. Perhaps you might be onto something there. On another note, how about a drink to wind down a little? Sure, why not? Any specific wishes? Surprise me with something that'll keep me focused on writing. Something to ward off distracting thoughts. Nothing easier than that. Oh. Okay. So, could do a steel tonic. We could do our first snow. We haven't done that in a while. Or Frosted Lagoon. I think we'll do steel tonic. Why not? Let's use a lotus. Make sure we're using a little bit of everything, you know? Oh. Oh, it actually worked. Okay, I thought we were going to come up short. A drink for the upcoming best-selling author, sorry. Very sweet of you. Thank you very much. Oh, this tastes absolutely delightful. I can already feel the words aligning, impatiently waiting to be written down. Don't mention it. I'm always happy to help. Speaking of which, have you by chance heard of Melina, the famous detective? As it happens, I have. You get to know quite a lot of people when you run a tavern, you know. Have you seen her recently? Sadly, not in a while, no. I last saw her at least a week ago, if not two. How curious that is that you know her. Meeting such a well-known detective is a fantastic source of inspiration and exciting stories. I heard she barely survived an arson attack down in Zoford and even solved the case of the missing familiars. Yes, she solved the case alongside her trusty assistant. Ah, how inspiring. I'd love to tell her tale someday. Maybe I'll combine it with some of the rumors I've heard about this one mysterious place in the southwest of Fasoa. Oh, which one might that be? It's a wizard tower, a magical place full of puzzles, mysteries, and magic. I've heard tales of it harboring hundreds of books containing lost and forbidden knowledge. But that's not all. There are treasures of unfathomable value and magical trinkets as well. Oh, which one is this going with? Perfect, okay. Okay, so we definitely have one at the end of the day. Hopefully we get a move on these other ones. Southern Republic, so this is where the vegan debt is. The southern part of the Republic sprouts numerous fields and forests as well. Its many towns and cities are connected by the many road travelers use on a daily basis. You will find the Republic's heart and capital, Themis, here. Politically speaking, the Republic is still in its early stages of development, as it only just resurrected itself into a republic a couple decades ago, my goodness. But at the very least, it's managed to keep its capital consistent since then. Okay. What an exciting thought for a young detective to stumble upon a place like that. Definitely a story I'd read. Promise to send me a copy, please? Oh, but of course, I'll deliver it to you myself. You know, even if we might be a few years apart, seeing her reminded me of my own childhood. Sure, the circumstances are completely different and I was never allowed to wander off by myself, but she seemed a little lonely, just like me back then. Always looking for my own adventures, though she found them in the real world while I relied on books. But I'm glad she found an assistant to keep her company. The life of a detective can certainly be a lonely one. And you have Theodore by your side. Do you really think he counts as an assistant? That's for you to decide. He definitely doubles as a friend. But I hate to be the bearer of bad news, but well, Melly has been missing since the Twilight flood. No, tell me you're joking. Sadly not. I'm sorry. Oh no, I hope she's all right. She's probably just investigating the cause of the flood. I'm thinking the same. She might be young, but she's really tough. I doubt even a flood this size would be a challenge for her. Then I'll trust your instincts. Kumo, it's great to see you. I've solved it. Solved what? My parent problem. I've solved it. How did you do that? It's simple. I'm here to ask you to write up and hand out a quest for me. A quest to find them and to kill them. Sorry, did you say kill them? Yes. Why do you want to kill your parents? Isn't it obvious? Can't say it is. Their death is what set me on the bleak path that is my life. It led me towards my destiny, my purpose, which would be stealing, revenge, edginess, darkness. Of course. Now that they're back, it's messing up my aesthetic purpose. Right. So I must take destiny back into my own hands. Why not kill them yourself? Why not talk this through instead? Talking doesn't solve anything. Might make you feel a little better and less murderous? No. I must embrace who I am, and for that, they must die. So please, a quest. Have it done, quickly. As you wish. Oh. Okay. Oh yeah, that gives us the third. Okay, so we've got 2 quests now that are going to be done at the end of the day. Thank you. I shall leave you to it. Before you go, how about a drink for the road? Maybe one that'll have you talking about something other than killing your parents? Yes, I shouldn't allow them a warning, so I must be deceitful about my feelings. I'll see what I can do for you. Ooh, can we do the new drink? No, damn it. Okay. 1,000 wins? Yeah. Definitely 1,000 wins. Should we do Lotus? Yeah, Lotus can work. That'll be a new one. Beautiful. Maybe this will help your heart a little. It feels nice. Really warm. Like a hug. Do you need a hug, Kumo? I need to go. Stay safe out there. Sure. And Kuma? Yes. Have you talked to Fable? Yesterday, yes. They left to find Melly. I see. Good luck with your parents. I don't need luck. I need vengeance. Does he need help? Do you want to help them kill their parents? Pardon me? No, of course not. I meant psychological help. They don't look like they're doing too well, if I might say. He's always quite broody and mysterious. But their parents being alive really threw them off track. You wouldn't think it's a bad thing, really. And now they want to kill them just because it doesn't fit the backstory they came up with? This is the possibility for a happy ending to an otherwise dark story. Please don't tell me you're actually going to set up a quest to assassinate them. I am but a mere innkeeper to this tavern. I'm just following Kumo's wishes. I would have expected you to have a little more backbone or moral standards, so to speak. You were so sure about Melina's well-being and even calmed me down. I can't believe you'd offer such a violent solution. I tried to stop him. But I don't think I can get them to talk with their parents right now. You heard them. And that's exactly why there's still hope. Wait, I don't think I understand. Kumo won't take on the quest himself, so there will be someone else that can talk to his parents. That sounds like a really questionable plan, if I may say so. It'll work out, I'm sure of it. Most likely it won't be a very difficult quest, especially not if you know your way with words. As a nobleman like you would, for example. Oh, well, I'm still certain this isn't a quest for me, even though I could probably do it. What if the situation actually escalates into violence? I wouldn't know what to do. No pressure, I just wanted to make an offer. Do you want a different quest then? Weren't you listening? I don't think I want to be an adventurer anymore. Hearing Kumo just now has amplified my doubts. I never want to have to kill anyone ever again. Being a murderer is not how I envisioned my life to be. Of course not. But I also don't know in what direction my life is headed from now on. My heart is so full of excitement after my last adventure. This might only be a tale, but there's this place of infinite knowledge. Oh, are you by chance talking about the subterranean caves of the Plane of Ur? I've read so many stories about them. A hidden yet wondrous place. Though I really doubt a guy immortal like me would even walk there. But I've heard you can get there through the Twilight Chasm. Innkeeper, do you think that's true? That there's a portal to Ur somewhere in the Twilight Chasm? I think it's pretty unlikely. Well, maybe. Well, maybe. This world is full of wonders after all. And since the Twilight realm arose from Ur's dreams, I'd say it isn't completely unlikely. Ooh. Oh, okay. Okay. We're getting somewhere. Just thinking about the caves makes my heart beat faster and my fingertips itch. Maybe I should write a little story about them. Time to write down some keywords, or I might lose my ideas. You know, I don't think you need to lead you. Your heart already knows what it wants to do. Huh? You really think so? Yes, it's quite obvious actually. How about you go write down those keywords now? This might already be an upcoming bestseller. Oh, you really are a sweet talker, aren't you? Thank you for your advice. Goodbye, innkeeper. Until next time, Archie. Good evening, Carlin. Evening. Has boredom already caught up with you again? It's always on my trail. Guessing this quest is still free? Not for much longer, it seems. Haven't had enough of the undead yet? I've got practice with them now. Might as well make some use of it. Fair enough. I thought you'd be looking for Melly instead. Can't say I'm not worried about the little gal. But Fable's already on it. I trust him. And I trust Melly too. To come back, I mean. She promised me we'd see each other again soon. I'm learning to believe in people's words. You should too. I do, but trust is a scary thing. Words are empty, actions are loud. I do, but trust is a scary thing. Everything's scary if fables to be believed. Might as well pick the fun horrors to commit to. Like the undead? Exactly. I also got to check up on my cousin. Those undead snails are sounding a lot more concerning right now. At least they're even slower than the regular undead. Very common, thanks. Want to take Archie along again? He might be the calming presence you're seeking. Under no circumstances, no. What if you get bored? He has very good stories to tell. Shut up. How will we talk about what drink you want then? Well, dearie me, my dearest acquaintances. Innkeeper, Dame Carolyn, you look radiant today. What are we radiating? I shan't say, as it would be too rude. How polite of you. How are you doing, Scully? Just wonderful. Yesterday I had the most delightful tea party with Sir Alphonse and Lady Frostgrip. Alphonse and I were able to learn so much about the times we've missed thanks to the young blacksmith prodigy. This world truly is an exciting and beautiful one. And by tomorrow the vampire will have forgotten all about it. Oh, we haven't seen him in so long. And that merely means he'll get to remember again. How marvelous. The endless pursuit of learning is a wonder in and of itself. Speaking of learning, if you'll allow me, I'd like to learn how you are doing on this fine day of ours, Dame Carolyn. You look a little spent, and I would hate to be intruding on your space. Just exhausted by all these people and their constant talking. You're good, though. Ain't your fault. I understand. The social aspects of life can be exhausting as they come with so many rules and obstacles one must traverse. But throughout this overwhelming obstacle course of mortal interactions, we can find many magnificent treasures. And all of them make these efforts worthwhile. Like quests. I was thinking about friends, but quests too. Are you headed out on one? Yeah. What's its cause? An unusual amount of undead creatures are haunting Fesoa lately, especially near the Pale Woods. Carolyn is going to check on that. An undead gathering in the Pale Woods? But why so? Is there a convention, perhaps? No, it sounds more like the violent type of crowd. Unfortunate. It does seem that this sentiment is common among my compatriots. Oh my god. I'm struggling. Sense and sensibilities are often lost when you are ripped from an afterlife without your soul attached to your body. You don't have a soul? Got a lot of personality for that to be true. That is very kind of you to say, but I'm afraid I'm a mere fragment of my former self. Maybe you'll find your way back to yourself one day, an opportunity to find a new self then? What a sweet promise. Still, it is strange to have everything you once were forgotten. How can you be forgotten when you're here? We will remember you as you are now. I'm sure people did for your former self. I hope I shall grow into a pleasant memory then, as well as a pleasant presence. You already are. That makes my non-present soul very happy to hear. Damn, Carolyn, would you mind me tagging along on your quest? It sounds like a haven of fascinating research, and I've not been able to indulge in that pastime for a long while. Sure, come along. A skeleton should be great help in wiping out a bunch of undead. Wiping out? By no means should that be our approach. Not his mustache be. Cat. We should study them, or better yet, strike up a civilized conversation. With enough charisma, I'm certain we can remind them of their mortal consciences. Don't be ridiculous, they'll rip us apart. We can simply ask the innkeeper for some additional defense in case they need some initial convincing. I could even offer you some frost armor to go along with it. A few frozen pine cones here and there, and you'll have a little more of a buffer if your words don't take hold. Excellent idea. Or we just fight them, smash their bones together until they stop moving. No offense, Scully. None taken. Though I believe the cleverer approach would be to rely on speed. Unawakened undead are rather slow, so we should embrace this possible advantage. Dexterity then, and defense. You were right on track with that one. May I suggest adding some of a Morganite lotus flower to this combination? Much like citrine, it will bless your weapon strikes and lend you some power of the great dragons. The undead are incredibly vulnerable to holy attacks. Indeed we are. The power of the dragons is a difficult one to harness. I'm impressed by your capabilities, Innkeeper. I think your delight should be aimed towards the magical ingredients. To dilute them in such a way is quite a skill in itself, as it is choosing our approach to this. We should leave this up to them, correct? Yeah. You figure it out, Innkeep. Some additional defense is a given, but what should we focus on, charisma or dexterity? And don't forget those wondrous infusions of yours. I would never... Okay, so we've definitely got some options. I would really love to know what I'm going to make this silent owl, that's for sure. Okay, so could do a steel tonic. That might not be the exact one. We could do Swift Strike. Okay, so either a Swift Strike or... Newfound sincerity, confidence, and many heartfelt words will work wonders in boosting your persuasive abilities. A charismatic boost, great for bards and emotional repressed individuals. Okay, so it's between that and Swift Strike. I'm gonna go out on a limb and do Spoken Heart. With what, a pine cone? Yeah. Okay. Hold on. Spoken Heart. Put a little pine cone in there. Hopefully this is a good choice. Okay, I had to pause for a second because I was like, wait, is that right? And it is. That's literally all I had to do for that one. I would like to think that not all of these souls or bodies are fully lost. If you can save even one of them, it'll be worth it. I couldn't agree more. Thank you for your faith in us, Innkeeper. Ugh, I guess I'll have to give them a chance, but if they start gnawing on your bones, I won't hold back. I'm counting on it. Come on, let's make some new friends. Enjoy your travels, your conversations, and your battles. Okay. So we've got 2 that we can make. So we've got... Oh! Okay, I will read that next round. The Parent Trap. The Twilight Flood brought more than Fesoa than just the waters of the primordial sea, in particular two long-lost air echoes who had faked their own death and abandoned their only child. Now their kid is out for revenge and longs to have them killed, as the fate of tragic backstories wills it. These renegade parents were last seen in Borkum near the Wadden Sea, so any bounty hunter should probably start there. Okay. Act 3, The Twilight Flood, in pursuit of Entropy, 21st of the Ashtal Moon. You know your quests are getting weirder by the day. I mean, no one's forcing you to take that one. Unless you have one on basilisk swarms waiting in the back, I think I'm good with this one. No basilisks, I'm afraid. Eager to kill some parental figures? You know it. Speaking of family, you haven't brought your sister by in a while. How is she? I don't know. We no longer speak. Oh, I didn't know that. You two were unbeatable when it came to bar fights. Yeah, I love her, but she's become a little too much like our parents, so I need to love her from afar, or I wouldn't be loving myself very much. You're better off for it. I'm sorry to hear that. Cutting her off must have hurt a lot. Must still hurt a lot. I've come to terms with it. Came out stronger in the end. That's all I could do. Maybe, but the wounds stay, don't they? People wound you. That's not what they do. They can also heal you. That's a false sense of security. Eventually, it all falls away. Not everyone is doomed to become your enemy, including yourself. I think you're doomed to say the weirdest things possible whenever you get the chance. It's a blessing, not a curse. If you want to see it that way. This rogue guy, got any siblings? None that we know of. Their parents kind of faked their deaths, abandoned him when he was very young. They haven't exactly been writing postcards. I guess no one would handle that very well. What do you think about the whole killing them measure? Adds up to me. It does? Yeah. Not like they ever faced any real consequences for being shitty. Always falls on the kids, doesn't it? And you think being murdered is an appropriate consequence? It's not about what I think, I'm just taking the job. Right, but I was thinking... Think less, or rather, think about what you're gonna mix for me instead. So you're not even hesitating? I'm a bounty hunter and keeper. Of monsters, I assumed. Not all monsters look unlike us. I thought you don't do charity. I don't. I expect a hefty payment by the end of this. That thief must have some jewels stored away somewhere, right? I see. So, drinks. Drinks, of course. Murder, how would you like to approach it? With a lot of force. I don't know how strong they are, but I need to be stronger. Maybe some defense in the mix would be good too, if their attack patterns turn out to be more complex than you thought. Seems like you do listen to me sometimes. Your stories of fighting mirages and three-headed antelopes are far too compelling to forget. I'd hope so. You still got any of those frozen pine cones lying around? The ones you gave me for the mountain mimic? If those deadbeats picked up some primordial magic, I could use some elemental protection. Clever as always, Jade. Obviously. Plus, that frost armor is pretty cool. Luckily for you and your coolness factor. No. You and your health, I got a big shipment of them in last month. Cool. I'll take some of those then. They're not contending with another approach? No. Unless... I guess there's another way. Is there? Listen, some things are unfixable. I saw both of my legs off before I'd ever talk to my folks again. But this wound is fresh. It could possibly it could be possible to delay the inevitable. I could convince them to leave, scare them off, banish them somewhere where they can't hurt him. That way he can find them later if he ever changes his mind. Maybe this rift isn't completely irreparable after all. It sounds like you're asking for some charisma and some speed. Should you hurry up before he does anything drastic himself? Yep, some dexterity might help too. You never know how they could react. Might have to dodge some blows. Huh, might have to. You got any of that inspiration garbage lying around? I'm not so good with words when it comes to situations like this, and I might have to inspire them to be a little less awful. I could offer you either thunder sage or honey flowers, whatever flavor you prefer. You choose. About it all. Charisma, dexterity, inspiration. It's a less violent route, but it's not what he asked for. So I won't complain about a strength and defense mix either, as long as you throw in the frost armor. I think my decision about this would be tinted by my own experiences, so please, a little help. Always, Jade. Thank you for asking. And make sure to leave Onyx some leftovers. She's thirsty. I'm still waiting to do the silent owl. Okay, well, we are definitely gonna go with the talking route. But what? Oh, okay, maybe the sunny breeze. Or the thousand winds. I think we go thousand winds, no? That way at least she gets those two and a little defense? Yeah. Okay. So we'll do thousand winds with honeyflower. Perfect. Maybe this, because it's as lost as we think it is. Maybe this caught. All right, anyway. Maybe this cause isn't as lost as we think it is. Okay, so we've got all of those going. Okay. If they can't be reasoned with, I can always trick them and kill them that way, yes. But I guess I'll try talking first. Let's hope this is the right choice. Don't you trust me? You wish. Don't forget to fill me in on your success. If I have any charisma left in me, you'll be sure to hear about it. Until then, don't tell him what I'm doing. I shall keep this secret between us. You do love those. Typical Fae, I guess. Ooh, Fae, huh? So water doesn't bother us. We're also apparently a Fae. I can't wait to find out more. Don't take too many names while I'm gone. I wouldn't dream of it. Nah, man. You gotta be careful with that ethereal bamboo. I mean, it's super cool and all, but if you cut it the wrong way, it's gonna charge up and whoosh, you're gone, sucked into the ethereal weave. Oh, well, you know, like those fishies that'll kill you if you cook them the wrong way. Fish? Yeah. They look like balls with spikes? Don't know about the name though. Do you mean pufferfish? That. Whoa, wait, you're also here. Sure am. You're looking fire. Nice drip. Thank you, Nico. Nico. Can we stay on topic, please? Topic. Right. So I heard any type of vibration can trigger a small rift. It's like disturbing a sleeping dragon, wrong move, and the world's faltering and whatnot. So, you're saying if I use my bow the wrong way, I could open a rift and be lost in the ethereal weave? Bet. Would suck big time, but alas. Though, can't be entirely sure. I mean, what's the fun in knowing everything for sure? Don't be basic. Embrace the chaos. As long as you don't play any wrong notes, you should be fine. Nothing easier than that, especially under pressure. Especially then, I'm sure. And you have nothing to worry about, friend. Might even come in handy one day. The person who made your instrument must have had at least, like, one thought about making it that way. They did. Many thoughts, actually. Good mythical morning, innkeeper. I know, theopractically, it's early afternoon, but who cares? Good theopractical morning, hacks. Almost there. You forgot the mythical. Good mythical theopractical morning. Better. Okay, listen up. I found this little leaflet on your nice board. And I saw you're finally sending someone out to investigate that abandoned wizard tower. And I just decided that someone is me. I've been wanting to see what's up there for a while now. Talk about good timing. Did you say wizard tower? What's the tea? Well, there's an abandoned wizard tower near Niverduff on an island, a small island called Morlia. Ah, the one with the worms. I think you can find worms in any ecosystem. That's what they want you to think. Sure. Either way, no one has seen the Wizard of Morlia in quite some time. So they say. And I've been dying to know what he might be hiding in his tower. I bet lots of explosives. I'm more hoping for scrolls of ancient magic and semi-cursed objects. Oh, and of course, books of forgotten knowledge. Rumor has it he left behind quite the hoard of peculiar trinkets. Surely, after all, as it states in this leaflet, traps, puzzles? Must be something very valuable hidden in there. Maybe even the key to immortality. Or they were bored. Admittedly, I don't design puzzles when I'm bored, though. I blow things up. I love when things go boom. Same. You know what? What? I think you should take me and Voyboy along. Listen, you say trinkets and I'm all in. I mean, the entropy we'd create if we traveled as a trio could be immaculate. We would be able to tackle the wizard's puzzles and deathly traps and wits and violence and music. And you have my lockpicks. You have my hagium. Maybe the ethereal weave could even help. Ethereal bamboo, huh? But an ethereal weave escape would only work with Chabian silk. Chabian silk, huh? The ghost spiders of Chabian use their silk to spin the weave. Good thing that these strings are made of Chabian silk then. Great. Then we can use your hagium. All right, hold on. Okay. As our plan C, escape plan. Should the wizard bet... Can you guys tell I'm running out of coffee? Should the wizard be home after all, or foster any monsters and any traps, your hagium will be our way out. By dipping into the ethereal weave. Don't worry, it's like dreaming or teleporting. You'll have to find your way back out. We'll manage that. I'm a master teleporter. And I'm sure our innkeeping friend here has the right drink for you. Perhaps something that'll give you some brain cells and quick reflexes. So I'm hasty and can easily evade traps. Good thing I don't need help with either. But shouldn't we be able to fight back fiercely in case something is lurking in the tower? Lots of traps probably means lots of fire, so fire resistance would be helpful too. Fighting sounds good. I'd love to kill something, but I hate making decisions. I think the innkeeper should decide what to make. Okay, so something strong to barge in and fight our way through paired with fire resistance to survive the lethal traps, or something for our brains that give us focus with infused with haste. I'll see what I can do, but don't hold me responsible for whatever ends up happening. We would never, ever. Okay. First, let me see what else we've got on Aniko. Just Aniko? Aniko is not opposed to violence and loves blowing things up, even or maybe especially without any reason to do so. Lately, they seem to realize that being dependent on a team isn't half bad. It can even be fun, especially when some equally chaotic acquaintances keep you company. Sweet. Okay. Still can't do the silent owl. This is such a bummer. Okay. We could do Peak Sunrise or Sailor's Courage. Let's do Peak Sunrise. Why not? With some Saberfang. Okay. Right, so we've got the 3 and at least the 1. Wait. Hold on. Okay, that's definitely peak. Oh, wait. No, we can do the silent owl. Oh, for sure. For sure we do that one. And then we do, was it the Sabertooth? Beautiful. Yay, finally we got to do this one. Here you go. Brains and quick reflexes. Thanks. I'm sure this will be of use for solving puzzles and evading traps. I'll be sad if not a single thing explodes. Explosions could damage all the loot, but maybe afterwards we could light a little fire? You know what we should do? What? We should take Jade along. She'd defo be interested in treasures too. An additional blade couldn't hurt. Any idea where we can find her and keep? I'm afraid she's already on a quest, so probably nowhere nearby. That's fine. We'll poach her. Good luck. Thank you. We shall return with a story worth telling. I can't wait. Bye, loser. Act 3, The Twilight Flood, a well-deserved break, 25th of the Astral Moon. Okay, so they kind of jumped. What was the last one? 21st of the Astral Moon, I think? So yeah, this may only go up to the 28th. I guess we'll see. Hello, Innkeep. Look what I found. Looks like a rare specimen of Archie to me. I'm one of a kind. Oh, you two know each other already. Of course you do. You pretty much know everyone in this city, huh? She's so upset about it. Of course I know him. He's quite the celebrity in town. Oh, I suppose I am. He's Zenith's most famous author, even survived an assault by hordes of vicious undead. Author? I guess I really am an author, yes. Bummer, and here I thought I could surprise you. How did you two meet? I think he spotted me on the street, must have thought I had a lot of stories to tell, so he asked me if he could write my biography. What a unique way to call someone old. But she does have a lot of stories to tell. Archie, how many manuscript topics do you want to collect before you actually finish something? Well, you see, it's important to collect ideas. Life itself is the best source of inspiration for any artist. Look at him, he's so eager to write. I just couldn't refuse that look in his big sparkly eyes. Writing down ideas is so much fun. There's the magical detective story, Theo's and mine adventure with the undead, and now Una's biography as well. It's fantastic. I suppose you're right. Una, how come you want your biography to be written now? I don't really have a reason. I'm old, and I've seen a lot of stuff. Would be sad if all that knowledge went to waste, right? It's not like you'll disappear any second now, is it? Of course not. I get it. A lot of terrible things have been happening lately. Don't be silly. We'll be fine. It's always nice to see most of your friends return during times like these. Most of them? Stuff like this happens every few decades. It's completely normal. If you say so. Are you going to pay Archie accordingly, though? That's what I'm here for. I'm gonna pay him in drinks. And I also could use a little refreshing drink myself. I gotcha. Anything specific you'd like today, Archie? Just the same as always. A drink to stay focused on my writing and defend my brain against all those distracting thoughts. Coming right up. The way I still need to look through each and every one. Should we do 1,000 wings? 1,000 wings. Hello. Hold on. Frosted Lagoon. First snow. I think we do first snow. Yeah. First snow it is. Could do citrine. Yeah, we'll do that. Okay. At least I hope we'll have enough to do this. What am I missing? Oh. Okay. Well, what about that? No. Okay, hold on. And please, do the honors. Yeah, we could do that one. There we go. Here you go. A drink to boost your concentration. Thank you very much, dear innkeeper. This is delicious. I can feel an irresistible itch in my fingertips already. I'm always happy to oblige. So, Una, what's it for you today? Maybe something that'll give me strength and energy to tell this whippersnapper every little detail of my life. Yeah, that sounds about right. All right, give me a quick second and I'll be back with your drink. Okay. Let's do... We could do Sailor's Courage. Yeah, we'll do Sailor's Courage. Oh. I know it was a weird way to do a Sailor's Courage, but here we are. Some liquid stamina for the Golden Girl. Let's see if your skills are to be trusted and keep. Oh. Archie, I hope you're ready for at least 600 pages. That's a lot. But you already agreed, so you don't have a choice. And now, my dear Archibald, we'll begin with the writing. Thank you for your hospitality and keep. I'll see you later. Goodbye, innkeeper. I'll remember to keep a copy of the book for you. Signed, please. Of course. Very well. Goodbye, you too. Oh my goodness, I was wondering when we would see Minty again. Okay, hold on. Let's go in here and see what we missed. There are experiences one must undergo in life to determine their future. Archie realized the life of an adventurer was nothing like he imagined it to be, but that's okay. Now he knows his desire for the pen outweighs that of the sword, and I'm very excited to get my hands on some signed copies of his work. Love to see it. Okay, let's see. Amber Isles has Twinkle Twinkle Deadly Stars and Mission Magically Impossible. The Amber Isles are a group of islands to the south, below the Gulf of Fog. They consist of the island of Dalwell, the copper. Oh, yeah. We've read through this before. Okay. Cool. Oh, and then there's Mossberry. This one has the Parent Trap. The southern island of Mossbury is actually a peninsula, and due to the sea levels, this can only be seen a few times per year. Because of the strong tides, the coast on the southern and eastern side of the peninsula changes drastically. Due to this peculiar arrangement, the coast is full of mud and shallow bodies of water with tidal flats and wetlands. The sea around Mossbury is called the Great Water Highway, since it connects to a nation farther away to the southeast called Velos is the most important trading partner of the Republic. Apart from trading knowledge about astronomy, mathematics, and alchemy is shared in detail between the two nations. Ooh, okay. I kind of like that. Cool. Finally, my service beast and I have returned. Welcome back, Nynthy. Good to see you, innkeeper, and surprisingly, your tavern's dry interior. I thought you might be approaching the dampness of almost everything nowadays. Maybe while underwater, but wheels and mud do not mix. On land, I appreciate structurally sound and smooth wood flooring much more than its soggy alternatives. That bad? You would too. Just step a few minutes past your tavern. Then you might get an idea of the things jammed in my spokes and smooshed between Casket and Kane's toes. I'll pass, and besides, stories from my patrons are much more enjoyable. Speaking of, how did the pearl hunt go? Honestly, it wasn't all too eventful, but before I go on, I could do with one of your drinks, innkeeper. Something to keep my mind clear of any irrelevant distractions for the journey back. See what I can do. Okay. I'm gonna do it. Why not? Does this work? That might not be the best. Could do that. Could do that. But yeah, let's do that. Why not? Why not? Beautiful. May this inspire boundless creativity. Just what I needed. If only I had a boundless supply of this drink while writing at my desk. Unfortunately, my establishment doesn't do deliveries. What a shame. But before you go on, I actually have something else for you. Ah, and here I thought I'd have to needle you for it again. What a pleasant surprise. My favorite kind. Here, a complete proofread manuscript, I hope. I'd certainly hope it's completed. Since my retrieval and your proofreading have been such a long time in the making, yes? Right. Long in the making. You should probably wash that red ink off your hands before it stains your mugs. Oh, right. I was editing my recipes all night. Crazy story, actually. For another time, that is. I see. I will say, it's good to have these papers back in my hands. May I inquire as to why you asked for them back now? I've decided to finally publish the book. What I've written about, it's very dear to my heart, and I'm happy to finally get to share my writing with the world. Minthy, the author, it has a nice ring to it. It'll be Mackenzie Katrin Pichan? Actually, a very nice pen name. It was time I finally chose one, and something universal at that. Procrastination is a curse of all of its own. Sure is. So, about the pearl, or pearls? Protection pearls. Like I said, it wasn't too eventful. I had tea with the Banshee of the Lonesome Lagoon, and she traded me the pearls for objects of her desire. Mostly I promised her a signed copy of the book. Good for her. You know, I've been meaning to ask, if I may. What do you need the pearls for exactly? I know you often look for them, but I was never quite sure why. Well, I'm sure you remember the curse I was bestowed with? Yes, the cursed parasitic rings that amplify your magic to a painful degree? Exactly those. They cause quite a lot of issues for me and my body. Sometimes it feels like the magic is eating away at me, slowly feasting on my organs and nerves. It's tearing me apart from the inside out as it gradually takes my health and life. The protection pearls help me keep the mana in check. They bring it down to manageable levels. It helps with the pain a lot. So you're saying you turn the pearls into a drink? Wonderful to see that it's still your first solution to everything. Yes, on occasion. Mostly I grind them into ink for my tattoos. They're very versatile little beauties. I'm happy you could find some then. Now that I think about it, care to share? I'm sure they'd be great for my drinks. Not so fast. For most people, they just amplify mana to a ridiculous and dangerous degrees. And I don't want to be held responsible for the chaos your patrons could cause. However, maybe I can offer you something less extreme, but still energizing. Here. Cursed coffee, oh. Is this your infamous coffee recipe? After all these years, you finally trust me with it? It's time. I think you can finally make it without poisoning someone. I'll do my best, thank you. Perhaps it will also help you keep your promises in time. I think I need some cursed coffee myself right now, to be honest. Anyhow, I think we're due to take our leave. Need to make some ink? Something like that. Plus, I promised Casket and Kane we'd check if any primordial tennis balls got washed up by the flood. I think I might have seen some in the bushes. Baya might make you some moss balls. I'll have them take a look on our way out. If all else fails, you'll just have to summon us up some. Nothing easier than that. With enough charisma, you can wish for anything, I suppose. It was lovely to see you again, innkeeper. Likewise. Best of luck on your journey, and don't forget to send me a copy of the book. If you promise not to forget about its existence this time, I'll do my very best. I know you will, friend. I know you will. Act 3, The Twilight Flood, Remnants, 27th of the Astral Moon. Looks like we got another achievement done. Jade, welcome back. How was your... Was your quest successful? When have I ever failed? Well, you do look surprisingly unbloodied. Also, hello, Kumo. Kumo? Who's Kumo? That guy. New name, I'm guessing? No. No names here. Never had a name. Don't even know what names are. Am I just supposed to go along with that? You're supposed to make me a drink. Then we can talk. Fair enough. What can I get you? I've still got plans for this, but Onyx is pretty tired. So give me something that'll get her to keep up with my speed if I let her have a sip. Anything for Onyx. I do love Onyx. She's so cute. Okay, so. Oh, the cursed coffee, of course. Oh, no. Okay, wait, let me read this though. When you peer inside the steaming chalice, looking at your own distorted reflection, you will find the darkest swirling depths. The blankness will be all-consuming, a gloom so bitter you might think you see the souls of the damned swimming inside. But really, you'll be looking at a strong cup of coffee, that is. Look at it, it's got little ghosts coming out. Oh, I love it. I wish that was the drink we were going to give her, but I think we know it's got to be the Swifty. There we go. A drink for Onyx and you, but mostly Onyx. Not too bad, concerning to see you know me so well. Being a regular does have its perks. So, names? Let's start with the story first. You love those, right? You know it. I'll spare you with the details of my journey to Borkum. Though I didn't miss the chance to make some extra money along the way. Everyone thought I was the right woman for their jobs. They helped me with the quest too. Squeezed a good description of the renegade parents out of some Red Dune merchant who is in a deep dispute with a blue-crowned elephant. I'd love to hear that story, actually. Not my problem. Asking a couple of pointed questions got me to the inn the deadbeats were staying at. Sorry, y'all. If I'm hesitating, it's because it just started thunderstorming outside, and I keep checking to make sure it's not going to go through on the recording, though it does add ambiance. Just want to make sure it sounds good. Problem with people is, can't exactly kill them in broad daylight. With monsters, you'd be thanked for doing so. But with people, you've got to be patient. So I did what anyone would have done in my situation. I posed as a tour guide. And they believed you? Sure did. And Nico was right. Your drinks are great for pulling scams. Happy to hear that. I offered them a tour of the nearby Wadden Sea and led them to an area I knew was shunned by actual tour guides because of the unpredictable tides. Gave them a spiel about how a battle of the Order of Starlight took place there, yada yada yada. Pretty soon, their eyes were glued to some starfish playing in the mud. It was the perfect opportunity to get it over with quickly. Obviously, I wasn't going to kill them just then. They needed a chance to run, but I had to scare them first. I raised my spear right above my head and was about to go down for a warning strike when I heard this zinging sound. I deflected the knife that was flung my way at the last second, and it shattered against the ground. All three of us turned and saw this cloaked echo reaching for another knife. He had his hood pulled up, knives and daggers strapped all over his body. Even the air seemed to go darker around him. Looked like a real Shadowbane. I trained under them. Impressive. Those deadbeats thought I was protecting them from him. Should have seen the look on their faces when I said I was there to kill them. I turned back, wanting to refocus on my warning strike, when I was interrupted by a simple stop. It was said in this deep, raspy, incredibly fake voice that sounded like some sort of proper degenerate. Likely the two bums thought they were fighting about who'd get to kill them. Their approach to such a situation was to immediately try and bribe us. I told them to shut it. They asked me what I wanted then, if it wasn't money or words. So I turned to our little Shadowbane and asked what he wanted. But he just stood there, quietly. Can't blame him. There's little scarier than your parents. So you helped him with the decision? Not exactly. I walked over to him and handed my spear. She said, "This is your choice. Make it." Felt like she was passing some of her courage on to me. He stepped forward, my spear in his hand, and took off his hood. I'll spare you the details. They've recognized him, of course. Had the audacity to act surprised. Surprise is one way to put it. When they talked, they sounded so like they thought I had died. You could have. They left you. I wanted to say something. Anything. Yell, tell them to get lost, scream at them for what they'd done to me. But all that would come out was, "Why did you leave?" Their silence went on for so long. Would have been longer if those tides hadn't come rushing in. You did kind of walk into that one. Kind of. Luckily, I was quick, got us all up on some muddy rock that the waves couldn't reach. How long were you up there for? A couple of hours. Left us a lot of time to talk. Did you? Yes, a lot. For example, did you know the primordial flood was caused by the pyre erupting? The pyre? You mean the biggest volcano in all of Asteria, nestled right in Leviathan's domain? Yeah, apparently it erupted and then collapsed, covered all of the primordial sea in ash, and set off a tsunami. It should not be doing that. No. Do you think powerful magic was afoot? Probably not. What use is a giant tsunami to anyone? Maybe they wanted to be wet? Probably not. Are tsunamis and their causes all you and your parents talked about? No. Mostly we talked about the leaving thing. They said not a day went by where they didn't regret what they'd done. I asked why they didn't come back then. They said they didn't have an answer for that. Mom said she was proud of my knife throwing skills, though. I never thought they'd apologize. They owned up to all of it, as awful as it was. I hadn't plans for that. They wanted to make up for everything and be a part of my life. They also said it was up to me and what I wanted. What do you want? A family. Is that stupid? No, it's not. So you forgave them? No, not yet. I have to see if they actually mean what they said first. I can't trust them right now. We don't really know each other anymore. Who knows if we'll get along. But they did say they want to get to know me, and I think I might like that too. They're just so different. It feels like I'm angry at people that don't exist anymore. You should be careful. You're still allowed to be angry. Even if they changed, they hurt you. Neither forgiveness nor forgetting is required. It just feels unfair, like I'm harboring resentment for ghosts. But I'll try to be honest with them. I owe that to myself. Plus, Jade threatened to decapitate them if they ever hurt me again. They'd stand no chance. None. Could I have a drink now too? Sure. Let's trade. Right. A secret? No. A name. I assume Jade didn't know you as Kumo because your parents didn't call you that. Correct. What did they call you by then? I'm not. I'll trade you my name. Just give the guy a drink. Your first name? Those are quite precious to Mata, right? Very. See it as a secret to trade for. I'm listening. Ulyssia. That's a beautiful name. I don't respond to flattery, but thank you. It's definitely better than mine. Yours fits you. It does not. If you say so. So, not Ulyssia. What would you like in exchange? Maybe something that'll stop me from choking on my words, in case I have to do more of this emotional thing. I've definitely got something for that. Maybe Sunny Breeze? I think so. That way he like relaxes. Spoken Heart. think we do Spoken Heart, actually. I don't even know anymore. Do I add anything? Oh, we could do that. Beautiful. Here you are. Some fluid emotional vulnerability. Tastes a lot better than it sounds. Feels a lot better too. Maybe. I still need to call you something else though if Kumo is out. It is. What have you got for me then? I'm running out of names. Jade, can I? Nope. My name. Fine. How about, Dave? You know what? Sure, I'll go with that. I'm proud of you, Dave. For everything you've gone through and for choosing what's right for you. Thank you. Do you need a hug? May have already gotten one from Jade. Oh, that's sweet. Speaking of me, I've got to go. Want to check in with Grace and her goons. See you around, Airboy. See you around, Ulyssia. What about you? Care to linger a little longer? I need some time to think all this over. Maybe even feel it too. Is Fable back yet? I think cheesecake would make for a great distraction right about now. No, I thought maybe you ran into them on the way back. I didn't. So Melly isn't back yet either? No, I'm afraid not. Cool. Great. I guess I'll go talk to Carlin? Your parents? Maybe. Do you think they still love me? I don't know. I hope they do. I hope they'll love you well, but I don't know. I do know that other people love you, and that if your parents fail to live up to what you deserve, you won't be loved any less. I'd like to believe that. Sometimes I just think even if my own parents could leave me, anyone can. Don't measure your worth by the actions of the people that hurt you. Nothing good can come from that. I'm very thankful to have met you. Anyway, I'm also part of the night, or whatever. I must go. Farewell. See you soon. Act 3, The Twilight Flood, Chaos Protocol, 30th of the Astral Moon. Well, I guess I was wrong about the 28th, huh? Oh my goodness! Innkeeper, surprise! Nice to see that you're back. Is Fable with you? No? Should they be? They were looking for you. They aren't a very good detective then. I'm happy to see you're well, Melly. Everyone was worried about you. Why? I'm great at taking care of myself. You are. But where have you been all this time? Investigating things, obviously, like the flood. My investigation led me to Morlia. More like they did. Nico, Voy, and Hex, I followed them to Morlia. They were talking about mysteries and puzzles, and I'm trying to solve a mystery, so I couldn't let the opportunity pass me by. You're lucky. People usually pay a lot of money to spend time with me. Why? But because I'm, like, famous? But I didn't go there because of you. I was following clues. Okay. I didn't follow them all the way into the tower. After my last encounter with the wizard, I'd had enough. Where's Hex anyway? You know, doing wizard things. Like studying, like arson. That would have been fun, but instead he chose to study. He immediately wanted to check out the spells we found. Though he seemed pretty disheartened. How come? Not sure. I guess he didn't find what he was looking for. Maybe because the world's greatest treasure was already traveling with him. What would that be? Me. Never mind. He told us to keep an eye out for any time magic razzle-dazzle. But we found nothing. At least we managed to get inside and return safely. Yeah, the way there was easy peasy. We got there thanks to Nico pulling off a shape-shifting trick and pretending to be a merchant. Stole some guy's coat and face and used his reputation to secure us a boat ride to Moria. Said I wanted to meet with the real estate agent from the megacracy to buy the island. I told them to pick us up in a week or so. By then we'd be far gone. What happened once you reached the island? I'm quite intrigued. Before we tell you anything, I'd like a drink. Something that goes down like honey and will make my poetry flow like a wild river. Nothing easier than that. Okay, I feel like we've been actually getting a lot of drinks for this now. I gotta make this coffee for someone though. Could do Sunny Breeze. Or was it Spoken Heart? Yeah, we'll do Spoken Heart. Okay. I think we've used all of these. So... No, not that one. No. 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 Oh, actually, we'll do the pine cone. Spoken Heart. Some honey for those. Oh, I should have done the honey flower. How did I completely forget that immediately? Enjoy. That's what I'm talking about. Amazing. Oh, thank God. Can we move on to the story now? You got somewhere to be? Nah, I'm just getting bored. We got to Moria, an island so small it's basically the tower's wild back. As I walked between the crystalline roses, I expected to see secret passageways hiding behind every corner. I almost brought you back a rose. Why didn't you? I thought you wouldn't like it. I would have. Oh, okay, that's moving on. The tower itself reached so high, I thought it might be reaching out to kiss the moon itself. It was really tilted, about a 5-degree angle. I measured it with my paws. The bricks were still wet. I'm sure the tsunami shook its foundation. Would think the waves would have done us a favor and knocked down the door, but nope. That locked door was the first challenge. Aniko's lockpicks broke. Seemed like a skill issue. Broke? Skill issue? Bro, the door ate my lockpicks. A door mimic. A classic first step to securing your establishment. You talk like you've seen one before. Have you ever tried to open my door when the inn's closed? No. If you do, don't use any lockpicks and take care of your fingertips. So, how did you get inside? By charming it. Hex forgot his spell book and couldn't get the arcane unlock spell tool work. So obviously, it wouldn't let us in just like that. So I decided to play the mimic a tune. Yeah, that was amazing, bro. Your fancy tunes are the GOAT. I was nervous. I'd never played in front of a mimic before, so I wasn't sure what their taste in music was. I decided to play something emotional, something that would melt its metaphorical heart. A song of woe. Who would have thought it'd literally melt? Yeah. I began playing the first tune, and the lock started weeping before I reached the chorus. Tears were streaming down its face, and as if they were very hot or made of acid, the door melted away. Afterwards, the lock lay in a puddle of wood, sobbing and thanking me for my performance. It's not a very sturdy lock. It just sounds very in touch with its emotions. We stepped over the door's remains and into the tower. It was much taller and bigger on the inside. Like a pocket dimension. So freaking cool. Except a tower can't really fit in your pocket. Bet. Hex walked ahead. Guy was really distracted. He didn't even listen to my poem about the symbiotic relationship between axe and door. For a long time we didn't encounter anything. Just a long hallway. No doors. Only a bunch of strange paintings. Of course, most hallways can go on forever, so eventually we reached a staircase. After what felt like 5.5 minutes, eternity. Meanwhile, I was outside investigating the flora and fauna. Everything was very peculiar, like it was all from another world. The colors were different, very blue and almost spectral. And there were a lot of spider webs, or yarn, not sure which. Suddenly, the ground shook and almost knocked me off my feet. Who could have guessed there were pressure plates on those stairs? I wasn't paying attention and was too careless. One wrong step and a pressure plate triggered an explosion, and clunk. The whole staircase began crumbling down into a pit of nothingness. Bit by bit, starting from the bottom, I rushed upwards to safety, away from the weird wizard abyss. I stumbled, and if it hadn't been for Hex, I'd be mush. He grabbed my hand and pulled me up. But he isn't really the strongest. We almost tumbled down together instead. I figured I couldn't just leave them to fall for their pathetic destiny, so I zoomed down to grab Hex by his collar and pulled both him and Voy Boy back up. Thank you for saving us, Nico. No problem, Voy Boy. Don't get used to it. Didn't you expect a trap like that? After all, a great wizard would want to protect their treasure. I guess we were a little distracted by all the gold hanging from the walls. The staircase ended in a wondrous library that spiraled endlessly higher around the tower's inside walls. We lost Hex at the bottom, in the first few row of books. A lot of them were drenched. Didn't seem like the tower was waterproof. There was still primordial water dripping from somewhere above. We couldn't make out the ceiling. Tried to reach it, though. The second story of the spiral staircase library had 3 paths leading away. Each path ended in a door, and all 3 doors were closed and marked with runes or paintings or rusty old locks. I got sucked into looking at the library's beautiful murals. Each of them depicted a different story. One of them was a mosaic of mirrors. That one was my favorite. Watching Hex look at books was like reading a thriller. Almost every second book was rigged with a trap, but he figured out the pattern quickly. Something Fibonacci, I don't know. Once I was able to pry myself away from the murals, I started looking for spell things. I knew Hex was most interested in those, and, you help when you can. I didn't. Mostly looked at the small treasures lying around. The wizard had this really cool staff with a chonker of a gemstone embedded at the top. Imagine the damage I could do with that. But I also found something else that was really cool. Here, take a look. It's dope, right? What is this? A weather jar, duh. It shows what the weather is like in another realm. I see. Let me guess. Avalon? I knew you'd get it. I found some spell scrolls. One of them had golden runes on it. Hex liked that one, but he didn't love it, Then, nestled between a few red velvet armchairs, I found a glass case. It had a golden frame and a scroll placed inside neatly in the middle. The scroll was floating and all that. I knew Hex was looking for more spells, so I called for him. As soon as I mentioned an oddly floating scroll, he came sprinting upwards, staring at the glass case. He already had another scroll stuck to his coat. Honestly, I was expecting him to be carrying half the library at that point, but I guess that would have been too heavy for him. Of course, the stupid glass case was also a puzzle. Had no lock, no lid, no nothing. Just glass in a gold frame. The scroll itself was glowing a promising blue. I suggested breaking the glass. Hex gave me his finest death glare. So he investigated the puzzle himself. While they were doing boring side quests, I made sure to stuff my pockets. Found a jeweled silver paperweight shaped like a bird that'll make for a great blunt weapon. Hex was too scared we'd destroy the scroll by triggering another contraption, so he suggested we look around in the adjacent rooms. The riddle doors. Hex only had to look at them for a mere second before figuring them out. Apparently, all of those murals and ruins were referencing a story hidden somewhere in the library. So he made us search for it. It was tricky. We didn't want to trigger the book traps after all. It was like the library knew what would tempt us the most. I kept seeing books about forgotten songs, rare instruments, and romantic poetry. And I saw books about burglary and fraud. Even had to tackle you to the ground one time so you wouldn't blow us all up. Who can resist a good scheme? It was kind of exciting, seeing Hex hop up and down the stairs looking for the right books. First password was password. The second password was passwords past the password. The third one was passwords past the password's password. You wish, but no. It was 1, 2, 3, 4. Easy to crack, good for you. The first room was an alchemy lab, full of apparatuses I've never seen before. Most of the liquids had gone dry, but Hex insisted on taking whatever was left along with us anyways. Wouldn't let me taste any though. The nerd was more interested in studying in the study hidden behind the second door. He was really determined to crack all of that old wizard's mysteries. We helped where we could, but listen, I have only like 3 brain cells. The soundscape of the tower was kind of depressing. Silence broke only by the dripping of water and the creaking of old wood, so I sweetened it with a song. It was very easy to get into the flow with that bomb music. Voyo. Thanks. You? Hex didn't find a key to the glass case, but he at least found a blueprint showing how it was built. Maybe he can find out how to open it using that. That'd be nice. He was pretty beaten up about everything though. Yeah, couldn't find what he was looking for. Not even in the third room? No. That one was a gym. Didn't know wizards worked out. Maybe it was just a distraction from the hidden vault. A hidden vault? Anything good in there? Oh yeah, more than our arms could carry. A bunch of artifacts, most of them probably cursed, which makes them even cooler. But in keep, you don't even know the funniest part yet. Enlighten me. The whole time the wizard had a spare key to the tower under the doormat, the oldest habit of all time, and we didn't even think to I messed that up, hold on. The oldest habit of all time, and we didn't even think about checking for it. I did, but I wanted them to find it for themselves. When they left the tower, I was at the beach with Jade. She had arrived a while ago to pick us up, and I was teaching Onyx new tricks. She helped us heave all the loot onto her boat. We couldn't take everything with us, so we decided to head back there again another day. There's one thing that doesn't make sense in this equation, though. That would be? Iniko, Voy, and Hex traveled alone. Well, except for me, they're stowaway. Yet I found a fresh set of footprints by the coast before Jade ever arrived. Like there was a 5th person on the island. Maybe someone that was there just shortly before us. We didn't even notice. Just like we didn't notice Melina. I'm sorry for staying hidden for so long. Don't apologize. I think it just proved your skills as a detective. We got a lot to learn from you. What a story. I can't wait to share it with Archie. I'll be on my way now. Gotta check on Hex and make sure he didn't accidentally take a book mimic home. You coming with, Nico? Sure thing. So long, Innkeep. Goodbye, Innkeeper. Don't miss me too much. I'll try not to. Okay, before we keep talking to Melly, let's see. So for Ulyssia Jade, turns out she went no contact with her family a while ago, although she's surprisingly good at solving disputes others have with their parents. I also received the honor of learning her first name, and it fits very well, and the adorable turtle's name is Onyx. Modern name schemes, you know? Wait. Did we finish an eco? Yeah, we did. Okay. So Voy, apparently his Hagum? I'll never know. Also doubles as a magical teleportation device, and it can open the ethereal weave. Luckily, he's safe as long as he plays the right notes. Slowly but steadily, he is getting over his stage fright, learning how to use his skills. I hope Grace and I get tickets to his next concert. Love it. Okay. First coffee. Now it's just you and me, Innkeeper. Indeed. I'm glad you're back. You're making it sound like I was lost or kidnapped. I was just investigating without telling anyone. I don't need to tell anyone where I'm going. People care about you, Melly. They get worried if they don't know where you are. Oh, I'm not used to that. But I care about people too, like you. That's good to hear. Melly. Hi, Blade. Hi, Dave. Oh, that name is so outdated. You're back. I am. Did you miss me? I was just very worried. What? You called me Melly. What about it? You've never done that before. I'm sure I have. You even said you'd never call me Melly. I'm just glad you're back. Welcome back to my tavern, Dave. That's a cute one. Yeah, I got it on my latest quest. Dave, you made a good choice. I also went on a quest. Well, at first I wanted to find the moon swamps. You know, the mysterious magical swamp that is said to be magically hidden and only appears in foggy but starry nights. I'd heard there's somewhere in the moon swamp near the portal to the Twilight chasm. And did you find anything? No, I did find some weird way markers made of bones that seemed to lead somewhere. They had "Do Not Touch" written on them, and the paint even seemed fresh, so it looked like the perfect clue. But then, suddenly, there were just gallons of water everywhere. Luckily, I got away quick, and since I was already there, as Fasoa's best detective, it was my duty to discover the flood's origins. Well, at first I was more of a stowaway than a detective, and I also couldn't figure out what... Don't storm off like that ever again, you understand? I was worried, and no one knew anything about your whereabouts. Now. She's crying. I'm sorry. No, I'm sorry. I shouldn't have yelled at you like that. It's just, I haven't cared about anyone in so long, and with you and Fable suddenly gone, I didn't know what to do. I thought you didn't care. After you went away, even though I asked you to be more careful, I thought maybe you didn't want to be my trusty assistant after all. So I went to investigate alone. I'm sorry for leaving. It's all right. I'm used to people leaving and not coming back. I do care, Melly. I'm just kind of new to this whole honesty thing. I'm kind of new to this whole empathy thing. Yeah, I figured. If you'd like, I could fix you a drink to help you find your words again. Don't know if I'm up for trading another secret in exchange. It's on me today. You've got enough to worry about. So let me see what I can do for you. Let's do Spoken Heart again. With a little bit of honey. Oh, wait, maybe the honey's not the one. Let's see. Oh, that's right. I have to add more. Yeah, that's not gonna work. Okay, undo. Okay. No. Maybe? Yeah, we'll do the pine cone. The way I was about to accidentally add more. Spoken art coming right up. Enjoy your magical liquid eloquence. It doesn't taste half bad. This might actually help. So, your quest. Jade said you were stranded on Moria? Yep, I followed 3 very suspicious looking fellows and somehow ended up on that island. Why do I always run into wizards and magic when I'm out on adventures? And traps. Magical traps everywhere. Sounds very dangerous. A detective's always seeking thrills. I'll make sure to be careful, I promise. It's not about that. I know you know how to take care of yourself. Otherwise, you wouldn't have stolen the T-Rex case. But don't keep putting your own life at risk in exchange for a quick adventure. Luckily, nothing major happened this time. But have you forgotten about what happened in Zoford? This all could have ended very differently. I know. All I'm saying is, don't disappear again. Please. You're not alone anymore. You don't have to do everything by yourself. Like you're one to talk? I think you've got a point, Melly. To be fair, Dave's got a point. I think you got a point, Melly. But that doesn't mean you shouldn't listen to him as well, Melly. You're both guilty. But you two have also made a lot of progress already, and I'm glad both of you made it back safely. Heard anything from Fable yet? No, not yet. What about Carlin? She came back after the flood. Currently, she's investigating some undead sightings in the Pale Woods. Do you know when she'll be back? No, but the two of you can wait here if you want. Yes, please. I want to stay until Carlin gets back. All right, I'll keep you company. How about I spice up your wait with another drink? I'll pass. Oh, I'd like one, please. Of course. Do you want anything specific? That whole adventure was pretty exhausting. Maybe something to combat my mental tiredness? Nothing easier than that. Why not? Actually, wait, no. Hold on. Which is the one that's like a hot chocolate? Oh, that doesn't work. All right, let's do this one instead. Oh. Okay. Peak sunrise. Let's see if this will wake you up again. Oh, thank you. This is delicious. I can feel my synapses connecting. You know, now that I've had some time to think about it, I think I figured out why Hex was so bummed about the loot. Care to share your insights with us? But of course. He has a younger sister, right? Which always struck me as odd. She looks so much older than him. So what if she just ages faster than he does? And he expected to find some very special loot in that wizard tower. Completely agree with her. Completely agree. But he didn't find it. So what if he was looking for something to extend her life? Absolutely, that's what he was looking for. Like a scroll of immortality. What a foolish idea. Hey. Not you, Hex. Even if it's tempting, those are powers that no one should interfere with. I agree. What if she turns into a zombie? I've had enough of them. Definitely. We should tell him when we see him again. Or maybe we should tell Carlin when she returns. She seems to be experienced in dealing with the undead. You think it'd be a long time before she gets back? I don't know. Could be very soon, but could also take a few more days. You've had a long day. Aren't you tired, Melly? No. I'm not tired. At all. Let's wait for a little bit longer. Maybe she'll show up and fable with her. Sounds good. Did she fall asleep? Yeah. Maybe I should bring her home and wrap this up for tonight. That's a good idea. You should get some rest as well. I'll let you know if I hear anything about Carlin or Fable. Alright. There's not much for me to do otherwise. Except care for Melly. She needs you. Yeah, I think you might be right. Good night, Dave. You know, forget about it. See ya. The Twilight Flood, Disaster, Tea, and Revelations, 31st of the Astral Moon. Welcome. We don't have time for this, innkeeper. Disaster is afoot. What wonderful way to start the morning, Tia. I really missed you. We missed you too. Thank you, Clay. Can I offer you a drink in exchange for a little insight into your disasters? Yes. Something that feels strong and magic-y, right? You remembered. Yes, that one, please. Coming right up. Okay, listen. I think we may have done the Southern Brawler. But we might do the Sailor's Courage, because it's basically the same thing, just with a little dexterity. I truly can't remember which one it was, so we're gonna go with that. See, Southern Brawler. Same exact thing, just... Wait. Was I... It's not the right drink. Yeah. Okay, hold on. Okay. There we go. Something tasty and strong, but hopefully not disastrous. Very tasty, very strong. You've really got the best drinks around. Happy to hear that, Clay. Tia, you're bursting at the seams. How were the archives? Horrifying. They were challenging, certainly. The bleak stalkers were... bleak? You're truly a master of words. The entrance Jade told us about was teeming with countless of those nightmare creatures. But we fought our way through with the strength you lent us and snuck inside the half-collapsed tunnels, only to find even more bleak stalkers had infested the Everbloom's insides. I wouldn't call it infesting. They live there. Clay tried to reason with them. They responded by tearing into him with their rows of sharp teeth. Not everyone wants to be your friend, I guess. They kept trying to bite Tia too, so I got angry and helped her fight. Do you regret it? No, I'm glad I helped out. Thanks to your unsanctioned divine blessings, innkeeper, we cut through them like butter. Unsanctioned to you? Audacity isn't a replacement for a license. We were quite spent after clearing out so many monsters, and Clay suggested we take a break. Though we made sure not to waste too much time. We had to make it back in time for the barbecue after all. That meant we had to be efficient during our search. Large parts of the Everbloom had collapsed, but even the more explorable sections were unbelievably spacious. So we split up to cover more ground. A dangerous choice, that's when monsters get you. That's what Clay said, so I enchanted the friendship bracelets. Oh, look at them! That's so cute! That way, they would always sense in which direction the other person was located, so neither of us would get lost. It was so smart. It was. Very useful. I see you kept yours on. I did. They really helped with navigating around the archives, too. It's a beautiful place, you know. I mean, everything's overgrown with vines or withered and full of termites. But we could still tell how much care had gone into building it. Some of the tree branches still had leaves on them. And I saw a couple of stubborn lotus daisies trying to break through around the rocks. I watered them. Maybe they'll grow stronger again soon. What a shame all that effort went into building the archives was for nothing. But it wasn't. It meant something to someone once. And I could still feel that love in it, even during our visit. Maybe it'll even bloom again. It's called the Everbloom, right? Like forever? I wonder who named it. We should go back sometime and see if we can find any information about the archivists. I bet they knew some great drinking games. Perhaps we should honor their contributions by studying the knowledge they left behind. Why not both? They should be people first, symbols second. Oh, yes. I guess both would work too. Good idea, Clay. What else did you find in the archives, besides the beauty and horrors of time, I mean? I found a book of pressed flowers I can't wait to read. And a recipe. A recipe? An incomplete one. We also tried to translate it properly, but we lacked the necessary reference material. We still thought it would be appropriate to bring you the draft. I'm sure you can do something worthwhile with it. Ooh. Last Whisper, hold on. Oh, that looks so great. The Last Whisper makes me fast, strong, and tough. If too much equals bad and just enough equals tasty, don't forget cute skull. Enter correct spell here. Okay. Hold on, did we get info on someone and I didn't read it? Melly is already a source of inspiration for a certain writer, maybe because she seems so independent, though her latest adventure has taught her that she can't do everything alone. It's good to see that she allows herself to be a child again. After everything, and I couldn't be more proud. Cute. I'm sure I can, thank you very much. As for me, I found a well-hidden study. The bleak stalker guarding it fell to my ambush, and I was free to explore. It was a complete mess, full of scriptures, scrolls, and written ramblings that would be forbidden these days. A little exciting. And worrying. The papers I was able to translate spoke of the apocalypse and of the end of it all. There was research on the roots of the ether tree and how to unbind them, written with shaking hands and fading ink. Was this more the scholarly or mad scientist type of research? Hard to tell. The lines tend to blur with blasphemy. Do you know about the ether tree? Because Tia gave me a whole presentation about it. I wouldn't mind a refresher. It's a giant tree. Good start. A world tree. That means our world rests on it, in it, around it, somewhere. In it, mostly. Depends on who you ask. The dragons guard the tree because they created it, Maybe, but definitely because they care for us. And since we live in it, it should keep existing as it does now, because no one wants their house to crumble. A lot of people would get hurt if something happened to everyone's home. That's true, but luckily for us, damaging the ether tree is impossible. It's larger than we could ever imagine. To us, it's really more of a concept than a tree. And the dragons defend it. Despite their oath of neutrality, they're no easy foes. There is one way. The sigils of Alkaheist. The what now? The sigils of Alkaheist. They're the key to destroying the ether tree, according to the scrolls I studied under the archive's candlelight. Are they some sort of spell? More of a manual to a self-fulfilling prophecy, a way to break the cosmos in accordance with its own rules. For the tree to crumble, its foundation must be fractured. The 5 sigils of Alkahest? Maybe it's Alkahest. I don't know why I'm like adding an extra letter in there. Represent the 5 dragons, each of which must be damaged to topple our world's balance. Only then can our cosmos reshape itself. The scrolls spoke of experiments for creating a sigil, unsuccessful experiments. That's reassuring. Not quite. They were only unsuccessful back then. Next to the notes of old, I found others written on cleaner, new parchment with unfaded ink. Much of it was incomprehensible, written in languages I've never seen before. But various sketches of whales caught my eye, as did altered frostbite scrolls. That sounds unsettlingly familiar. I fear that the starfall broke a sigil. By ripping holes into Cassiopeia's wings, it destabilized her flight. If she's damaged any further, it could be sent into disarray. Meanwhile, the tsunami, like I heard, didn't just plague the archives. The waves broke down the barriers between the primordial sea and the Twilight chasm in ways I've never seen before. So that's 2 broken sigils? That's not good. What an incredible understatement. To witness one such sigil fracture would be anxiety-inducing enough. Knowing it's happened to 2 will keep me up for many nights. It's not just 2, it's 3. 3? Alongside the notes, I found an old map with fresh markings. All the names were outdated, but the intention was clear. Marked were the 5 interplanar portals. 30 years ago, their sudden appearance tore fissures into Gaia. I believe they were the first sigil. Bad, right? Very. Who could have done this? I don't know. And why, of all things? If the ether tree collapsed or even shifted from its perfect balance, the destruction would end us all. Who would want that? No one thinking rationally, that's for sure. This could all... No one rationally. They might have a good reason for it. Maybe we can talk them out of it? I doubt it. Me too. Whoever it may be that's causing this, they only have 2 sigils left. Would be quite bad, right? Would be quite bad, right? Don't they say that waking the elder dragon will start the apocalypse? They do. I feel like there's too many ways to start the apocalypse. Maybe they're all connected, like waking will break the last sigil. Although, I'd like to think breaking all the sigils is indeed impossible. Because it's impossible to reach Tua in the spirit realm, correct? It's not exactly impossible. No one can make it to the spirit dragon via the astral sea at the dawn of the dying moon. That's in 5 days, right? Yes, but worry not. To reach such a specific location within the astral realm, very specific rituals are necessary, and Gaia's portal to Cassiopeia is indispensable. Said portal is located in and safely protected by the Aperture, the stronghold of the Order of Starlight, and its rituals must be performed with outstanding accuracy to withstand the treacherous astral currents. Only the highest ranking members of the Order are privy to this knowledge, and I guarantee you all of us would rather die than aid in the destruction of this world. If the rest of them are half as stubborn as you are, I think we're well protected. Exactly. That's good then. The rest is worse. What's bad is that we don't know who's behind this or why. By the dragons and the endless horizon, anyone would desire something so vile. Can already sense your next quest. But can I offer you a drink first? Your throat must be dry from all that exposition. Speaking of which, I need like tea or more coffee or something, all this talking. I wouldn't say no to a drink. Perhaps something that will keep my mind intact, defended from lunacy. I feel like I'm going mad. Say no more. My little Landu. Okay, hold on. We got some info about Clay, right? Even a big guy like him needs a bit of encouragement and positive reinforcement sometimes. I think he and Miss Anwar were definitely a good team. They even have matching friendship bracelets. Now they just have to wear them. Clay also loves good food and would never want to miss a delicious barbecue. So cute. Did we end up finishing hers? No, we still have plenty to go. Okay. Okay, so... All right, well, I do think these are going to be the last quests. So, cool. Okay. Hello. I don't know why I closed that out. Oh, I wish I could make her the last whisper. Could do the first snow. We could do steel tonic. We could do frosted lagoon. First snow. Yeah, let's do that. That should be a nice cozy drink. That one. Nope, not that one. Oh, perfect. Beautiful. A delicious defense against the absurdity of evil plots. Thank you. This makes me feel a little less conspiratorial. I needed a breather. You know what else would make for a great breather? Fable's barbecue. Exactly. You're right. That would be quite pleasant right now. I hate to be the bearer of bad news, but I don't think the barbecue is happening today. Fable hasn't returned from their quest yet. Oh. What quest are they on? Finding Melina. But we just saw Melly on the way here. Perhaps they found another quest while out. Heroism can be infectious like that. Innkeep, what kind of drink did you mix them? None. Maybe we should go look for them. Maybe so. Please do. No one has seen them in days. And the last things I said to them, I'd hate for those to be the last, to stay the last. Please help them. Help me find them. Of course, I'm sure they could slay any monsters without us, but some extra hands couldn't hurt. But you'll have to deliver your apologies yourself. I'll slay that beast when it comes to it. Very well. But first we must solve our urgent sigil problem. I feel like we're missing just one piece. Kyle. We haven't seen him in forever. Why is he still covered in slime? A piece of what? Cake? I'd like to order my usual cake, innkeeper. I don't serve cake. Never have. Oh, maybe you should. Another delicious delicacy would be... Also still no blood. Oh. The sorrow I'm feeling almost equals the grief I felt after the vampire glitter competition of 1389. Oh? I had run out of glitter. I could serve you one of my usual drinks to alleviate some of that heartache. That would be splendid. I'd like something to enhance my immortal strength. No shopping bags shall hold me back today. I'll see what I can do. Okay, so beautiful. We'll make him coffee. Cursed coffee it is. We used all of these. I think we have. We could do that. Oh, wait, one more. Cursed coffee. I love it. Here, with all the strength of a raging fire. Thank you, dear innkeeper. My blood is boiling with euphoria. Any particular reason for your shopping trip? A very particular one, dear innkeeper. It is a matter of life and death. I must head out to purchase this wondrous sustenance known as comfort food immediately. Do you know what comfort food is? I haven't the slightest idea, but it is rumored to restore your mortals back to full health. I'm afraid Rhea will perish should she not receive it. That sounds serious. Has she fallen ill? A fatal case of something called being in the zone. I assume it's highly dangerous. She's refused to move away from her drawing board for over a year now. She even threw me out of the room upstairs when I offered her a blood pellet snack. How will her body handle another year without food? I have some good news for you. Rhea hasn't been sketching for a year. You guys checked in yesterday. How fortunate. And as for your legendary item, you should ask her about it. Generally, everyone has a different idea of what they consider comfort food. How wondrous. Though something tells me you should give her some time before you go back upstairs to ask. Why? Her patience is on cooldown. Call it intuition. I don't think intuition is a very good name, innkeeper. Want to help me find a better one? Of course. I'll think of one before the next 80 years are up. Thank you. I shall remain for a while, and once I have acquired the correct comfort food, I will make sure my friend eats every last bite. Like a vampiric mother hen to her vampiric chick. I didn't know there were vampire chickens. There aren't. Do you know that for certain? Yes. I could have sworn the ones at my family's estate had fangs. Chickens can't develop teeth. And here I had thought we were comrades in blood hunger. Chickens are still very fascinating all on their own. Did you know that they have very colorful dreams? Oh, that's nice. I once helped out a wild hen with her dream journal. I'll introduce you to sometime. My favorite thing about chickens is that they purr when they're happy. What charming creatures. The more I learn, the more they remind me of vampires. So simple, sweet, ferocious, yet their origin harbors one of the greatest mysteries of life. What came first, the chicken or the egg? The egg. The egg. Not going to weigh in? I'm intellectually withdrawing myself from this conversation. But unlike this unsolved mystery, I do know how vampires were created. Oh, tell us more. Would you mind elaborating? Weren't you intellectually withdrawing? As a cleric of Cassiopeia, humility is a lifelong objective that I strive towards. As such, I must admit when I need to concede words spoken in haste. Which would be now, I suppose. Please, Kyle. Oh, nice. Please, Kyle, if you wouldn't mind expanding on what you just said. Certainly. It must have been over 5 centuries ago when a scholar stole some of the immortal blood of the dragons. The scholar offered it to Queen Annabeth, who would become the vampire's monarch. I have never heard of Queen Annabeth. I think that was just the plot of a really challenging board game, Kyle. Oh, you're right. So then, Mike was real after all? Mike? Yes, it's all coming back to me now. The first vampire that walked this world was the infamous Mikhail, but most of us call him Mike. He had a very close connection to the spirit dragon and his domain. Eventually, Mike struck a deal with Tuat. In exchange for guarding the dragon's realm, he would get to live forever. But that didn't work out, I guess? Old Mike didn't read the fine print. The spirit dragon turned out to be a trickster. Tuat turns him into a new form of undead creature. Hold on. Button smash. Invulnerable to age and disease, but still weak to the blade. Blood was the only thing he could stomach to consume, and with time, even the sunlight became intolerable. Mike was no longer welcome among the living, but the dead didn't want him either. And that's how the first vampire was created. Fascinating. There's so little known about the spirit dragon and his realm. Kyle, just how do you possess knowledge that's considered ancient by today's standards? What knowledge? The knowledge you just told us about? Ah, I stumbled upon it in a grimoire I bought the other day at a local bookstore. Nope, that was the vampire romance book Lynn recommended to you. Try again. But of course, dear Evelyn was such a historic fanatic. How could I not pick up a few stories? That one was one of her favorites. I still dream of her deathly beautiful countenance as she narrated tales until the intruder stopped screaming. She always told the story of our progenitor, Mike, so softly. She would cradle a vial of his blood and her tone would turn so reverent. A secret to share just with me, she would say. Uh-oh. I didn't mean to break the last oath between us as well. I'm sure we can help you keep this secret, right? A secret between new friends. If secrecy is how we can repay you for sharing this with us, then so be it. Since you seem to have been very close to her, I wanted to let you know. We traveled past Marrow Castle on our way back. It looked awfully damaged. The destruction looked so fresh. If only we had passed by earlier. Clay even spotted a heavily armored silhouette a short distance away from what remained of the castle walls. We hurried over as quickly as possible, but the shadow was gone by the time we got there. As it is, only rubble remained. Was my dear Evelyn unharmed? We don't know. The castle looked abandoned, like a ruin. My Evelyn, what horrid fiend could have inflicted such damage? She must have fought back fiercely. May her opponent suffer twice the damage they inflicted upon her. What I wouldn't give to know her safe. I think I need to go ask Rhea about her comfort food. Let's give him some time to come to terms with what he just learned. Okay, hold on. Before we move on to these two, we did unlock more info. The curse of being a vampire has outlived pretty much anyone you'll ever meet, so it's not surprising that Kyle seems to fight with abandonment issues. Oh, yeah, we read all of that. Okay, so we get his last one. Despite his short and often fragmented memory, he has extensive knowledge of the origins of all vampires, which could be expected when you're a vampire yourself, I suppose. Even though he seems to be caught up in his long-lost marriage, he really took a liking to the person who dug him up. Her bravery on obsession, or verges on obsession, but maybe it's just the stroke of her own ego. She presumably has never taken a break in her whole life and probably never will. Let's just hope her tendencies to overwork herself won't get the best of her. Lately, she seems to be warming up to the thought of relying on others. Greetings, brave adventurers. Good morrow, innkeeper. There seem to be a few more bones than usual with you, Scully. You observe correctly, my friends. They are wonderful parting gifts, aren't they? Sure are. Care to bring me up to speed, Lynn? That explains woeful little Scully. Nah, you'll survive being left hanging for a few more minutes. You're bullying me. You're bullying your innkeeper, Lynn. Patience, young innkeep. Scully has been waiting to tell you the story since we left the Pale Woods. I will try to compose myself. This tale deserves the cracking of every last one of my rhetorical knuckles. Let us recount our tale properly, Dame Carlin. Hang on. I think I could go for one of your drinks first. That can be arranged. Something to keep my strength up. I didn't get to flex my muscles much during our quest. A good one might net you a story. No pressure, Lynn. Okay. I'm gonna go with the cursed coffee as well. You know, why not? Can any of these work? Oh yeah, we can do that. A little bit of this. Wrong one. Cursed coffee. A drink for a great story. Aren't you lucky? I'd like to think luck has nothing to do with it. Perhaps not. I might have something else to cheer you up. Oh? Melly's back. Oh! Relieved. Like a great sword's been lifted off my shoulders. Oh my goodness. Y'all. I may pause here to get some coffee. Okay, let's read up on Lynn. Who would have thought that such a fearless warrior never learned how to swim, but I'm sure her newly found family will teach her, eventually. Seems like the lone wolf is not so lonely after all. Lynn definitely lives up to her Baba's heritage, even if she herself doesn't see it yet. Is she all right? Yes, though you might prefer to see for yourself. She and Dave left me their address to give to you. Who? You know, them. Right, got it. Only one person would fit such an uninspired name. They better have apologized to Melly, or else. You'll have to find out the details for yourself. Just don't keep them waiting for too long. Don't need to tell me that. Fable isn't back then? No. Sure are taking their time. Feel like looking for them yet? No, they're capable. Just my patience is starting to wear thin. You had some to begin with? You're pretty chatty for someone with great sword's distance. Within great sword's distance. Right. Can I interest you in one of my drinks as well, Scully? With an offer like that, my friend, how can a skeleton say no? Perhaps something to enhance my aura. I would like to do the proclamation of this tale proper justice. Okay. Oh, I still can't make the last whisper. Damn it. Who am I going to make that for? What are we going for? The crown? 1,000 Winds? Oh, Spoken Heart, of course. We'll do that one. Do a little bit of that. Oh, wait a minute. No, that feather's wrong. Oh yeah, we could do that one. Hold on. Start over. Since I messed it up. Okay, we just need this one. There we go. That's better. You would think this late into the game we wouldn't be making mistakes, but here we are. Please enjoy. Oh my. They say manners maketh man, but this drink alone has invigorated me plenty. I can almost feel the warmth of the flesh on my bones again. A pleasure to be of service? Our quest was confusing. Inspiring. My favorite flavor of quest. Not fighting enough in my opinion. Felt like my muscles were wasting away on the way back here. But the most important muscle of all received a superb workout, the brain. Metaphorically for me, of course. I've been wondering about that actually. No, we're not even going to get started on that topic. I do have to agree, my friend, let's not get distracted. Though I would be delighted to share some of my theories with you, Innkeeper. Let me know when you have an hour to spare, or 5. Now back to the task at hand. We started by making our way westwards, though our progress was slow. Any complications? Yes, quite a few. Before embarking on this journey, I was woefully ignorant about the flight of the Fisoan farmers, the less than ideal weather conditions, the flood that ruined a lot of crops, and now this pesky undead problem. I was stricken with empathy for their struggle. The least we could have done was offer up our means of transportation for any soul looking for a better life further north. So we switched carriages 3 times. By the 3rd time, we had gotten so far off course, it took us a whole day just to get back on track, on foot. But once our hike was over, we did get to spend a wonderful afternoon with Dame Caroline's cousin, Lady Danica. That was nice, I guess. The cousin with the undead snail problem, yes? Did you manage to liven up that garden for her? Sure did. Just had to set out some cabbage to lead them somewhere we couldn't be damaging any crops, and with just one magnificent strike, truly a sight to behold. It was just some undead snails, no need to have gotten so excited. To match the excitement, Lady Danica served us some positively delightful cups of tea. Better than any accompanying finger sandwiches were some new facts I had gleaned on from observing the snail. Even lacking souls, they still displayed some pack behavior. They acted nothing like the real animals, of course, but somehow I was struck with empathy for their flight. To unconsciously seek out a manner of instinctual action, despite the lack of anything to grant them a conscious objective. Is there a more transparent yearning for purpose than that? My apologies. It appears what they said about old age is true. You can't help but philosophize. And you couldn't help but relate? In a way. One can help but wonder whether any choice I make is truly my own or just a post-mortem reflex of these old bones. Perhaps even my thirst for knowledge, and yet your enjoyment of it seems genuine? Truly, Innkeeper, you have a way with words. Just lots of experience. Though that may be my worries seem rather foolish now. I count myself as quite fortuitous that despite all that my memory lacks, I can delight in learning it all again. Does it really matter when there's such an urge comes from? Wait. Hello. Does it really matter then where such an urge comes from? Anyhow, my apologies, Dame Caroline. I completely derailed our epic tale. Allow me to make up for it by continuing post-haste. We departed after that lovely cup of tea and finally headed for the Pale Woods. Lady Danica provided us with a cart and a trusty steed, a cow with the most lovable temperament. Her name's Lizolat? Lizolat, I think. I made sure to greet the gentleman that passed us on our way to the woods. What magnificent shadow armor he was wearing. Something about it felt oddly familiar. Perhaps it was only my hope that we would look just as gallant after our quest. Lizolat valiantly took us to the edge of the forest where the maliciousness permeated the very air we breathed. What he means is it stunk real bad. We left Lisa lot there. Sparing her the stench seemed like the right thing to do. And forth we ventured. Didn't take long to find what we were looking for. The place was crawling with them, which also explained the smell. For some reason, the miasma didn't seem to bother me much. Most respectfully, you don't have a nose. Oh, of course. Anyways, there was a veritable horde before us, an army of undead creatures shambling their way through the forest. One gnawed a tree at a time. They were awfully interested in those trees, it's true. I was itching to tear into them, but remembering the plan, I stepped back with a hand on my great sword. The crucial part of a successful negotiation is that you don't go into it blind, and we observed. The undead creatures were displaying similar patterns to those snails. They weren't just stumbling around senselessly, they seemed to be following a pack leader, a representative. That simplified things considerably. My first course of action was clear. I let Dame Caroline know of my intentions. Seemed reasonable enough. While I circled the group to get to the leader at the front, she remained hidden in the shadows of the thicket. I walked up to the leader, another skeleton, making sure I displayed an open and respectful disposition. I suppose they were not open and respectful in return? Nope. Before I could even react, the skeleton had bitten down on Scully's arm. Agony. Is what I would have said if I hadn't been protected by my frost armor and your excellent drink mixing skills. Glad to hear my drinks are protecting my clients on their quests. My friends, your drinks are astonishingly potent, maybe too potent. As soon as the undead creature bit down, their teeth shattered upon impact. The leader recoiled immediately. All of the others surrounding us froze. The leader fell to the ground, cradling their face within their hands. Curiously, when they regained composure, their expression was filled with joy. Still no idea how you can read an expression on a skull. They were actually quite expressive for a skeleton. Skeletons definitely do have expressions. They mostly express themselves through vibes. That sounds like some of your usual but this time, I'm almost willing to believe you. Excuse me, but what exactly are vibes, my friends? Have fun explaining that one. I guess you can think of them as some kind of aura that someone gives off. Fascinating. That sounds quite powerful. Could one harvest them like magic? Let's get back to the story. The teeth shattering was quite worrying. It made me re-examine the bite marks on the trees around us. Peculiarly, the bite marks here were quite a bit more shallow than what we had seen in other parts of the forest. Which means all those undead creatures had severe dental issues. The leader was so happy because the frost armor's chill was dulling their pain. The others' teeth were also in truly poor condition, and looking at their behavior, that seemed to be causing some severe pain. Coupled with their hunger for trees, it became a never-ending cycle of suffering. It should have never gotten so bad. I asked them why they hadn't reported the issue to their necromancer. It was clearly starting to impact the fulfillment of their objective. That got them really heated. They tried to rip Scully apart again. But Dame Caroline successfully resolved the situation with a bit of intimidation. It turns out, they didn't even have dental. Caroline? I'm with Scully on this one. They had no benefits, nothing. They were just expected to be quiet and follow orders. That doesn't sound right to me. It's a scam. That's what it is. No sick leave, no compensation, no PTO. They didn't want to hear it. We're doing what we love. We don't need any fancy benefits. But you should have seen the state they were in. They couldn't even take a proper chomp out of the tree's outer bark anymore. What would happen when their teeth deteriorated even further? Their necromancer would replace them with another undead creature in a heartbeat. That was when Scully really got to him, I think. The words were just pouring out of my mouth, and I was elated that they were the right ones. The reflection off the frost armor really dazzled them too. Any skeleton worth their calcium should be able to acquire such armor. They needn't be bound by such a neglectful necromancer. My apologies. It appears I somewhat lost my composure just now. You might soon be contacted to host the first UFU gathering Innkeeper. Union for the Undead. UFU 1755. Never forget your roots. They're welcome to visit any time. I think they really want to improve their situation. Most respectably, they promise to have the Pale Woods, they promise to leave the Pale Woods alone. One of the UFU's goals is to find a more sustainable way to deal with their obsession eventually. They're headed for their necromancer now. There are a bunch of demands to settle. They graced us with a great deal of parting gifts before we left. We got the hallux they broke off of one of them when they attacked Dame Carlin. Their leader gave me the teeth we couldn't put back into their skull. Oh, and this eyeball. I'm overjoyed we managed to resolve our quest in a peaceful manner. Can't deny your resolution was pretty effective. Good to know you're both happy with how it ended. Those are the outcomes I most enjoy hearing about from my patrons. Oh, but we did get you something as well, Innkeeper. Right. Here. The trees looked really chewed on and dead, but the berries seemed to be thriving. They're the ones Elfie was going on about. Not like they're here to appreciate them now, so I guess you can have them. Just set some aside to make Fable a drink when they're back. Sounds fair. Also, while I was plucking the berries, the spirits of the trees gave us a little keepsake. Okay, hold on. I want to know about the ghost berry. Oh, translucent, only grown within the moon swamp for a few months every year, safe to eat but rather sour to taste. Invisibility is the perfect aid for stealth quests as well as hunting, very helpful for avoiding fights entirely. Oh, I love it. Also, while I was plucking the berries, the spirits of the trees gave us a little keepsake because they were so glad we stopped all that gnawing. Sadly, I don't have any more storage space left in my hat, so we wanted you to have it as well. Now we can always indulge in sweet memories when we visit. I think I know just the place for it. Thank you very much. Scully, you never thought about becoming an advocate for this kind of stuff? Not that I can usually stand them, but you seem to really care about all this. Oh no, but I'm but a mere heap of bones here to learn all I can, but it is a gentleman's way to speak out when evil is committed in front of you. I don't suppose I will stop doing that just anytime soon. Sounds good to me. I still wonder what all those undead creatures were doing there. No idea. We didn't ask. Hunger? Seemed to be headed north before we talked to him. Maybe they were searching for more trees? The Pale Woods is one of the largest forests in Fesoa. I don't see a reason for them to leave the area before it was barren. Unless they were ordered to. Don't they typically come with a necromancer attached? You don't suppose that gentleman we encountered outside the woods could have been that very necromancer? I don't think farmers wear armor like that, like what you described. Oh, if I had known what a dastardly negligent necromancer they were, I would have never offered that greeting. Just realized where they could have been heading. It's true, there aren't many woods round here that compare to the Pale Woods. But that giant root in the capital must look pretty good to some tree-obsessed undeads. There might be tons more headed there even now. Indeed. Oh, hold on. Okay, it looks like we just need one more rumor each. Just to clarify, you believe hordes of undead creatures are marching towards the capital? Well, towards the roots would be my guess. I see. They're headed towards Themis to gnaw at the divine roots, as if to fell the Aether Tree? Precisely. Not that such an action alone could destroy the whole thing, but it would certainly do some damage. What the are you talking about? As I just stated, someone is trying to destroy the Aether Tree. The Starfall, the Primordial Flood, even the interplanar portals, it's all part of a big plot. Was that not clear? No. Oh my, that's awful. And insane if true. Is it working? Unfortunately so. Or did you see the stars in the night sky? And we don't know who's behind it yet either. Well, Carolyn, Mr. Scully, the gentle person you greeted outside of the woods, you thought he might be a necromancer? He certainly bore the armor of one. Did he seem like he wanted to kill everyone? Not particularly, though it can be hard to tell sometimes. Politeness and the desire for homicide aren't necessarily mutually exclusive. Necromancers resurrect dead things to make undead creatures. Indeed they do. So, Scully, you were resurrected, right? Do you remember anything about it? Well, I admit at first I recalled very little from the start of my new life. I mostly stumbled about trying to remember my manners. But my memories, or rather memories of my body, which I suppose are also my memories, have been getting clearer lately. Let me try and focus on my thoughts. I believe I awakened in the archives, in the Everbloom. The Everbloom? Are you sure? Who woke you up? A gentleman of fine age. I believe he was there to do research? I remember candles held over notes scribbled on paper, ink stains on fingertips. He must have found me near my friend's study. I remember I was looking for her when, after I woke, I simply left. How rude and uninquisitive of me. I should have asked what he was researching. I could have helped. Be glad you did not aid him. We found his notes. They spoke of destruction of the universe. Did the guy from the woods remind you of the one in the archives? Now that you mention it, I wasn't conscious enough to recognize faces when I rose, but I knew the armor looked familiar. I think I saw it when I first reopened my eyes, metaphorically, of course. I no longer have eyelids. A necromancer is behind all this? Is he trying to break the sigils just to get to Tuat, the spirit dragon, and the realm of death? Sigils? Are you perchance speaking of the sigils of Alcahest? My friend was researching them once. I always thought them a wild figment of her imagination. Seems like they're not, unfortunately. Do necromancers usually want to destroy Tuat? No, but they do defy his laws of life and death. Perhaps he craves access to all the souls the spirit dragon guards. Or he plans to destroy death once and for all with his perversions. But my dears, to destroy Tuat, one must find him first. That in itself would be quite the impossible task, no? Not exactly. The spirit realm is well protected, but there are always ways to get to him. Can you kill death? I don't know, but merely attempting it sounds disastrous. Miss Anwar, Mr. Moore, Tuat is the god of death. No matter how insane the necromancer, no one could possess a weapon powerful enough to fight a god. Only weapons made by dragons can harm them. We all know this. You mean like Ur's great axe? A weapon forged for the dragons by the dragons, meant only for their claws. The axe. It could certainly cut through the barrier between the astral sea and the upper world, if not through Tuat himself. Would stealing an axe from the dragon count as a sigil? Alright, you lost me again. I talked about this already. Keep up. I'll explain later. It might count as a sigil if it awakens or damages their plane. Should not be awakened under any circumstances, nor should their legendary weapon fall into the hands of a mere mortal. My, this is quite concerning. I'm right there with you. I wouldn't worry about it too much. I'm right there with you. It seems like too insane of a plot, even for some big bad evil guy. They always seem to be reaching for new heights in their dastardly schemes. If we are correct, this one plans to steal Ur's weapon, break their sigil, and then destroy Tuat. Dragons be with us. What about the undead creatures marching towards the capital? They must be a distraction, a way to keep anyone who would interfere off his back. Quite the dangerous distraction, if you ask me. Those poor husks shouldn't be snacking away at those roots either, should they? No. And those sigils of alcohol. Zest, you keep talking about could do what? Destroy the tree? The spirit realm rests above all the others in the canopy of our world. If what we believe to be this monster's plans... I definitely need a fresh pot of coffee after this. If what we believe to be this monster's plan succeeds, it will collapse down onto the rest of the ether tree. Not only would that free all dead souls, it would destroy the tree, our home, our cosmos, and everything below it. It would destroy our world as we know it. Oh, we just got 2. Let's go. That is... Okay. Not to mention, Tuat might die. I don't think I have to explain to you why death dying would be a bad thing. Once again, can he die? Wouldn't risk it. Though I believe this plot of his has to be limited somewhat, no? Perhaps to the transitional period between the astral moon and the dying moon? Only then would the veil between Cassiopeia and Tuat be thin enough for a ritual of such magnitude to succeed. Wait, what you mean is, this can only happen the night between the 35th of Cassiopeia and the 1st of Tuat? So it can only work in 4 days or next year? Precisely. I guess you can't have a ritual without unnecessary complicated rules. It is common courtesy. Clay, I've been wondering, remember that man we saw on our way back near Marrow Castle? Yes, do you think he might have been the same guy? I do. Strange armor sounds familiar, as does the convenient proximity to destruction. And more so, that blood of the first vampire Kyle spoke of. Part of the ritual to safely traverse the astral sea involves having an associated anchor for your destination. To find Tuat, you need something connected to him. Like the blood of a vampire eternally bound to him? Yes, maybe our villain got his hands on it. Perhaps he knows more of Cassiopeia than I anticipated. All of this out of context is giving me a headache. Innkeep, got another drink to spare to help with all this mess. Something powerful enough to get me through this. Anything for you, Lynn. All right, obviously we go with that. And no, we can't do that one. Okay. No. No. Yeah, we'll do that. Okay. Good, now everyone's got a drink. I put all the strength I have into this drink. Enjoy. I think you just put parts of my sanity back together. Thanks a lot. Anytime. So, this madman, if he can't get the axe, he can't kill the spirit dragon, right? Correct. Great, let's stop him from getting the axe then. Great idea. I know. Now, how do we do that? Well, first the necromancer needs to find it. For that, he'd have to get to Ur's realm. Thanks to the portals, that is entirely within the realm of possibility. One would simply have to journey through one of the portals to the Twilight Chasm, and then enter the endless caves through the Nightmare Realm. Nothing easier than that. Didn't Melly see some weird new bone waymarkers near the Twilight Chasm portal in the Moon Swamps? They could be there to remind someone, say a necromancer, of the way to the portal. They could. Good. The moon pools are much easier to reach than Boreas. Or Boreas? We should catch the necromancer before he ventures into the chasm, and most certainly before he gets the axe. Great. Let's go beat his... Hold on. What if he's right? Pardon? I mean, what if there's a point to all of this? No one goes this far for nothing, right? Plenty of people do horrible things for terrible reasons. I'm no longer happy with the answer I just chose. And even noble reasons don't make horrible things good. Regardless of our sympathy for his motives, we shouldn't rush into this immediately. This calls for a backup plan. If we don't manage to stop him from getting the weapon, we stand no chance in a fight against him. Even your divine strikes would be no match, Miss Anwar. That is true. We would need an incredibly powerful weapon to match his. Not sure if it's enough, but I do have this sword I got from my Baba. Let me see it. This is remarkable craftsmanship infused with minor divine powers. Incredible. But I'm afraid even this cannot rival the great axe in any capacity. What if it was mixed with dragonfire? What? Do you happen to have such a thing on hand, young lad? No, but I know where we can find some. The ever-burning flame in the Highlands is dragonfire. The one you want to see, Tia. I think now might be a good time for that. You're right. Dragonfire merged with Carlin's blessed sword. It would be as powerful as the axe, but it wouldn't be as powerful as the axe, but it might give us a fighting chance. Nice. Which one does that go to? Oh, let's fucking go. All right, so we got 3. We just need 1 more rumor. If we had a master craftsman to forge it, that is. Raya, she's a blacksmith. Would be great for her competition for sure if she cares enough. You're right, there's no one better for the job. I'm sure she'd love to forge such a weapon, and I'm sure you can convince her of the importance, Lynn. You got that right. Leave the blacksmith recruiting to me. Very well. I'm sure the Master Smith Frostgrip will be delighted with this opportunity. Having her on our side makes me even more confident that we can stop this necromancer's plans. I have the utmost faith in us. And I know the aperture and its astral portal are well protected, even if we should fail. Though I don't believe we will. Because I know I'm strong enough to best this battle, and that Clay is as well. And the others too. Yes, the others too. I'll be honest, I'm not sure if the 4 of you will be enough. Don't worry, there's a lot of people we can ask for help. Like you. Like me? Ask away. I knew we could count on you. You collect everything we talk about, right? I try my best. Could you write us up 2 quests for all of this? I could write you 3. I think we should split our resources so we get the backup plan going at the same time. Good idea, young man. Plus, that'll give us an excuse to have your drinks to help us. Not that you need an excuse, but I appreciate you following my rituals. I'll see what I can do. I should have something written up first thing in the morning. I trust you as you trust in us. Cautiously? Exactly. Cautiously, but with hope. With hope, yes. We'll see you in the morning then. Carolyn, come with us. We owe you a few explanations before we can make you do any persuasive work for us. You got that right. Let's go. I cannot miss out on more possible details. I shall see you in the morning, Innkeep. Thank you for all of your help. Let's save the world, all right? Let's, Clay. Good luck. Okay, so there's, oh. Wait a minute. I didn't even click anything. They don't want us to read the quests. The Twilight Chase. World's calamity is imminent. But there is at least one way to save it. The only weapon strong enough to harm Tua and the Ether Tree is the legendary Great Axe of Ur, and the personification of evil wants it desperately. But first, he must make it through the Twilight Chasm, and for that he needs a portal. Sounds like a good location to stop him, right? Ooh. The Dead Parade. A horde of undead is approaching the capital. Their insatiable hunger for the local flora leads them to the exposed roots of the Ether Tree, and therefore to the capital of Themis, since it lies nestled in the safety of the roots. This is a mere distraction so the necromancer can fulfill his true plan, but the undead still must be stopped before they hunger for flesh once more. The Twilight Flood. Twilight, Zinnias, 32nd of the astral moon. Good morning. Slept well? That greeting ain't gonna do it and keep. Give me your best lines, I'll hear 'em all. Top of the morning to you, adventurers. Go on. Peace and contentment be upon you, travelers. Sweet water and good berries, friends. All right, enough. You seem to be in high spirits. Not often you get the chance to work on the project of a lifetime. I'm glad you're so passionate about this. Hope you didn't give Lynn too hard of a time convincing you. Nah. Once I mentioned Dragonfire, it would have been harder to stop her from going on the quest. It was just tough to find her. Didn't take you for a nighttime soup enjoyer. I'm not, usually. I can be persuaded, though, with the right soup and company. I assume your quest for comfort food turned out successful? Not at all. It was thwarted by the shadow of night. Dearest Rhea promised me we shall endeavor to make shortbread another day, when the sun is high in the sky and the stores are open. I'll need to make that sword first, though. All right, hold on. Let's see. Oh. Okay. We got info. Did we not just get info about Rhea? Oh, because we're already clicked on it. Hello. Rhea grew up in a realm of myths and legends, the subterranean caves, the realm of themselves. Lately, she seems to be warmed up to some guy in company and even teams up with other adventurers. Speaking of warm, she's always down for some hearty soup, but her comfort food is freshly baked shortbread. He's very interested in studying other undead since he came back conscious instead of being a lifeless puppet. He tried to strike up conversation with other zombies and even unionized with them. Now he's committed to fighting for better working and unliving conditions for the dead. Okay, so the Highlands, that's where they're getting the Dragonfire. The northern island of Fasoa, known as the Highlands, is not the part of the Republic of Fasoa, though they are prominent trading partners. The Highlanders are on friendly terms with the Fasoans, but they look down on the Dirians for giving up their sovereignty. Due to the White Mountains, the northern part of the Highlands is very difficult to traverse, but it makes for a great location for both survival training and sledding competitions. Even further to the north are several smaller islands in the cold and icy tundra. They formed their own small nation called the Cridal Empire, and now gaze southwards towards the Highlands and their resources. Southern Republic? So we've read about this one because it's where the vegan dead is happening and the dead parade. Okay. And then Moon Swamp. This is where the whole Evelyn thing was. Twilight Chase. All right, cool. I'll need to make that sword first, though. Did Carlin update you on what's at stake? Sure did. Those sigils of alcoholic zest won't know what hit them when they see my newly forged weapon. It's sigils of Alkahest. Gesundheit. So I assume you've worked out a game plan? More or less. Not like we've got a lot of info in that quest of yours. I'm sorry? You worked with what you had, we'll manage. Though that ever-burning flame of Leviathan sounds more like a myth than something real. Sounds exactly like something you need for a mythical weapon capable of saving the world. Huh. Still, are you sure you're okay with reforging your sword for this care? Yes, it's the right thing to do. That wasn't what I was asking. Believe me, I know a thing or two about the importance of an heirloom. It's fine. It's just, I wonder if I'll still feel the same connection to my Baba when I look at the sword afterwards. Eventually, everything she gazed at in life will be gone. Don't you think she'd like looking at the sword of Carolyn, the hero? That has quite a wonderful ring to it. I didn't know your grandma, but reforging that sword with dragonfire to save the world, I think she would have been mighty proud of you. And I'll make sure that weapon is the best anyone swung this side of the ether tree. You have a competition to win after all. Exactly. I've been thinking all night about what techniques to use. The design ain't exactly final, but I'll finish it during our trip to the Highlands if I'm fast enough. Rhea, are you doing okay? You never heard of giving someone time to think? You seem to be putting a lot of pressure on yourself. This can't be some simple run-of-the-mill weapon. And there's so much to decide before starting the foraging process, hitting, quenching, tapering, and the 5 Varican heat treatment techniques, and the 5, wait, that could actually work. I'm surprised you still remember those. Certainly, you are very passionate about the method. I'm just stoked to get a weapon made by you, Rhea. If it's you, I know my Baba's sword is in good hands. You seem to have the foraging part covered. Anything planned for the rest of the quest? Right. Since we don't really know much about who or what might be guarding the flame, we're taking Hex along. Should we encounter any defenses of the magical sort? As for now, to get to the Highlands, Clay and Tia couldn't come along, so let's hope Baya's up for helping us with her tree travel thing. Seems like you've got your bases covered. You as the main fighter, Rhea as the craftsmaster, Hex and Baya as magical support, and Kyle as... I'm afraid I won't be able to fill a role this time, innkeeper. I tried to distract myself, but the mere thought of dear Evelyn hurt and alone, or worse. It struck me with the torment strong enough to make even this undead heart bleed with worry. No matter what transpired between us, all I craved was to know her safe. But to allow my dear friends to march into danger alone was no less distressing. He was almost inconsolable the entire evening. I didn't want to choose one side, only to lose the other forever. That's when I slammed my empty bowl of soup down on the table between us. We weren't going to go off and die just because he took his eyes off of us for a few days. And yet, that very fate struck me several times in the past. I said, well, Tuat be damned, if you never get to see me master weapon, doesn't matter if I have to chew my way through that tree myself. Heard the dead have a taste for bark anyways. It was as if those words washed away most of the anguish that was ailing my soul. Surely, it was time to believe in the future and to reconcile with the past I left behind, all for my most cherished people, as long as I didn't forget the long way along the way. But we found a workaround for that. Flashcards. I just need to pull them out and be greeted by the wonderful cards prepared for me by Rhea and Carlin, even though they may be far away from me. That sounds great, Kyle. There's one about you as well. I'm honored. Seems like you thought of everything then. Hopefully. Some help from your drinks would be mighty appreciated nonetheless. Anything particular in mind? Some fire resistance seems like it'd come in pretty handy. That does sound reasonable. We could focus on agility if we're already going in that direction. Don't think we want to take whatever traps we run into head on. And add strength as well for anything we can't avoid. That and fire resistance should definitely help with the foraging the weapon as well. Though that ghost berry I brought you yesterday, I wouldn't mind some invisibility either. It might give us some imaginative ways to deal with whatever challenges we end up facing. Concentrating on intelligence to take full advantage of that sounds like a good option too. Hex would like that. I bet. Knowing him, there's an equal chance of his ideas going right or horribly wrong. If things go south, we'll need the charm to talk our way out of anything. And this way, dear Evelyn will be stunned by my most captivating entrance. Sounds decent. Some intelligence could also help with figuring out those techniques you mentioned. And my design, I guess. All right, Inkeep. You look like you're bursting to help us out with this decision. Is it going to be dexterity with strength as backup and fire resistance? Or should we approach this with intelligence, a small dose of charisma in case things go really wrong, and some handy invisibility? Well, if you're asking me... Okay, listen. This is going to be a biased opinion because I want to make this last drink. Wait, hold on. Okay, so this one needs fire resistance, yeah? Yeah, okay. Put a little chili in there. Some of that. A whole lot of swift dexterity. Oh, wait, I needed to add another. Whoops. There are a lot of unknown factors here, and talking things out can only work if the other party can talk. Plus, that fire resistance seems crucial. That was a mighty fine drink. I feel like I could forge the weapon in one of Leviathan's volcanoes. And I sure feel a bit calmer knowing I can rely on my strength if it comes down to it. And with that, we're off to the Highlands. Me and Kyle are gonna go grab Hex before I let him go check on his ex-wife. You go get Baya? Sure. Good. Alright, that's it, Inkeep. One last line for good luck. Make it count. Mind the creaky step on your way out. Fair. Fare thee well, dear innkeeper. Kinda weird, isn't it? What is? There's going to be a battle for the fate of the world. But Elfie ain't here to worry themselves stupid about it. They'd have loved this, I think. Not the impending doom, but all this getting together to defeat evil stuff. Make sure to tell those guys headed to the Twilight portal to keep an eye out for them. I will. Good. Suppose it's time for me to head out as well. Stay safe, Lynn. Always, innkeeper. Innkeeper, we have returned. I can see that, Tia. I was waiting for. Though I'm surprised to see you here, Jade. Yeah. Well, Miss Holier Than Thou dragged me along. About finally doing my part. I distinctly remember you expressing open interest in our flight when we were talking to Aniko. I believe you asked multiple questions that indicated your desire to help. And I remember asking how much you'd pay, and you said nothing, so I said no thanks. And yet you didn't resist coming along. Do you have a better job lined up, Jade? Not yet. Aniko and I are eyeing something, but I guess I've got to kill some time. Perhaps Aniko can help too then. Perhaps Aniko can cause chaos on their own then. Unfair. I have to work while they get to have all the fun. Well, excuse me if saving the world has priority over your fun. You're excused. I assume you have written us a quest, innkeeper. I have. Take a look. Excellent work. I knew we could count on you. Let me have a look at that. We just have to catch that guy at the portal. Seems simple enough. We could even set up an ambush. Or be sneaky if he's already there. You can sneak, big guy? I can do a lot of things. A few years back, I spent time with the Lithic Panthers who showed me how to sneak up on anybody. I just don't like doing it. It seems a bit rude, you know? No, I don't. But I think the situation calls for a little rudeness. Agreed, it does. And for a little more manpower. I think we're better off without Aniko's chaos, but there are plenty of other people available. Hex suggested taking Voy along. He's great at distractions and know his way around the Twilight Chasm, should our quest lead into it. Apparently he has family there, though I hope we don't need to disturb them. Anyone else? We considered a whole lot more, but Scully and Grace made a good point. They said not everyone is battle-tested and that it'd be reckless to take inexperienced adventurers along. They also said we should look into more backup plans for the backup plan. I think they just wanted an excuse to do some research and to stay away from the bloodshed. Can't blame them. Melly really wanted to come too, but Dave said no. Is he coming himself? Of course. Made these two ask him before we got here. We need good fighters and kid's got some talent. I hope he said goodbye properly this time. Carlin made sure he did. Never saw a more terrifying death glare in my whole life. It was very impressive. It was. So, are you finished with your question? Actually, could you review the plan for me one more time? It's been a long couple of weeks. Sure. So listen up. We make it to the Twilight portal by the moon pools, and we stop our big bad evil from going through. If we fail that, or if he's faster than us, we chase him through the Twilight Chasm into and we prevent him from getting that fancy axe. And if that fails, well, we stop him at all costs. That sounds like a good plan. While you're at it, will you keep an eye out for Fable for me? Of course. Now, Innkeeper, by the dragons and all that is holy in this world, can we count on your help again? Yes. What do you need? Easy. We just need to be quicker than that maniac. We should be the first to reach the portal. And we should be the first to attack him, all while dodging his counterattack. Outspeeding him seems to be the smartest option here. You're wrong. It is foolish to think his strikes won't be powerful. We need to be well protected against him so we can take him down before he really hurts any of us. Don't be stupid. If we're fast enough, he won't even get a chance to hurt us. If you'd like to say that again when you're lying in a pool of your own blood, okay, maybe we need both. It's just the balance that counts. We could focus on a whole lot of defense, but keep some dexterity in our back pocket. And maybe some of those fast infusion thingies could make up the difference. I could hasten you with some golden feathers or saber fangs. Great. Alternatively, you could give us a lot of dexterity instead with just a little bit of defense on top. And to make sure we don't get hurt, you can give us some of that frost armor Scully keeps talking about. Sure thing, I've got enough frozen pine cones left for that. I don't think Jade and Tia can make a decision without bloodshed, so could you help us out? Of course, I know just what to do. Sweet little Andu. Alright, hold on. Let me have my own drink while I figure this one out. We could do the last whisper again. Fast, strong, and tough. Right, because we get all the dexterity. 3 points there. 1 here, and then we do the pine cone. Or we could go with First Snow. We could go with Steel Tonic. I think just for shits and gigs, I'm going to do this one. Just to see how it turns out. And then we do the pine cone, right? Yeah. Okay. Perfect. Throw a little pine. Oh, wait. I need to use that. Oh, wait, the ghost berries. Okay, we're good. We're good. Ghost berry isn't even on that list. You can never go wrong with dexterity. Plus, you'll be able to show off your cool frost armor when his blade shatters against it or whatever. I knew you'd make the right choice, Innkeeper. There was no right choice, Jade. You both wanted the same thing in different proportions. And you chose the cooler one. Or the more reckless one. I'll wait outside. Catch up with me when you're ready to admit I was right. All right, Clay, let's go. Clay? You should... are you okay? No, I don't think so. Aren't you scared? Of what? All of this. The fate of the world is a very heavy weight to bear, don't you think? What if someone gets hurt and I can't stop it? What if I can't protect you and the others, and the world, and the ferret? Clay, stop, please. For a moment, just stop. I know this is scary. Truth be told, I'm scared too. My whole life has been building up to this moment. I've always been told I'm meant to save people, and if I can't, what's the point of me, you know? You are the point. I'm glad you exist, even if you don't save anyone. You're not some mythical savior, you're my friend. And you are mine, and I'm a little less afraid because I have you with me. I love their friendship. You taught me how to value myself as a person, despite all of the weight on my shoulders. I wish you would do the same for yourself. I promise you, together we will get through this. And we will save each other and our friends and the world and all of the ferrets. And the innkeeper while we're at it. Thank you, I appreciate being included. You're enough, Clay. Fear is a powerful motivator, use it. If you're scared they'll get hurt, channel your fear into making sure they don't. So, use my fear for strength, just like with anger. Exactly. Don't let them use it against you. Strike him down with it. I think I can work with that. Can we still hold hands on the way there so it's a little less scary? Of course. Stop, they're so fucking cute. And remember, you can never lose me. Your bracelet will always tell you exactly where I am. And if you get lost somehow, despite your impeccable sense of orientation, mine will help me find you too. You'd just get lost looking. Maybe. I'd have to ask Jade for help. I'd do that for you. Thank you, Tia. You're a great best friend. Oh. So are you. All right then, best bud. Let's do this together. Best of luck. We won't need it. Oh, wait. Are we leaving? Oh. All right, hold on. Let's read this about Clay. He cares as much about the people around him as he does about the animals he meets. He knows his own strength and how helpful his abilities are, but that also puts immense pressure on him. He wants to protect everyone, but even a half-giant can only do so much. Still, it's good to see him believing in himself. All right, hold on. I want to see who else are we still waiting on info from. Dave. Tia. Grace, which I feel like we might get some from her now. Oh, Una, okay. Okay, we're getting there. You must have made them some really good drinks, innkeeper. I've never seen Clay that determined. I tried my best. I have to say, Grace, I'm surprised you're not accompanying Hex to see the ever-burning flame. She didn't want to stop studying those magic spells. She thinks they might help us solve all of this. I think what might help me right now is a drink. Something that'll get my thoughts flowing gracefully despite all this mess? Give me a moment. A delicious thought dangler just for you. Detangler. I don't think I've ever tasted detangler as delicious as this. You've tasted detangler? Melly, would you like a drink as well? No, thank you. I've already had 3 hot chocolates today. I think if any more magic enters my system, I'm going to eat the sun. On to another topic then. I heard you formed a research team? We did. Obviously, Grace and I are the leaders, but we also recruited Scully and Archie. And Una said she wanted to sit with us and crochet while we... What a great excuse to help. She insists we don't call it helping. Of course she does. Rufus is helping too. His wool is so soft, it calms everyone down. I wish Dave would join us too. I guess he's busy fighting the mean guy. But he promised he'd be back soon, so... And he better keep that promise. What are you looking into anyway? Melly mentioned spells? Are those the ones Hex found in the tower? Yes, those exact ones. He stayed up all night decoding their formulas, but as soon as he figured out what they were about, he lost interest, so I picked them up. Most of them were rudimentary, all things we already have in our spell books, but 2 stuck out to me. Care to educate me? Which one do you want to hear about first? Teleportation or soul binding? Teleportation. One of the scrolls he found holds a powerful teleportation spell. Now, I fancy myself quite equipped at conjuration magic. I don't know why I'm having such a hard time right now. Words are hard. But Hex finds it boring. He picked the scroll up because he assumed the golden runes meant it was special. He was right, but I guess it didn't have enough fire for him. How's it special? I think if cast correctly, it could get you anywhere in Asteria with incredible accuracy. Even to protect places and other planes, but I'm trying to figure out how to use it without destroying myself. It requires more mana than people usually have in their body. So you think it's caster? Wait. So you think it'd kill its caster? Almost certainly so. It still has a lot of promise. Maybe I can modify it. What about the other scroll? The other scroll? Hex brought home a glass case with a glowing floating scroll inside. After we got it out and removed all the protective runes, he was pretty disappointed. A riddle-locked glass case and protective runes? Seems like someone didn't want it to be used. I'm pretty sure I know why. It describes pulling souls right out of people's bodies and binding them to objects. Completely volatile magic and dangerous, I assume. It's been a little hard to translate. I'm trying to figure out any side effects it might have, so I can convince Hex not to use it whenever he's slightly inconvenienced. Good luck with that. Thank you. Hex also brought back a lot of the wizard's personal notes. Diaries and such, retellings of his exploits, of his hopes, dreams, and fears. When I have some more time, I think I'll be able to dive deep into who he was. Maybe I can even put a little exhibition together, if Void and Nico let me borrow some of those magical items. I doubt they'd dare refuse you. I'd hope not. I want some magic scrolls of my own to decipher. But first we need to finish this research, just because we need to figure out what to do if... It's just nice to have something to do is all. Plus, I'll take any excuse to hear more of Scully's Everbloom stories. He's trying to figure out whether we can reverse the sigils. That'd be neat. Maybe you can duct tape them back together? I don't think so. With Archie's help, I also made this whole board where I can collect and connect all of our clues. Specifically, I've been looking into who exactly that necromancer guy is. Clay said he noticed some flowers on his armor, and I think that might be a clue. Maybe he's a florist, or they're zombie flowers, or he wants to destroy all the flowers. I need to figure out what his motive is. Because if we can figure out his motive, we can figure out who he is, and then we can figure out his weaknesses. Not that we need them, because Dave and the others will, what did he say? Kick his abs? But looking into it, but looking into it makes me calmer? Yes. They'll be all right, right, Innkeeper? The zombies aren't going to eat them like they ate my parents? They won't. They'll all protect each other. He'll come back for you. I hope so. I don't want that to happen again. I miss my parents. I wish they were here to hold my hand. What were they like? Well, I remember my dad always told me bedtime stories about squashbuckling burglars, and I remember my mom loved making things out of yarn, especially socks. And they were really nice and cool, and I loved them so much. I know I can't replace your parents, but is it okay if I hold your hand until Dave, Carlin, and Fable come back? That'd be nice. I feel a lot safer around them, you know? Like, I'm home again. You're not alone anymore. I know. And that makes me feel a lot braver. But enough dramatic backstory. I'm turning into Dave. Just less repressed and gay for Fable. Maybe it's time to head out. We'll update you on our research tomorrow, Innkeeper, but first, we're going to get a lot of ice cream. Exactly. Una promised she'd make some. Save some for me? We'll try. Hello there. It's been a while since you last showed up. I thought something might have happened to you. I feared you went home without saying goodbye. I wouldn't do that, my friend. I did end up finding those golden loon feathers quickly, with a little help from Voyage. But with everything going down, I decided to stick around and help those in need. That sounds just like you. How are things with you, though? You don't need to say much for me to know what that face means. I've seen it once or twice before. Is there something I can do for you? What is there to be done, Quincy? It's like everything is in limbo. Like dancing on the edge of a blade, one wrong move and it's over. Something like that. Would it help if I asked you for a drink? Maybe. You know what always helps me when I'm feeling down? What? A good cup of Quincy's hot chocolate. Here. After all I've heard, you might need it more than me. New recipe! Wait, is that the last one? Oh my god, no, it's not. Huh. Interesting. Perfect for the cold nights of the winter solstice or days where your heart just needs a little warming up. Quincy's hot chocolate will have your spirits reinvigorated in no time. This hot chocolate with a dash of cinnamon quickly returns the feeling back into your chilled bones and maybe will make you feel a little less alone. Okay, hold on. While we're here, Grace is probably Voyage's biggest fan. From time to time, she argues with her brother because, to her, he seems very controlling, even though she's more than capable of casting protective spells. But now she has her hands on two very powerful yet dangerous spells and is determined to figure out how to use them. Wait, we still have to unlock one person. Is it Quincy or is it going to be the, what's it called? The big bad. Let's see. Thank you. It's very kind of you. Now go on, make me a drink. This one or another one, whatever you'd like. Okay, well, obviously we make the hot chocolate. Definitely make the hot chocolate. Are you kidding? Can we use this? We can use that. One hot chocolate coming right up. Nice. We got the achievement for making every drink at least once. Let's go. Couldn't wait to try it out right away. Well, you replicated it perfectly. My hands and heart are warm. Want to sip yourself? You look like you need it. Maybe later. May this drink be warmer than the currents of these times. It most certainly is. Thank you and keep. Of course. So, how are you? Well, okay, I think. I'm just numb. I'm losing my mind. I'm okay, I think. It's just hard to tell, but I think things could be worse. They always could be. We're blessed and cursed with the gift of imagination after all. Doesn't mean the way it is always feels good. No, but I'm not alone. That helps. It's been a while since I've heard you say that. Must be nice to feel that way again, and a little terrifying. I didn't think I'd care again. I didn't want to, but it just happened. Yeah, just like that, without my consent, I might add. The heart wants what it wants, and sometimes it wants friendship. But I can see how that's a scary feeling. So many things are on the line now, perhaps more than you bargained for. It was easier when I just looked away. Would you rather look away than help your patrons, your friends? No. But now I have to face the fear of losing them. Funny. Funny? Didn't you swear to me you were done fearing death? That you had nothing left to lose? Sometimes lying to ourselves is easier than lying to others, I guess. I'll keep my "I told you so" to myself. I just feel like I'm stuck in an endless cycle. There's no way out that doesn't tear me apart. Would it help you to know that we've all felt like that at some point in our lives? Not really, no. Then let me leave you with this instead. Love may come at the price of loss, but the inevitability of loss also comes with the reward of love. You can't lose something without having loved it, and so you should love whatever it is you fear to lose. Those are the moments that matter, those moments that make your life worth living. Besides, you have the power to step out of that cursed circle anytime. Do I? Write your own story, my friend. Don't doom yourself because you think it's what you deserve. I forgot how good you are at giving advice. Makes me a bit envious. You'll get there eventually. I hope so. Thanks for checking in. I think I needed that. Of course. Please don't stop reaching out. The safety of isolation is not worth the loneliness. I'll try to remember that. You better. Now, I heard the night market is close by, and I really don't want to waste this opportunity, so don't let me hold you back. Until next time, take care of yourself, be kind to yourself, and be safe out there. Why don't I get a catchphrase? Oh well, guess it comes with age. Maybe next millennium. Hello? Who is this? Where'd he get these flowers from? Is he our big bad? Is he evil? This is our old friend. Greetings, traveler. Nice armor. Is it new? No. Doesn't it seem familiar? The flowers certainly do. Did you keep my books? You know, I imagine this place differently. It's nice. Thank you. But I thought you'd be long gone by now. After all, you like running, don't you? I like it here. Though your visit is making me consider moving soon. It's not advised to stay in one place for too long anyway. Eventually the past will catch up to you. I figured. What brings you here really? Wait. Quasar? You know, this and that. I paid Marrow Castle a visit. It's quite serene this time of year. For what? Sightseeing, trespassing. You broke in? I wouldn't phrase it like that. Burglary is incredibly impolite. I was persistent in my approach. Politely, I knocked on the door. Unfortunately, vampires these days have no hospitality. The lady of the house greeted me with a snarl and slammed the door in my face. Not like that stopped me, but I found it quite rude. So, you did break in? Obviously. As a last resort. There was something I needed more than manners. As expected, she wouldn't give up her precious relic freely. So you killed her? I would have, but no, the rat escaped. And in the blink of an eye, she dissolved into mist. I always consider that to be the vampire's most annoying. But at least I got what I wanted. And what would that be? Curious as ever, aren't you? That's why I made it my job. What? Being nosy? Something like that. I get to hear a lot of things every day. People like to talk. You manipulate your patrons into telling you their darkest secrets? I don't manipulate, I listen. Exactly, you know me too well. I don't manipulate, I listen. I'm all ears. What would Lady Evelyn have that you, Quasar Duskbringer, would want? Just a little blood, ingredients for the execution of a grand design. Grand design? We were never ones to make big plans. Speak for yourself. Maybe times changed you. Oddly enough, you still look the same. I had to make sure you'd recognize me after all. How could I ever forget you? It seems like it was pretty easy for you to move on. It wasn't. Yet you're hiding. You ran away from everything that once mattered to build a life behind a counter in a shabby tavern. Is that why you're here? To throw your accusations around? No. I guess I just wanted one last chat now that everything's coming to an end. And I'm curious about how this old friend of mine is doing. And how are you doing, friend? I'm full of hope for a better tomorrow. I'm worried the worlds we know will end. I'm hopeful. Me too. I'm just afraid that we're hoping for different dawns. Might be. How are you doing? Do you even want to know? It's my job, and my tavern is open to everyone. Your protective spells beg to differ. They let you through, didn't they? So, how about a drink? And then you can tell me whatever it is you need to get off your chest. Sure. Let's see if you still know me well enough. And if you remember what I taught you. Of course I do. Wait, what's wrong with Andu? Why is he shaking? Why is he upset? Thousand winds. Spoken heart. He will be telling us his secrets. No. Yeah. Yeah, we can do that one. Okay, wait, let me see if Andu wants to eat. Okay. Oh, he's still shaking. He doesn't like the visitor. What am I missing? Oh. We're good. How about this? Sweet and chatty. Not bad. Almost tastes like back in the day. Did you think I'd forget? Yes. I assumed you're as good as abandoning memories as you are abandoning people. Ouch. Seems like people are right about one thing, though. That would be? Your drinks can influence fate. They can't save people, but they can push them in a direction, alter their destiny. I wouldn't go that far. I simply do my best to support my patrons in their endeavors. Will you support my endeavor? As I said, I serve everyone in this tavern. How noble. How awfully morally gray. How opportunistic. It's like nothing's changed. I like it that way. Making decisions for people, leading them to their doom, all because you can't help but wonder what a little entropy would do. I help. You help, sure. You always like to help when it was most convenient for you, when it got people to love you. I hope all your helping has aided you in forgetting them. I didn't forget them. Oh, is that so? I couldn't sleep for months. My heart bled and bled until there was nothing left to bleed. I was alone. And by the end of it, when nothing was left, there was just one question. How could the one person I trusted with my life turn on me like that? How dare they leave me with nothing but the stars staring at them alone? Wondering whether the blood would ever wash off. And how, by dragons and their false light, is all you've done with your freedom, this dastardly achieved freedom, this? There's still blood on our hands. It took me way too long to realize that I didn't have to give up, that I'm not like you, that it doesn't have to be their blood that sticks to my hands. They're gone. Not for much longer. Soon the star rain and the flood that washed away our yesterday will open the gates to a new tomorrow. A new horizon, undaunted by still ghosts. Quasar. Innkeeper. Why would you do something like this? Don't we owe it to them? The you I knew would have agreed. The me you knew was foolish. Some situations are hopeless, and some decisions aren't easy. Decisions are quite easy if you set your mind to it. Say, I need to tear apart Cassiopeia's wings for the stars to rain upon Gaia. An ambitious task. I could decide not to and abandon my plans because I'm intimidated by the complexity or scared of the consequences, but no. Instead, I choose to stick with it and get what I want. I don't give up. I succeed. It truly is that simple. If you care, you'll get it done, no matter how much effort it may take. Everyone was dead. I wasn't. Didn't we promise to always stand by each other's side, to never be alone again? We did. Didn't they deserve the same? They did. Then why are you here and they aren't? I don't know. Me neither. What did we mean to you? Nothing. We meant nothing to you. The home we built, it meant so little. That's not true. Do you still ponder about the meaning of life watching the stars? No, there aren't anymore. It's better that way. It means there's no risk of getting caught up in the trivial things. Like getting caught up in the thought of a world without pain. Like that. So naive. So stupid. It meant everything to me. It was bound to break. I knew you'd say that. I've seen through the charade. Your tricks don't work on me anymore. Look at the stars now as they lie at our feet, a declaration of your failure, an elegy to your cowardice, and a demonstration of my endurance. Everything is set. Everyone will get what they deserve, even your little replacements. Soon there will be no more but a fading memory on the horizon. Feels familiar, doesn't it? They're alive. They can be saved. They are alive indeed. What you should ask yourself is for how much longer, and if the time comes, will you run again? No. But you sent them to their deaths, did you not? I sent them to stop you. I'm aware. Which reminds me, I'll have to leave soon before your little paws interfere with my threads of fate. Gertrude, come on now. It's time to go home. Interesting. Care to explain? I sent you a little companion so you wouldn't be so alone, but I need her back now. You know I value my privacy, and I value the perfect execution of my plans, so thank you for collecting so much information for me. You don't have to do this. I don't, but I will. Anyway, I got somewhere to be. Speaking of which, my invitation, the offer still stands. Join me and watch as I repair what you destroyed 30 years ago. Join me to witness the renaissance of times past. I can't. My place is here. What a pity. It almost pains me to see you haven't changed one bit. I've moved on. You should try it sometime. Okay, wait, hold on. Do we have him in here real quick? Human, 58, he, him, paladin, chaotic evil, the devil, dang. Spoken like a true coward. It's not like I need you anyway. Not anymore. See you soon, old friend. Or not. Hold on. What a... I wish he wouldn't have come. That's all we get. Alrighty, y'all. I got a fresh cup of coffee, so I think we're gonna be great. I feel like I'm starting to lose my voice a little bit, like I'm getting a little raspy. So I'm really sorry. As I have to pause to clear my throat, I'm really sorry if this just doesn't sound as great anymore. I'm trying my best. Okay, Act 3, The Twilight Flood, The Wheel of Fortune, 34th of the Astral Moon. Good morning, innkeeper. Good morning. How's your research going? Well, we did a lot of it. That sounds good. Yes. I can smell a breakthrough right around the corner. Are you writing that down, Archie? What? No, of course not. No notes are being taken here. None. Archie, I told you already. I might be the bestest detective in Fisoa, but this might be the meeting of a lifetime. But the investigation has to come first. How are you going to have time to write a book about my detective career if the world ends in a few days? I mean, it won't, obviously, because our friends are super strong and awesome and we're super smart and awesome. But we should still focus on backing them up. I'm sorry, seems I can't help but gather material even now. You're a very impressive detective and I fear what will happen if I stop thinking about my books. Is this what I think it is, Detective Melina? I'm afraid it is. Excuse me? It's a severe case of the nerves. Quick, innkeeper, we need a remedy. Only your most revitalizing drink will do. Does the patient agree with their prescription? Really, it's not that serious. Thank you. Perhaps a cure that'll boost my toughness is just what I need. On it, patient 0. Dang it. I was too busy. Hold on. I was too busy drinking my coffee. Ooh. No. No. Hold on. Okay, there we go. May this drink not be one of your tougher challenges. This is excellent. I could write a novella about the superb taste alone. I really appreciate the effort to cheer me up. I suppose I've been worrying more than I realized. How can I repay? Repay? Rishme, you shouldn't just bear your own worries silently. I would accept an update on your research as compensation. Certainly, we are happy to oblige. I thought my knowledge of tales and myths could serve us well in identifying another weapon to slay evil. Apparently, I need to drink more of this coffee. So I questioned as many scholars and turned as many pages as I could. That sounds exciting. It might have been if I had managed to even find a hint of anything useful. Exthralabury is nothing but a legend. I don't know if I said that right. The Lance of Lowin Ignis might be real, but it proved impossible to trace its location. And don't even get me started on the history of the sword Balmer. My research ended in total failure. Don't say that. We wouldn't know that there aren't any other weapons if you hadn't looked. It just means we have to move our research focus to something else now. Like my investigation. Oh? Like I mentioned the other day, I really wanted to look into who this weird bad guy is. With a plan like his, he can't just be some random nobody. His plan does have a certain je ne sais quoi. Alright, I had to pause because I was so sure that I just assumed what that said and it wasn't right. Let's move on. Je ne sais quoi. It's just so mustache twirling malicious. I bet he has a mustache. Innkeep, speak up. In any case, he must have left some traces that we can follow. And if we figure out his real identity, we'll know his mortal weakness. Like a lover? Like an old wound? Exactly. Someone who wears that much armor must have something underneath. So we'll just have to wait until he takes it off. Once he takes a bath, we should... Actually, I don't think this is a good idea after all. Still, Carlin will always say the more you know about your opponent, the easier the victory. But this guy's like a ghost. No one had seen hide nor hair of him. Hide nor hair of him. Oh my god. Before all of this started, I think maybe I need the cursed coffee right now. And here I thought armor like that would have made him super recognizable with the flowers and all. I did look up what some of them mean, the ones Clay was able to identify. There are petunias and marigolds, which symbolize resentment, anger, grief, and mourning. So that told me absolutely nothing, besides that he's a bad guy with some big feelings about the world, duh. Then I got an idea. What about other well-known necromancers? Maybe we have a repeat offender on our hands. No one really seemed to fit though. I was really close to ripping my fur out. But then I remembered all the stuff about the sigils. There actually was a necromancer that died when the portals opened. So I dug out that file of my out of my pile, and yes. If the creation of the portals broke a sigil, then that can't just be a coincidence. Therefore, this necromancer from back then must have faked their death and rebranded themselves as the mustache-twirling, green-armored bad guy that we're facing now. Shouldn't you be doing the pointing thing now? I'm just not feeling it, Innkeeper. I know it doesn't add up, okay? I'm sorry, Archie. This isn't the revelation of truth that it should be. When you write your book, the detective should be definitely pointing at something. Pointing. Yes, I'll write that down. Good. Not Melly cursing. I can't believe we couldn't find anything. Who taught you that word, Melly? Wouldn't you like to know? Oh well. What are you planning on doing now? We need a new perspective. Maybe there's something we haven't considered yet. That's why we brought some of our research materials with us. Wouldn't a library be better for this? Well, maybe, but there wouldn't be enough space to set up the conspiracy board. You brought the board here? Yep. Thanks for letting us set up here. Okay. I'll be in the back. Bye. I hope it's okay for us to take up some of your space. It's fine, Archie. You can go ahead. Much appreciated, innkeeper. Well, don't you look chipper. It's good to see you too, Una. You can spare me the pleasantries. Long day. Nah, I was just never really into this research mumbo-jumbo. I was surprised when I heard you volunteered for the research group. Puh, your info-gathering game is getting weak in Keep. I just chose the activity that's the least hassle. Too much exercise isn't good for the retirement spirit. But I don't need to tell you that, do I? Ooh. Before you get another word out of me, though, I'll need something to get my energy back. That whole frantic research atmosphere really tired me out. Something to bring your strength back. Got it. Obviously, we give her the cursed coffee. Why wouldn't we? Here, for all that heavy-duty crocheting you're doing. I feel like I could crochet gloves for an entire army with this. You got some more adventurers stashed away in those back rooms of yours? Just some more frantic researchers, I'm afraid. So what else have you been up to? Just make sure Grace and Scully don't work themselves into an early grave for the most part. Any news on that front? Are you in the mood to be underwhelmed? Listening to what my patrons want to share, whether good or bad, is a key part of my job. Spoken like a good little innkeep. As for the research, not many surprises there, to be honest. Hold on, wait. What are rumors? Oh, we just have the one. Okay. The damage that breaking the sigils did is pretty much irreversible, as expected. The teleportation spell Grace is looking into is also not getting any less dangerous. Even with all the modifications she's making, there's still a good chance of it backfiring. And by good chance, I mean like 70%. What kind of backfiring are we talking about? Like everything blows up and fireworks and fun? Like killing you? Like killing you instantly. Exactly. Oh. How are Scully and Grace feeling about everything? They're taking it in stride, or they're just too stubborn to give up. I'm not sure. That sounds like them. What about you? Me? All this must be pretty disheartening. I mean, not really. These kinds of doomsday scenarios just lose their impact after a while in this business. I've lived my life, I've made my choices, and now I'm just doing what I want either way. If the end of days comes knocking and I'm on my porch crocheting and drinking, I have no regrets. But you're not on your porch. You're here, looking after people trying to avert that doomsday scenario. Ugh, I can't believe I had to hear that from you. Leaves a bad taste in my mouth. I could offer you another drink to wash it down. No thanks. Unfortunately, you've got a point. I guess I got swept up in all of this a little. Sure is weird. What is? Caring. Not like I need to elaborate, preaching to the choir and all that. I don't know what you're talking about. Huh, sure, whatever. Let me just ask you this. As you are, will you have no regrets when all of this is over? You couldn't just let me have the last word, huh? No way, Inner. Stop, we're pausing because I want to read the rest. For someone who initially didn't care about saving the world, she's actually quite involved now, even though she denies that she cares or that these doomsday scenarios scare her. Seeing her actual emotions begin to shine through really makes me happy. I bet her autobiography will be an absolute page turner. I completely forgot about her autobiography happening. That's hilarious. Okay, I'll leave you to contemplate that, I guess. Are Melly and Archie here? In the back. I'll go see if the youngins need some company. She loves them. Looks like yet another quest done. Greetings, I mean, good mythical afternoon, adventurers. Lynn is so sick of our shit. As is Rhea. Good afternoon, innkeeper. Does this afternoon seem mythical to you? It seems what? Sorry about that. We didn't have much time to dry off before coming here. The floorboards should be able to endure it just this once. It's okay if you want to leave now, Baya. We all made it back safe. Okay. But please, keep the blankets. I could make some soup? We should be good for now. Thanks, Baya. Where are you headed, Baya? The swamp. I want to talk to my friends. I see. Goodbye. Let a tree know if you need any more help. I will come. Stay safe, Baya. Spit it out already. You've been chewing on this ever since we escaped from that mountain. It's just, I feel bad, alright? So, had a good time? Read the room, innkeeper. My apologies. More importantly, have the others come back yet, innkeep? They haven't. It's a waiting game then. Okay, hold on. The quests. So they're working on those two, and then we still have one left. Okay. Great. My favorite. Alright, innkeep, this is where you come in with a drink. I'm going to explode if we keep brooding like this. We're not that rogue fellow. And which of my drinks would be of aid? Not sure what could help soften the outcome of our quest, but maybe protection from disappointment. That might do. Certainly. Do a little steel tonic for them. Beautiful. I hope your disappointment will be just a distant memory after this drink. Thanks, this takes the edge off. Didn't realize my shoulders were so tense this entire time. Can I offer you two a drink as well? I'm fine, for now. Count me in, innkeeper. I don't really want to think about it. But perhaps understanding where we failed wouldn't be a bad idea. I'll see what I can do. Add a little spooky berry in there. Nice. Cute. It's a cute drink. This might be just what you're looking for to understand the meaning of everything. 42. What? Weird. I don't know where that came from. But this is good. My synapses are firing at the speed of light. Here's my conclusion. We might be really... Was it that bad? You don't even know the half of it. Wait, this can't just be, right? Grace and the others should have figured out something else by now. You probably already have some quests in store for us, plans C, D, and X. I'm sorry, Hex. Archie and Melly couldn't find any new leads. And Grace and Scully are still at it, but from what I've heard, they haven't found much either. That's... Come on, innkeeper, stop joking around. I don't think this is very funny. Neither do I. Then what are we even doing here? What? If the innkeeper doesn't have any quests for us, why are we wasting time here? If you haven't noticed, the world might be ending soon. We failed to create the world-saving weapon, and now we're here to what? Have a nice chat? Oi, you're mighty close to overstepping there, wizard. Well, maybe someone needs to say it instead of just lazing around. Hex, sit your arse down. This is no time to lose your cool. We aren't just here to chat. Information about the group that went to the Twilight Chasm will reach this in first. At this point, we need to know their fate. It would be foolish to go running around without a plan. So, are we cool? I'm sorry. Not exactly a good look for a wizard to lose his head, is it? As long as you realize that yourself. While we wait for the others, I guess it's time for another story and keep. I'm looking forward to getting some context. Right. After our chat the other day, Kyle and I went to pick up Hex. We said goodbye to Kyle. He cried, then he left from our castle. Soon after, Karen Baya picked us up. They just stepped out of a tree right next to us. Baya was pretty excited to take us to the Highlands. Apparently she's pen pals with the Yeti and she's never gotten an opportunity to visit. And then whoosh. Whoosh? Yeah. 1 minute we're surrounded by nice and lush woods, and the next, vast mountains. Snow. A lot of snow. You guys suck at descriptions. Our journey to the Highlands was so fast it's barely noteworthy. It was impressive. I mean, sure, evocation is obviously the superior school of magic, but I suppose such a feat of conjuration was pretty cool, even though nothing blew up. And then you had to keep babbling to Baya about it until we reached the village. Well, Grace would have killed me if I didn't ask for details. While the view was great, we were pretty disoriented. Even when we found the village Clay told us about, no one could point us towards the temple. Care looked like she was getting ready to throw people around if they continued saying they couldn't help us. It was clear that no one there knew anything. Even though we still had no idea where to go, we left the village. That's when Baya let out this gut-wrenching scream. It sounded kind of like this. Thanks. I really appreciate you replicating that scream. But why? Hey, you guys insisted I stay to tell the tale. Did someone die? Oh. Hi, Linny. Good to see you, Melly. No one died. Hex got a little too excited. Whoopsies. I see. Well, make sure not to scream like that anymore, or no one will know you really need a detective on scene. After all, you don't want to be the next boy who cried detective. I'll keep that in mind. I'll go back to the board then. So, Baya let out a scream. We had no idea why she did, but before she could explain, we heard some loud footsteps approaching. It was hard to see with the snowfall, but a huge silhouette was making its way towards us. I almost tore into it as soon as it was close. But before we knew it, Baya rushed forward. I almost attacked Baya's pen pal. You actually met the abominable Yeti? Really nice fella. Also, pretty good with directions. They pointed us towards the temple. And there it was. Lo and behold, the Temple of where the flame of the Leviathan is kept. Sounds blasphemous. The trek up there was brutal. But so much walking, I thought my feet were going to fall off. It wasn't so bad, really. The winding path looked nice with all that sparkling snow. It's easy for you to say. You just vaulted right over all that rubble. I guess we did get to the gate eventually. It was closed, of course, a gigantic wet slab of stone in weathered condition. If there's one thing I know about this sort of thing, it's that gates like this one are super inconvenient. Sure, they're pretty good for defense. But what are you gonna do if you want to pick up a package and it slams shut behind you? You had a key under the doormat, of course. Right. And since I'm such an amazing wizard, I found the doormat really quickly. What he meant to say is that he stumbled upon a mechanism by chance and then destroyed it. It worked out fine in the end, didn't it? I totally knew that destroying it would open the gate. And it was already half broken anyway. The welcoming committee was great. I love having spells flung at me without warning. Not ideal, I'll admit, but our fire resistance and that dexterity really came in handy, and Carolyn handled anyone that got too close to us without issue. The priests were unexpectedly tough. They wore these white gems all over their bodies that proved to be extremely hard to break. Absolutely dripping, if you know what I mean. Spend too much time with Anika. In any case, I usually prefer a less deadly atmosphere for forging my weapons. Everything would have to happen very quickly once we got to the flame. I'd just have to trust my preparations were enough. At least it was pretty obvious where we needed to go, that altar towering above everything else. My poor feet, that last sprint up there was their death sentence, and then I saw the altar. What did you see? That's the thing. We saw nothing. Nothing. No great flame of Leviathan, just a devastated altar, and an empty basin where the flame should have rested. We were so foolish. The clues were already there when we were approaching the temple. All the rubble, the poor state of the building. The flame was extinguished during the flood, long before we ever set foot in the Highlands. I should have known that an eternal flame was too good to be true. It was all such a waste of time. You can imagine our shock at what we saw in Keeper. The realization slowly began to settle in. There would be no way of forging that weapon. Nothing to wield against their necromancer. Up there at that altar, everything was so quiet. The priest hadn't reached us yet. There was just the sound of the wind and the crushing disappointment we were all feeling. And then the whole temple started shaking suddenly. Seems like the impact of the flood wasn't the only thing we didn't notice. The place has a guardian. I never imagined I'd get the honor of seeing one again. Not after. Turns out the whole time we had been walking on a stone path, but the body of a Guyver. Its snake body unwound from around the temple while its wings lifted into the air. It looked majestic. The sun reflected off its pure white scales that shimmered iridescent in the light. When its gigantic head was level with the altar, we could see an enormous gem embedded between its eyes. It shone in every color imaginable. What I wouldn't have gotten to work with an opal of such fine quality. It's good to hear you guys had a mythical moment there. But I, for one, was worried about the overgrown snake with wings. The thing reared back and then bit off the altar tower. It would have been really cool if it hadn't also carried us up into the air. It was pretty clear what its goal was. Never been so thankful for taking a wizard along. Though that feathery descent spell could have come in a bit earlier, like 5 feet before hitting the ground. Oh, I'm sorry. Chanting while falling at terminal velocity is kinda hard. I'm glad you weren't transformed into pancakes. We landed somewhere the Guyver must have been resting before. There was no snow, so we urged Baya to work her magic and create a tree tall enough for us to step through. That would take some time, though. I also noticed a bunch of loose gems around the place we landed, very similar to those worn by the priests and definitely related to the Guyver. Though the fact that they were just laying around in piles was curious. That was Guyver poop, wasn't it? Most likely. I wasn't complaining. I'd never seen such durable opals. While Rhea was busy gathering those gems, the rest of us were keeping an eye out in case the Guyver struck again. We didn't have to wait long. I don't know what we would have done without Baya. Her vines covered us like a dome and deflected the bow just barely. I knew they wouldn't endure another attack, so I readied my blade, no matter how reluctant I was to attack another guardian. Due to the previous attack, we could see a bit of the outside through gapes in the dome. We only saw the white of the snowy landscape, but then suddenly, the bright yellow of one of the Guyver's eyes. Hesitation would have met death. Just as it was about to pull back for another bite, Carlin struck it right in the eye. Just in time, we pulled her through the tree with us and escaped. We stopped by Bayas that headed over here. So that's that. Never had such a depressing walk back to the tavern. Oh, quit your yapping. You were going on and on about about this all the way over here too. That's easy for you to say. After all, you got those gems, great for your stupid competition. Some of us were a bit put off by the quest failing. Why don't you just come out and say what your problem is? My problem is that you're acting like everything's fine. Oh? Hello? Did it stop? Seems like it. Is everyone okay? More or less. Yeah. What about Melly and the others? I'll go. All right. Thanks, Rhea. I'll take my leave. We told our story. There's no other reason for me to stick around. I know this is a hard time for all of us, but I need to go check on Grace. Goodbye, Hex. It's getting late. There's always a room for you upstairs if you get tired, Lynn. It's fine. I'll keep you company. Things must be really dire if you're offering that. What do they say? Desperate times call for desperate measures. Welcome back. Keep it. Okay. It's good to see you too. Where's the others? Boy's outside with Una. She's trying to calm him down. We didn't want him to throw up in your tavern. Did he have a panic attack? I hope Tia isn't giving him too hard of a time about it. What's going on with Clay? Why is he upset? Uh-oh. What happened? She isn't, right? No. Where is she then? Gone. She's gone. She left? No. She's dead. She can't be dead. You're right. She's way too stubborn to die. Well, she did. I'm sorry, that's awful. Yeah, you don't have to tell us that. Is anyone else? No. We got away just in time. That's good. What about Fable? Did you see them there? In the chasm, maybe? No, we didn't find them, though. What? Found a bunch of broken arrows not too far from the portal. They were all engraved with pretty flowers. I think they were there. They just didn't come back? I hope they're okay. Maybe with a drink they would have been okay. What do you mean? You didn't make them a drink and keep? We had a bit of a fight. So you willfully endangered them? I had hoped it would stop them from going. Nothing would ever stop Fable from helping people, you idiot. I realize that now. You should thank the dragons I care more about my friend's eardrums than I care about yelling at you. I already regret it well enough, don't you worry. You better. If anything happened to them, if they end up like Elithia, I know. Me too. We shouldn't have left without her. Her body wasn't exactly cooperative. We couldn't have taken it with us if we tried. Don't call her that. What? And it. Clay. He's right. Have some respect. I'm just saying. Well, stop saying it. All right, you three, calm down. No more need to spill blood. Please, tell us what happened. What does it matter? We abandoned her. That's what happened. We didn't do that. We sure abandoned the world. Our angel would be disappointed in us. It's not like we had much of a choice. You would say that, wouldn't you? What? What's that supposed to mean? You always run. Of course you wouldn't choose anything else. I ran because I have something to get back to, Clay. So did she. Okay, how about a drink for calming those nerves? No. Time and place. I'll take one. Need to tell you what happened after all, even though I rather wouldn't. Got anything to make that easier? I'm running out of secrets though. Don't worry, there's no need for trading today. I don't have anything to wash away the regret, but maybe I can get you something to make the words flow easier. I personally don't think she's dead. I think she's gonna end up coming back later somehow. I refuse to believe it. Here. Thanks for this little taste of normalcy. So I don't really know what to ask. Did you stop him? No. Oh. He was faster than us somehow. Melly and Baya drew us a map to the portal so we could get there quickly, but when we arrived, we found a note stapled to a tree. It read, "If you value your lives, go home." He knew you were coming? Apparently, Jade and Tia argued about what to do, but we didn't exactly have a lot of options, so we went after him, right into the Twilight Chasm. Calling it the realm of nightmares seems like an understatement in retrospect. Wouldn't have made it without Voy. And Tia's light. We ran into the necromancer on his way back, didn't even catch him before he got to He looked unharmed. It's ridiculous how easy it must have been for him. In his hands, he held an axe shaped like a dragon's talon, pulsating with magical energy. It was smaller than I thought it would be. Magic weapons tend to be size adjustable. Oh, right. Maybe we should have stood a chance if we hadn't walked right into a cluster of nightmare creatures. I thought maybe they'd be a good distraction for him too, but the necromancer called on them for aid in the chasm's tongue. Boy said he promised them freedom and endless nightmares. And just like that, they sided with him, and we were up against a necromancer, a god's axe, and a horde of monsters. We thought we were well protected. The frost armor, it helped at first, kept the creature's sharp claws at bay, but whenever the necromancer got close to one of us, he'd cast some sort of modified fire spell first thing. It melted our armor and most of our defenses. At least we were fast enough to avoid most of the attacks thrown at us. Guess I was right about the speed. Doesn't feel good though, without Tia here to hear my "I told you so." The fire must have been difficult for you, Dave. It was. I managed not to get caught in it. Until we were pushed to the edge of the Twilight Chasm, back to the portal we had entered from. That's where he was headed to, towards Gaia. The others had already been pushed out by the nightmare creatures, but I was still in his way. When his fire magic hit me in the chest and I stumbled backwards, falling onto the jagged ground, I froze. I wish I hadn't, but the fear took hold of me and I couldn't move. I lay there, charred, bleeding, terrified, and he just looked at me. I thought, this is it. It's over. I'm going to abandon Melly after all. And then after what felt like an eternity, he just walked away through the portal and left me there, alive. I scrambled after him, of course, after I regained my senses. I don't know why he spared me. Maybe he briefly remembered he has a heart? Maybe. Doesn't matter, I guess. When I charged back into the fight, it looked even worse than it had moments ago. Every time a monster went down, he just brought them back up. We couldn't break through, couldn't even get close to him until Clay cut down 4 of them at once, and Tia was quick enough to take advantage of the opening. Suddenly, she was face to face with the necromancer, fighting him one-on-one, right in the middle of the moon pools under Cassiopeia's light. It's true, you know. You can see all 7 of the moons reflected in their clear waters at once. Would have looked beautiful if it hadn't been for all the blood. I tried to get her and help, but I kept getting swarmed. Tia's blood is gold. Did you know that? No, and I wish I didn't know. Yeah, me too. I'll spare you all the details. She fell and he struck her again until she stayed down. And then he brought her back. Her body, that is. Our Tia wasn't there anymore. She would never have fought Clay willingly. I was trying to get to him, but she just wasn't letting me through, and I couldn't hurt her. She's my best friend. We kept trying to fight, kept trying to channel our anger into victory against him, but I couldn't stop thinking about who was going to end with empty eyes next. When I heard Clay scream after Tia cut through his shoulder, I had to do something. So I yelled out for all of us to run. Voy used his Hagem to push back some of the undead creatures, giving us a path to escape, and I tried to pull Clay away from Tia, away from his death. He's much stronger than me. So I called out to Jade for help. For the record, I think we're cowards for leaving, but Tia would have beaten my ass if I had let Clay die. It was the right decision. You decided to save each other. Tia would have been proud of you. I don't know about that, but at least we're alive. At least you're alive. Jade helped me pull Clay away from the fight, and we ran. We ran and we ran until Voy collapsed, and when he got back up, we made our way to your tavern, and now we're here. I'm glad you all made it back, but I'm sorry you had to go through all of that. Why did we have to? Why didn't Cassiopeia save us? Save her? The dragons are neutral. The dragons are... Sure are. The real is the madman who killed her. I'm really mad that the innkeeper is still staying quiet about this. We have to go back. I don't think that's a good idea, bud. We have to retrieve her body. He can't have her. Now he can use her to navigate that stupid portal, and she would hate that. She would hate being turned into another monster he can use. If we can't get her back, we at least have to bring her here to give her a proper burial. We can't do that, Clay. We don't even know where they are right now. If we had stayed, we might, but we didn't. Thanks to you. But it is what it is, right? You say we can't go back, so we can't change anything. We screwed up. We played right into his hands. All this power and strength and magic, and we didn't change anything. Hold on. I'm sure you did your best. What's the point of doing that if it doesn't save anyone? I can't even feel her anymore. The bracelet, it's just empty. There's just an absence of where Tia should be. I feel like if we had just done something different, if I hadn't been so stubborn, I don't know if you could have changed anything. Are they trying to say that if I chose the other drink, Tia wouldn't be dead? But would Jade be dead instead? Oh, I don't know. Why do you sound so sure of that? I think the necromancer, I think he heard everything, what you planned, I mean. How could that even be possible? After you left the jackdaw near my window, I think it was a spy and heard everything. What? How does that even happen? How did you not notice that? I don't know. I'm sorry. All I'm saying is it's not your fault the plan failed. He outsmarted us, all of us. So there's nothing we could have done that can't be right? What's the point of all of this then? If he knows everything, then we might as well give up. He has Ur's axe, he has an army of nightmare creatures and more. And she's gone. The only person who'd know what to do is gone. And we don't have a magic greatsword either. You've got to be kidding me. What? Magic flame was put out by the flood. So we've lost. It's over. Not yet. He hasn't won yet either. Even if it feels like he has, we're still here, so we can still fight. We can still stand in his way. Hope will only abandon us if we let it. You're right. Us giving up, that's not what she would have wanted. What she would have wanted was to live, to get a chance to be more than some pointless martyr. I want her back. Clay. No. I don't want to hear anything else from you. You didn't even notice a spying bird in your tavern, or maybe you did. Who knows? You're dishonest with all of us all the time. Do you even really care about any of this? Of course I care. I care more than you could ever imagine. I wish I could bring her back too, Clay. Well, can you? No. What help are you then? Screw this. I'm done hearing excuses, and I'm done pretending like we'll make it through this. Clay, please stay. Don't want to go after him? If I was him, I'd kill all of us, so no. What kind of drink do you want? I don't know. Something fast, maybe? Didn't help with the fight, but might help my stomach. It's worth a shot, I guess. Fast and quick. Just how I like it. What kind of drinks did she like? Defense all the way. Adds up. Act 4, The Wake, The Wheel of Fortune, 34th of the Astral Moon. Oh, I think this means we're nearing the end here. I think one or two more days? Chapters, anyway? Let's see. Someone should go after Clay at some point. We'll need his help. We don't have time to let ourselves fall apart right now. Easy for you to say, you weren't there. Carlin's right. We'll have time to feel defeated once we're dead. Right now, all is not lost, not yet. Sure. It's just a bit hard to buy this never give up right now. If you know how to salvage all of this, feel free to share with the class. I'm serious. I won't even roll my eyes at any heroic speeches right now. Yeah, I figured. So what, do you just want to give up? I don't know. Clay was right. It's getting pretty hard to see the point. That's exactly what got us in this mess to begin with. What? Your failure? No. This ambivalence. Huh. I think you guys need to take a good, hard look at reality. I don't like betting on losing horses. Of course. Did enough pro bono today, so how much will it cost to get you interested again? Oh, you can write off. Ulyssia. What's up, Dave? Think this through. What would you even do? Where would you go? Don't patronize me for trying to save myself. Dave's right. There won't be anywhere to go soon. I don't want to hear it, innkeeper. What do you even know? All you do is sit here and watch everything fall apart around you. Don't you dare lecture me on this. I don't think that's very fair of you to say. You really want to talk about fair? Must be so easy, huh? All up on your high horse watching us struggle every day. And all you can spare is some half-assed commentary and a few pleasantries. I'm sorry. I didn't realize you mercenaries cared so much. Well, I got there in the end, didn't you? Should have figured. Explains why that bird spying on us all this time was also just a footnote for you. Hey, you always go on and on about your responsibilities as an innkeeper, how it's your duty to serve anyone that walks through those doors. If that necromancer walked in here, would you offer him an ear and listen to his story? Ooh, fucking tell her, because she did. Would you serve Alithia's murder a drink with the same smile like you do for us? Hey, maybe he'd bring her corpse along. Good thing you'd already know what drink to serve her. That's cruel. Why are you defending them? You should be just as pissed as me. That elf is gone because they couldn't get over their own ego, right? For all we know, Fable could be dead in a ditch somewhere. We wouldn't know. I think Fable's gonna save the day. That's just me, though. My drinks aren't miracle tinctures. They can't move mountains. But they could provide the edge between life and death, couldn't they? And you decided to refuse them that help because you were petty. Not like it matters now. Don't talk like Fable's already dead. Maybe you should have thought harder before letting Fable walk away like that. What happened to believing in them? If there's even a chance they might come back, I'll keep these tavern doors open. Good to know you seem to have somewhat of a heart. Whatever. Whatever? I don't know what else you want me to say. Just try to say something that doesn't sound like you've already given up. Like you didn't give up the moment things turned tough in the chasm. That was different. People were dying. A lot of people will die soon because we ran. So unless you have some big idea how to fix this world... Oh, I know. You can just set up another hit, Dave. That way, someone else can take care of your problems again. It just won't be me this time. Innkeeper, Carlin, it's been real. Or not. But risking Clay's temper seems more meaningful than sitting here, so goodbye. She does have a point, doesn't she? I don't know what to do anymore. On our way back from the Highlands, I was thinking I could just go see my family, but would I even reach them before the sun sets for the last time? I could have tried. Instead, I'm here. I'm not sure why. There must be something left to do. Maybe, if we have the element of surprise with your sword, we might... No, this sword can't save this world, and neither can I. What did she transform into? Look at these cute little horns. Am I seeing things? Fable? Hello, everyone. Greetings, adventurer. Welcome back. I'm back. Somebody pinch me. Ow! I said pinch, not punch, Carlin. That wasn't a punch. I'll show you. Wait. It's really me. Even though I do look a little different. Is it weird? No. It suits you. Looking badass, Elfie. Thanks. I like it too. I like the horns. They look very, horny? Nope, that just sounds wrong. Let me try again. Take your time. They're very pretty? Beautiful? Effervescent. Do you need one of your own drinks, innkeeper? Well, what I really want to say is... I'm so glad you're okay, Fable. And I'm happy you're back. I'm really happy to see you as well, innkeeper. And there's so much for us to talk about. Wait, before that, first and foremost, I want to say I'm truly sorry. I should have never refused to make you a drink. No matter what insecurities I was dealing with, I should have never let them get in the way of keeping you safe. I made it back, didn't I? And I thank the dragons for that. But I still ended up acting like a giant hypocrite. None of my encouragement was ever given in falsehood, yet learning to trust in the abilities I knew you had, it was hard to trust in you while the worry for your well-being was eating me whole. The worry of losing a friend. Don't you mean regular? No, you're my friend. If you'll still have me. You know, I thought a lot about our last conversation. I was upset at first, but most of all, I was afraid. Afraid we'd never talk again. I didn't even know if I ever wanted to come back to this tavern. Maybe the me from a few weeks ago would have just stayed away, but you're important to me too, Innkeep, and I wanted to be brave for both of us. So I came back to hear you out, and I'm happy I did. Glad you're both finally able to resolve this. That conversation must have really eaten into your word count for the day, Innkeeper. Worth it. But yes, you'll have to carry me from here here on out, Dave. I'll try my best. Oh, right. Guys, we don't have much time to chat. There's this necromancer that stole Ur's axe. I don't know who he is or what he wants to do with it, but we have to stop him. Who's gonna tell her? Why are you guys looking at me like that? It might be good to get everyone up to speed. You go first, Fable. You got us at the edge of our seats. Well, as you know, I was searching for Melly around the portal of the Twilight Chasm. I couldn't find any clues, not with the devastation left behind after the flood. And then a thought struck me. What if Melly was pulled into the portal by the wave? That would have been a nightmare, literally. And even if I could swear I saw the shadows around the portal moving, or the fact that its entrance to the plane called the Nightmare Realm, I couldn't just abandon my friend, so I went through the portal. How did that go for you? To be honest, I barely remember what happened when I first went through. The distorted landscape, the giant, gangly creatures roaming around, my heart was beating out of my chest. All my blood was in my ears again. Eventually, I found an alcove that gave me some shelter, but I just couldn't stop freaking out. In my blind panic, I had run so far away from where I entered that the chance of finding any traces of Melly was almost zero. So what did you do next? I must have fallen asleep. What? Excuse me? Well, all that running and worrying got me so exhausted I must have just passed out. It was weird, falling asleep in such a strange place. I couldn't remember any dreams afterwards, just this sense of disquiet and unease. But when I woke up, the Twilight Chasm looked different to me. It didn't scare me so much anymore. Moreover, I felt almost melancholic as I regarded its deep purple horizons. And suddenly, close to my alcove where spiky mountains split the sky, I saw entrances to tunnels that hadn't been there before. My curiosity got the better of me and I ventured inside. The deeper I went, the more I started seeing veins of precious stones lining the walls. And soon, the tunnel widened into a huge cave. And I mean, it was huge, gigantic. I wasn't even able to see the ceiling anymore. Turns out somehow I had stumbled from the Twilight Chasm into the center of the plane, not the dragon, but in front of me was the sleeping form of the Elder Dragon themselves, looking more awake than they should have been. I can only guess that the water covering the floor must have roused them. The flood had even managed to reach Ur's cavern. You mean the dragon that, if woken too early, will bring about the end of everything was awake? Yes. Great. Another apocalypse. Do we get double the points for a combo? Wait, I haven't finished my tale yet. But you're right. It didn't look good, especially when the necromancer appeared. I hid behind a formation of stalagmites as soon as I noticed him. Something about his presence and armor seemed off. He was followed by a couple of undead creatures dressed in farmer's clothing. I was still debating whether to reveal myself or not when he began to cast a strange spell. A green mist started to coalesce around Ur's head. Then their eyes flew fully open. I was stunned when I saw their gaze. Their presence had suddenly become stifling. Whatever strange visions the mist revealed seemed to enrage them. Their roar must have shaken the whole plane. But while was distracted, the necromancer tried to retrieve their fabled axe wrapped in their tail. It was a gut feeling, but I just couldn't let him take the axe. I had to stop him. But as he took hold of the large weapon, he turned to look right at me. My legs felt like goo. I was shaking so bad, it was hard to draw breath. I knew at that moment, should I try to fight him, I would die. It was by pure luck that, in the moment, shook off the mist and lunged for the intruder. The undead creatures used their bodies to shield him, shattered upon impact with claws, while the necromancer cast the same mist spell again. The spell connected with ease, giving him the precious seconds he needed to escape. For a while, nothing happened, there was just silence. I think desperation made me brave, more blind to consequences, but I could hesitate no longer. If that necromancer was to use the axe for evil while I had the chance to stop him and didn't. So I abandoned my hiding spot and ran towards begging them for help. You just asked the Elder Dragon for help? Yes. It seemed like my only option at the time. How did they answer? With a riddle. It went something like this. Gems and jewels I create, yet my most precious treasure I still await. Sought by many, found by the lucky. It blessed the oldest and youngest before it struck me. No mortal stands against it, an immortal's delight. So close to death, unseeing you find. What little mortal do I seek? I was never good at riddles. That's easy. I already figured it out. I haven't, but maybe the game will just let us know about it. I've always loved riddles. Can't relate. I appreciate their lyricism. To be honest, I could barely think past all the emotions wearing within me, and so I just said the first thing on my mind. I told them how much I didn't want to answer a riddle just then. Saving people shouldn't depend on getting a riddle right. And if wanted something in the first place, maybe they shouldn't speak in riddles and communicate clearly instead. Wow. You said that to their face? I got caught up in the moment. It seemed to surprise them, judging by the rumbling chuckle they let out. Eventually, told me that all they wanted to do was fall back asleep. So I pulled my lute out and played the Elder Dragon, a lullaby. Just as I could see their eyes starting to droop, they lifted one gigantic talon to my forehead. A strange heat ran through my body, and a floating orb of blinding blue fire appeared in front of me. It was so warm and kind. It tickled my nose, and when I couldn't hold my laughter in any longer, I accidentally ate it. Before I could panic about wasting gift, their gaze let me know that everything was fine, that their flame would stay with me from then on, and that this strength was their boon to me, to this world. The makeover was included, I guess. And that's all there is to it, really. I think that was plenty. That's astonishing. It's not like I did anything special. Anyone in my position would have done the same. No, I think this has fable written all over it. I did forget to bring a cool trinket back for you. I think you brought back something a lot more important. Hope. Oh. Elfie, are you saying you can actually produce dragon fire now? I think so. I practiced recreating the orb on the way here, but I still have a long way to go. Huh. I feel like I'm missing some context here. Later, I need to go get Rhea right now. That was fast. Ooh, friendly fire. Let's fucking go. Okay. Can't blame her. I heard you might have some dragon fire for me sword. Good to see you back in one piece, Fable. Good to be back in one piece. So what's the situation? Is there a new plan? Yes. Maybe. We'll need to figure out the details. But it's fair to say we've been given another shot. Right. If there's any smithin' to be done, I'm with ya. How long do you think you'll need to reforge the sword? Might be tight, but this isn't the first time I've worked with a strict deadline. It'll be ready before sunrise. Got no time to waste. Right. I'd still really like to know what we can't waste time on. Let's discuss it with the others. Melly is a lot better at explaining this kind of stuff. She's safe? Yes, she's safe. Innkeep, I trust you'll have some quests locked up and loaded for us top of the morning. Of course. I guess we'll see you tomorrow, Innkeeper. The way Innkeeper still doesn't want to fucking tell them anything is crazy. Rest well, everyone. Alright, well, let's go ahead and fire up the last quest. Fight of hopes and dreams. All might seem lost, but the fight is not over yet. Quasar can still... Quasar can still be stopped at the aperture. He's in the possession of a draconic weapon, but so are we. Thanks to Fable and their newly obtained dragonfire, we were able to forge a weapon to withstand his evil powers. Act 4 The Wake, House of Hope, 35th of the Astral Moon. Okay, I think this is it. 1 or 2 days for sure. She looks so freaking cute with her horns. Good morning. Good morning. You don't know how refreshing it is to see you three all together again. Likewise. Did you rest well? Not much, but well. We wanted to spend the whole night planning while Rhea worked on the sword, but Una forced us to sleep. She's always valued nap time. Innkeeper, I've observed you put up quests for us. I did. And you even thought about defending the roots. Very smart, Innkeeper, very smart. I assume that means you all did it too? Of course we did. We made plans and backup plans and teams and everything. What kind of team did you join? Fable's going to fight that big bad necromancer guy with their cool new dragon powers. And we'll be making sure the zombies don't eat people. Together with Baya and Archie. We'll evacuate the capital, and Zenith too. There shouldn't be any people around when his undead army arrives. Other than our extermination team, obviously. That seems reasonable. With Baya's help, it should go quickly too. Right? First, we wanted to ask her to teleport Team Cool Sword to the aperture, but Baya says she can't talk to the trees in the Forbidden Valley. They're too weird. Too weird for Baya? Must be some strange trees. Yeah, I really want to see them, but it's too dangerous, so I'll just wait until I'm older. Archie's going to help us convince the people in charge about the approaching danger. I'll help with providing good arguments and keeping things organized. And Dave will lead our group to scout out escape routes. And after that, you're staying behind for the battle, Dave? No, I'm staying with Melly. I'll bring everyone to safety to protect them there. Not out for revenge? I trust my friends will deliver it for me. I do want the necromancer to be defeated, but I don't want to leave Melly alone again even more. So you want to stay out of it? I want to live. Oh. Plus, Melly will need an assistant. I couldn't ask for a better one. Agreed. Now, I know you didn't put up a quest for the evacuation, but could you get me a drink for the road? Something tasty to motivate me? We'll have to convince a lot of people we haven't gone mad. Sure. What secret do you have for me this time? A really big one. What could possibly still surprise me now? My real name. I'm all ears. It's Neil. Neil Broom. It's a stupid name, I know. But I think I'm done pretending to be someone else, so Neil it is. I love it. Neil! It's cute! Can I give you a nickname? Neely, Neilchin, Nelly? Like Melly, but with an N. Neil is fine, I think. It suits you really well. Thank you, Fable. Such a nice name definitely earns you a drink. I was hoping you'd say that. Thank you for helping me be myself. I wouldn't have it any other way. I'll make sure Neil is just as charming as Zephyr or Malachite or John then. I appreciate it. Okay, hold on. So, we've got the last quest. Neil! I've been wondering for quite some time if their true name was as cool as all of their aliases, but it suits him well. Solving the dispute with his parents and warming up to the people around them really did wonders. It's good to see they found their own voice again. Alright, hold on, let's go through these again. I'm telling you, she ain't dead. I refuse. Refuse to believe it. Hmm? Yeah, we finished everyone. I don't know if we'll get anything more for him, but you know. Forbidden Valley is a beautiful, if terrifying, landscape in the very northeast of Fisoa. It is nearly untouched by people, its stunning nature lush with megafauna and flora as in full deadly display. Due to its unique ecological conditions and strange natural magic, its environment is incredibly difficult for any mortals to thrive and survive in. Hence, most humanoids you will find around the Forbidden Valley are either curious researchers, brave or foolish adventurers, and the disciples of the Aperture. Members of the Order of Starlight who protect and inhabit the still young temple of the Astral Portal. The only way to enter the Forbidden Valley is through a pass from the Sai Plains? I can't remember how to say it. Going around the poisonous Dead Man's Lake. And that's where the last fight is. Alright, let's get this drink going. Okay. He does love him a little Thousand Wind. I feel like that's, you know, the main drink we've been giving them this whole time. So that's what we stick with. That can work. Extra. Beautiful. Some additional charm, not that you need it. This is delicious, thank you. I hope this will make me more bearable to the townsfolk. I find you plenty bearable. Thanks. You're such a cute little family. Innkeeper. Yes, Fable. I've been meaning to tell you. Thank you for everything you've done for me. Without you pushing me to go on that werewolf quest, I wouldn't have gained the confidence to face her. You're one of the best friends I've ever had. Fable, I have a confession to make. Let me guess. You don't actually know how to make hot chocolate. Actually, I recently learned how. Would you like one? You're trying to distract us. Yes, they are, but I'd still like one. I'll accept it when you're done telling us your secrets. I'll trade your confession for the chance to make me a hot chocolate. See, I've taught you well. All right. This is scarier than I thought it'd be. I know, but you can do it. That crazy necromancer? The truth is, I know him pretty well. He's my former best friend. That makes sense. It does? Well, I always knew they were hiding something. And when I saw the flowers on the necromancer's armor, it reminded me of the letter you refused to open. Yeah, that letter was something. So, you two were friends? We were in an adventuring party together. It was us and 4 others. Aquila, Agius? Alkane, and Kaya. Oh, it's been ages since I've said their names out loud. We spent quite a few years together. What happened? They died. Our friends, they... Remember the other necromancer you were researching, Melly? Obviously. Is he their reincarnation? Was I right? Not quite. But we fought her. Carabosia. A couple of times. She was obsessed with immortality and would do anything to get it. To us, it was like a game. She'd do something horrible, we'd stop her goons, she'd get away. She got so used to it that we became careless and arrogant. We didn't quite realize how dangerous she really was. Thinking ourselves invincible, we went into our last fight unprepared. And my friends paid for it with their lives. Fable, to be honest, I thought that's what would happen to you when you went into the Twilight Chasm. I thought he'd be the end of you. I see. I understand why you were scared. I just wish you would have told me. Me too. When we fought her, they all went down so quickly. Aquila got mind-controlled and struck down Alkane. Kaya went down trying to heal Agius. We tried so hard to keep fighting despite it all. To not give up, and then suddenly... they were all gone. And it was only me. And Quasar. Quasar? Quasar? Is that his name? Yes, Quasar Duskbringer. Is that his real name? Yes, jealous. A little. He grew up in the Order of Starlight. It was a different subsection from Tia's, but I guess Cassiopeia's servants have a flair for the dramatic names. We got along immediately. We hated each other at first. Oh. We hated each other at first. You know, gotta add some drama to it. Disagreed on a lot of things, especially about religion, because he worshipped Cassiopeia and you Leviathan. Oh, you figured that one out. This place has the sea serpent written all over it. You're a very good detective after all. But yes, it made for interesting fights. But that somehow brought us closer together, and arguing about scripture was always kind of fun. I bet. But the other necromancer, Carabosia, that one, she died, right? So you defeated her after all? No. Yes. Well, Quasar did. When I saw my friends I was pretty sure it was all over, that we'd lost. I was hopeless and scared, so I ran. I ran and I didn't stop until I was too far gone to turn back. I get that. Running's pretty easy when you're scared. And that must have been really scary to lose your friends like that. It was. I did the right thing by leaving. It was. But it wasn't right to leave them behind. I think it's okay to regret it, but I'm still glad you made it here. I wish I was less of a coward. You're working on it now. I'm trying. Suddenly, there was an explosion of intense magic from where I had escaped from. I'm pretty sure he used the Soul Shatter spell to defeat her. That sounds shattering. Like something Hex would use. We stole it from a mad wizard back in the day. It was clearly too dangerous to be used, so we all agreed to keep the scroll safe and untouched. But he didn't. We didn't. We both wanted to study it despite the warnings, and while the others were partying or getting into tavern brawls or petting were-owls, we studied a scroll that could rip souls asunder. I don't think either of us ever planned on using it, but we were young and curious. The allure of powerful magic is a difficult one to ignore. I think when I escaped and he refused to run with no other options left, he used it against her, and it shattered Carabosia's soul. It clearly won him the fight, but it didn't bring them back. How have we never heard about any of this? You have, in a way. It happened 30 years ago? Yes. I was wondering why he opened the first sigil 30 years ago and then waited so long for the others. I guess it was an accident, opening the portals, I mean. That's what did it, right? With her soul? It turned into a portal? I think so, yes. And now he wants to bring your friends back. We can all relate to that right now. There's nothing I wouldn't give to see them again, my old friends, and Tia too, but the past has already happened and I can't change it, no matter how much I want to. I want to honor the love they taught me, the ways they changed me, and the life I still get to live. They're worth so much more than only remembering the worst thing that's ever happened to them, and I don't want to destroy myself any more than my cowardice already has. You are a little bit of a coward. You could have told us this at the beginning. I didn't want it to be him, I guess, nor did I want to choose sides. He's still my friend, even after all he's done. Even after he put on Carabosia's armor and abandoned his oath, I guess no one wants to accept that their friend has become someone unrecognizable to them. I'm sorry that happened to you, to both of you. Feels good to finally say it out loud. Is that weird? Not at all. Do you think we can share this with the others? His name and the story, I mean? If you want to. I fear Lynn will crush me, though. I'll put in a good word for you. Do you hate me now? Of course not. You're our friend. Our occasionally stupid, shady, and sad friend, but our friend nonetheless. And Quasar is your friend. I also wouldn't know what to do if I had to fight against my friends. I'd like to think I wouldn't want to hurt them either. But you really have to start taking your own advice. So I've heard. Thank you, Fable. You really are my favorite regular. Part of me still hopes he ends up surviving. You really are my favorite regular. Good, because you're my favorite innkeeper. So don't go anywhere, okay? Not this time, I promise. Do I get a hot chocolate now, or are we going to be sad for another hour? I'll go get you your hot chocolate. Thank you for being patient. All right, hot chocolate for our fave. Here, a hot chocolate, Quincy style. This is perfect. Thank you so much. No zombies shall stand a chance against my chocolatey veins. I have to go run through the garden now. See you in a bit. Good luck, Fable. She's got the zoomies. I'll go with her. We'll check in with you guys after we've won. I'd like that. Once we're back, how about some cheesecake and dancing? Oh, so cute. That sounds so lovely. We can make some flour biscuits too. I'm very excited to try those. Be safe out there. You too, Neil. It sounds better when you say it. Oh, can't wait to hear it again. Stop. They're so cute. Thank you for sharing all of that with us, Innkeep. I guess it was finally my turn to be honest. Do you think we'll win this? Yes, I believe in all of you. I know you'll stop him and save us all, especially with you on the team. You're a really good cheerleader. I know. And even if you don't come back, I'm still glad I got to spend this time with you. I wouldn't trade it for the world. Me neither, Innkeeper. But don't say goodbye just yet. I'm still coming back to pick up that quest. I need to check in with the others first, though. I figured. Thank you for everything, Fable. I couldn't have wished for a better person to share my adventures with. I'll be back in a bit. Be patient. I'll try my best. Welcome back to my tavern. How are you two doing? Still clinging to those empty lines, are we? You can drop the act now and keep. We all know you're not a mere babbler after all. Told you the good news. We met this lovely little girl on our way here. A real chatty kitlin. Maybe she has to overcompensate for that broden older foster brother of hers. So you know about everything. About your history with the necromancer? For sure. Have to admit, everything makes a lot more sense now. I'm glad you came back. I think we've all made some mistakes in our past. Some of us married evil, others ran away because they were afraid. What counts is what you're doing now, Innkeeper. For example, how you help us fix your up from 30 years ago. I see you've already put up a quest for us. Good. You're not going to fight alongside Lynn? Oh, fight? Whom are we fighting? The undead army. You know, the one that's marching towards the capital. But who am I to blame them? Sounds like a wonderful stroll through nature. They're not strolling. They're eating away at the roots protecting the capital. That's not very nice. You got that right. And that's why we're going to stop them. Very well, dear Rhea. You and your cape will be welcome additions to the team. There'll also be a few more adventurers accompanying us. Scully, Una, and Jade are going to join in on the fun. Una also mentioned Iniko, but I haven't seen them in a hot minute. I bet they're out somewhere wreaking havoc. Saving this world and the capital from destruction sounds like a dangerous endeavor. It is. Just as I thought. I couldn't bear losing yet another person so close to me in my lifetime. I know that feeling all too well. Will you both stop worrying before anything bad has even happened yet? That reminds me. Did the sword turn out well? Huh. Excuse me bragging, but it turned out spectacular. I was able to craft a flawless weapon, so deadly yet beautiful. Cares Baba really passed on an astonishing sword onto her. I even used the Guyver's opal on its hilt. You mean it's don't say it. It looks good either way. Definitely good enough for the Orhart competition. And with the dragonfire little Elfie acquired, it's also strong enough to withstand Ur's great axe. Already handed my masterpiece over to Care. She's got to save this world first before I can win me competition. Are you sure you don't want to wield the sword yourself? Nah. I've fought my fair share of undead. I know how to handle them. I'm better off at the capital, and the sword is better off in Care's hands. It belonged to her Baba once, so naturally, it's Care's legacy. But there's one more thing you could do. Craving one last drink, Rhea? You see right through me. Anything specific you have in mind for today? Just a drink that won't be my last. Mix us up something to help us return to your tavern after all of this. Agreed. I would love to come back here with my dear Rhea just to reminisce. Very well. I have 2 ideas that could work. I could give you something to enhance your dexterity and intelligence, so you can easily predict and avoid all attacks. I'd top it off with a lotus flower for some extra draconic blessings. That'd be the drink for a purely offensive approach. What would the other drink do? That'd be the choice if you want something less violent. A drink that'll enhance your natural charisma as well as your defense. I'd also add some honey flowers to make you extra persuasive. But we'll be trying to collect some allies on the way, so we might need to do some convincing. An additional defense seems like a good idea, but smashing the undead creatures' heads together sounds more fun than talking to them. I'm not really much of a charmer, you know. Oh, I find you quite charming. Aw, shush. And we also have Lady Evelyn on our side. She definitely knows how to get a dead heart beating again. I'm speaking from my own experience here. Yeah, your ex-wife will be joining us? Absolutely. It's an unexpected turn of events, so she's okay? Of course she is. That's a relief. Did you 2 talk it out? We did, and while there's still a long way to go, we started to reconcile. I'll tell you all about it after we prevent a world's calamity. I'm counting on you. I suppose having a powerful vampire countess on our side isn't entirely bad. But now, what about my drink? Have you decided on one yet? No. Both sound reasonable to me. I'll leave it up to you. Charm or violence, what will it be? You better choose wisely. Thank you. That's only mildly threatening. Okay. So... think we go violence. Am I wrong? I feel like the last whisper is the way to go. Wait, what was I supposed to infuse this with? So we can do lotus, citrine. I think that was it. Okay. Lotus. Citrine. Citrine seems to be the best way to go here. Best course of action. Oh, wait, no. Didn't need that one, actually. Just that. Beautiful. I think a more physical approach fits you better, and you're quite charming already. Yeah, that's what I thought. Time to smash some undead heads. May you return unharmed. Be careful. You're starting to sound like some random NPC again. Let's go, Kyle. And pick up your ex-wife. See you later. Until then, dear innkeeper, stay safe, you two. I'm back. And I see you brought Lynn with you. What a pleasant surprise. Good to see you too. We're taking this quest, if you couldn't tell. I guessed as much. You're not going alone, I hope? Of course not. We're just waiting for the others. Voy, Hex, and Grace will be joining us. We're keeping the team small because it'll probably be really hard to get there. But I think Carlin could probably defeat him all by herself anyway. I don't know. I think I work better on a team. I think we all work better when we don't have to go through terrifying experiences on our own. All a part of the humanoid experience, I guess. No philosophizing before a big quest, please. But I love my philosophizing. We know. Are you scared and excited? Scared and excited? Yeah, both. But it's not the worst combo. We're excited for an epic fight and scared because we care about this world and each other. That seems like a good thing. I guess if I didn't care, I wouldn't feel so worried about all of you either. Good to be worried then, in a way. Though I could do without this feeling of ants running around in my stomach. Me too, but I'm glad you care. Would you say I care, Lynn? Okay, sorry. That new sword of yours, Lynn, does it have any appropriately epic name? I asked Rhea that too. She told me to name it. And? Lynn panicked. Said it's just a great sword, so now its name is Just a Great Sword. Very creative. Luckily, the most commonly translated name for Ur's great axe is Just a Great Axe. So Carolyn's fits right in with the naming convention. I knew that, of course. Of course. So you've got Just a Great Sword, unexplored dragon powers, a quest. All that's missing is a drink? A drink. It would be foolish of me to let you walk out of here without any help again. A little. I mean, you are a little bit of a fool either way. Don't think I'll just forget about what you and that Quasar guy got going on. We'll for sure be talking about that once we've stopped him. That's fair. Are you mad at me? No, I guess we all have people we're scared to talk about. But you were right. The past always comes back to haunt us, whether werewolf or necromancer. I can handle the past, as long as you guys promise to haunt me for a long while too. We'll give it our best. So Fable, what drink should they get? Well, I think I should play to my strengths, but I'm not sure which one I should focus on. On the other hand, dexterity will make me swifter with a bow, and it always helps to be fast and evasive. On the other hand, Voy has been teaching me how to combine magic and music to support people, and I think a powerful pep talk or a healing word can go a long way, so charisma could work too. Innkeeper, I'll leave the choice up to you. I don't think there's a right or wrong answer here. I like both of these sides myself. Just make me your favorite charisma drink or your favorite dexterity drink. A favorite drink for a favorite customer, coming right up. Okay, but like, what if we just gave everybody the last whisper? Wait. Oh, it doesn't... Okay. We don't necessarily need an infusion then. Oh, yes we do. And do you mind? We have to start over. Pinecone? Might be able to get away with pinecone, yeah, because then all we have to do is put in that. And that. Beautiful. Fighting skills could really come in handy for this. And speed too. That way you can always run. Huh. Thank you. I feel fast and ready enough for battle now. Maybe I'll even have time to pick up some new ingredients for you on the way back. Focus on getting yourself back first. I'll think about writing up a fresh grocery quest later. So, does your ex-paladin have any weaknesses? His arrogance, his devotion, he's ticklish. Oh my god, should we say he's ticklish? Seriously? That's how I usually win fights. You know what? I'm good with knowing nothing more about this. Let's move on. Either way, best of luck. Thank you. Hope you don't mind me kicking your friend's ass. Tell him I sent you. I'll deliver your cutting words myself. Do you mind if we wait here for the others? Not at all. grab yourselves a table and some, I still don't have any snacks, actually. Don't worry, I brought biscuits. Then have some biscuits. I'll set up a table. Why don't you sell cookies? I was never good at baking. You should... You can finally breathe a sigh of relief, everyone. The face and the muscle have arrived. You're all saved. Hooray? Okay, I was trying to make this less awkward, and I see I've made it worse. It's okay, Voy. Some situations call for a little bit of awkwardness. I am... Care, innkeeper. I'm sorry. It's okay. I get it. I'd be mad too. I'm just glad you came back. Thank you for welcoming me back. Time. Yeah, Clay, listen, I'm sorry too. You needed us and there's nothing you could have done. I needed some time alone to be miserable. Thank you for still being here for me when I came back. Anytime, bud. How are you feeling? Not the best. I miss her a lot. Me too. I know, and I feel pretty powerless without her here. But Niles was right. She would have hated it if we gave up now. I don't want to abandon the world she loves so much. We have to try and save it. It's Neil now, I think, but yeah, I think we owe it to her to try. And she deserves a proper ending too, not to fade into some sort of puppet of his. You're always looking out for her. I know she really appreciated that. And you're always looking out for us. I'm sorry I got angry about that bird. We're all trying our best. No, you were right. I should do better. Let's try to do better together then. I'd like that. Good job, you three. That wasn't so hard, now was it? It was very hard, but it was worth it. Thanks for dragging me here, Voy. You got it. I've heard you're joining too, Voy? Of course I am. What would everyone do without my priceless encouragement and skillful illusions? Plus, I'm dying to hurl the worst insults known to dragonkind at that man. Don't hold back on my account. Would you like a drink to help you with that? Nah, I think I've got it covered this time. Can't wait to hear your epic battle ballad about it. Oh, you will. Can I have a drink? I think I could use a little something. Like some defense, maybe? I don't know how else I'll handle this without Tia. I'll try my best to mix up some liquid support. It's not quite a Lithia, but this is just this is as much defense as I can give you. Thank you. This reminds me of her in the best way possible. I really needed that. Feeling a bit better? Lots, actually. Coolio. Just missing the two wizards now. We should wait for them with Fable. And with Fable's biscuits. There's biscuits? I'm glad they picked up snack duty. Me too. Glad you're okay, big guy. Thank you. Now, come on, before Voice starts his inevitable grand speech without us. Did someone say speech? Nope, this way. I'll miss this. Maybe I should start offering food. No, Andu would go crazy. The stars of the show have finally arrived. Bavoy is here already. I don't think we can compete with that. Oh, come on, don't kill my vibe. You spend too much time with Aniko. Impossible. Are they also why you're late? We were busy doing research, okay? Turns out we have a little bit of a problem. You mean besides the crazy necromancer with a god complex and a god's weapon trying to kill death? Besides that, yes. Wonderful. What is it? Quasar needs to go through the astral portal in the aperture to reach Tuat and do his crazy apocalypse thing. We figure he'll be able to use the portal without issue because of Tia, or what's left of her. First, he has to get the aperture to the aperture. Oh my god. To the aperture somehow, of course. As a former paladin of Cassiopeia, getting to her portal shouldn't be a problem for him. That's what we thought, which is where our problem comes in. We know he's attempting this tonight because of the transition between the astral moon and the dying moon and all that jazz, which means we also have to get there very fast, but teleporting into the Forbidden Valley isn't exactly easy. Its weird natural magic makes it a hazard for any self-respecting wizard. You're basically guaranteed to teleport yourself into a tree. Even Baya can't help. We're a bit stuck. Got any ideas? I'm good at teleporting drinks, not people, so not exactly. Oop, I think I accidentally muted on that. I'm sorry, guys. Somewhere, I think I could use it to teleport a small group right into the astral sea. Somewhere to close the portal so that they can find Quasar easily. That would be great. No, it wouldn't. Well, Did you miss the part where it could kill you? With my modifications, it has a whole 30% chance of succeeding without stripping me of my mana. That's a 70% chance of death. We don't have a lot of options. This isn't an option. We'll find something else, another way. And with what time exactly, Hexagon? Fine, sure, I'll cast it then. Don't be silly, you're awful at teleportation. Plus, it's more stable if the caster stays behind. You're a much better fighter than I am. They'll need you at the aperture. And I need you alive. I won't be alive if we don't stop him. I know what I'm doing. Just trust me. Absolutely not. I won't let you sacrifice yourself for some useless heroics. Either I cast it or we don't do this at all. Hex is right. It's too risky. This is Grace's choice. Let her make it. She makes stupid choices sometimes. She's too good for this world and it'll kill her. So you'd rather shape her into something she's not? Don't you love her the way she is? More than anything, her heart is what makes her so special. Then let her keep it. If we want to save this world, this is the only way. What's the point of this world if it doesn't have you in it? Hex, that world without me that you fear so much, it will exist one day, no matter what we do today. But it doesn't exist right now, and yet you keep acting like it does. I'm just worried. You're so worried about the possibility of me being gone, you treat me like I'm already a ghost. The time we have, it's so short. I know, I'm scared too. I don't want to die either. But I can't miss out on living pretending I'm already dead. You have plenty of time to mourn me when I'm gone. Right now, I need you to love me. I'm so scared, Grace. I don't know what I'll do without you. You'll figure it out. You won't be alone, even when I'm gone. It's not the same. I know, but let's focus on what you can do right now while we're still together. We can save this world if you'll only let me live. I guess. I can't keep you in a glass case like some sort of spell scroll, even though I'd come up with great riddles to trap you with. I'd solve them instantly. Huh, you would. Do you really want to do this? I can help. This is how I can help. You don't have to. I want to. Let her be her own person, Hex. She deserves this. You'll make it out of this, okay? You have to promise me that you'll make it out of this. I promise. And then we'll have a tea party. So many of them. I love you, Gracie. I love you too, Hexy. All right, I guess if anyone could handle casting a crazy powerful, probably cursed teleportation spell, it's you. Or the innkeeper. But I guess you're not volunteering? Unless you all want to permanently be transformed into drinks, I can't help you. Good thing you've got me then, to cast the spell and to keep you company afterwards. I'll stay behind to ensure the spell's stability and improve the chances of keeping my promise. Sounds lovely. Would you like a drink to assist you in this matter? No. I think I'd like to keep destiny in my own hands today, but thank you. Let's do this then, before I change my mind and lock you in a tower. I'd like to see you try. All right, are you ready? Ready as I'll ever be. You better keep her well hydrated when I'm gone, innkeeper. Will do. See you soon. You can count on that. It looks like everyone else is ready to get going as well. So shush and let me concentrate. Oh? Grace? Grace? Grace, are you? Oh. Oh no. Thank you for your hard work. You've been a joy to have in my tavern. And do please keep an eye on the door. I'll go lay her down somewhere safe. That's one way to get a look at my secret rooms, Grace. Wish you would have acted differently, though. Hello, innkeeper. Oh, hello. I'm welcome or something. It's okay. You don't have to say anything. Just came here to check on you. Are you waiting? Yes. Mind if I wait with you? Please do. Of course. Act 4, The Wake, Final Lullaby, First of the Dying Moon. They should be getting back soon. Maybe they'll bring me a snack? A round of applause for the heroes of Asteria, please. Did you bring snacks? What? Sorry. Applause! That's better. Is that a winning grin you're wearing? What else would it be? The world is saved and keep. I'm happy to hear that. Not that I expected anything less, but good to stop worrying? Yes. Can I offer you heroes a drink? Not quite yet. I'm not starting my heroic story without Gracie. Oh, I need her oohs and ah and hex. Be more carefuls. Where is she anyway? Did she get tired of you? Hex, I'm sorry. She didn't make it. What do you mean she didn't make it? Like, you mean in time? She didn't make it back in time? So did she take a nap? She didn't survive the teleportation spell. She promised. I know. No, you don't get it. She promised she'd be okay. Grace doesn't break her promises. She didn't get a choice this time. But Dragons, Gracie, you had to insist on dying a hero, didn't you? Where is she? In one of the rooms upstairs, the one with the pink carnations hanging from the do not enter sign. Okay, thank you for taking care of her. She was the most talented witch I've ever met. She was, and the kindest one too. But I guess a good heart can't save you, even if hers saved me. Stop, why am I about to start crying? That's awful. Yeah. She was a wonderful woman. The world's gonna miss her. I'm thankful for her help, though. Without her, we would have never made it. I hope she knew that. I think she did. We always made sure she'd never forget how talented she was after all. So, you two, drinks? Would that make you feel better? A little. I'll take one then. Something that'll make me feel like a featherlight nymph, maybe? Thank you, Fable. All right, for old time's sake. It's been a while. It's been a while since we've made one. Straight up. Just straight up. Well, wait, are we going to be able to make it straight up? I think so. Here, your favorite. I'm always comforted by the extent of which you know me. Thank you. I guess we should get on with the epic and heroic story now. I'd appreciate that. I'll start with the other group that took care of the roots. I imagine it began with a battle of wits. They're safe, the roots, and the people. Archie got his fancy diplomat friend to get help from the local government with the evacuating. Sounded like they got everyone out real quick. Then all that was left was kicking some undead ass. Kyle said they had a lot of help too, like he and Countess Evelyn decimated a whole section of the undead army all by themselves. And the Banshee and the Mirror Morgan answered by his call and scared some of the skeletons to dust. Even Neil's parents showed up with a group of retired adventurers from Borgham. And with Scully's union for the Undead Alliance at the ready, not all of them had to be killed. Scully had many of Quasar's undead creatures deserted and join our side. Turns out Quasar managed to turn the werewolf settlement against us, though. Seems like he offered Uncle Dragon a cure, and Dragon took his propaganda to the rest of them. Rhea said they were a hassle. Old ain't going to forgive for this one. Una said some angry familiars fought against them, almost burned up the roots. And apparently Anika was waiting for them in Themis. They made a bomb to blow up the undead army. Jade said it malfunctioned, took out a whole lot of zombies and a bunch of houses too. They stayed back to help pick up the pieces. Sounds eventful, but the team won. They won. And you? Won too. Barely. That sounds exciting. You got a strange definition of exciting. The teleportation spell worked really well. It was super precise. We could even see the outline of the astral portal lined in the blood of the first vampire, and showing us the desecrated aperture on the other side. In front of us, stretching endlessly, was a wide river of the astral sea. Its glistening water was mixed with immortal blood. We were sure it would lead us straight to Quasar, but the water was pretty deep, and we didn't bring a boat. So Voy pulled out a small miniature boat he'd stolen from the Wizard Tower. Turned out it was a giant inflatable boat. It took us a while to blow it up. But it looked like it was made of a bunch of balloons or stained glass, which was fun. Though the fight was tough. Voy kept healing us whenever we went down, but he still had an undead Tia on his side. Though I did my best to keep her at bay with my arrows, eventually Clay got to her. He made sure she didn't have to fight us anymore. We'll give her a proper burial soon. You better show up. I'll be there. But I guess that didn't end the fight? No. Carlin kept Quasar at bay for a long time, but I dropped. Hate to admit it, but I did. He was stronger than anything I'd ever fought. That axe is no joke, but neither was his determination. Voy managed to get her away from him just in time, but it was looking pretty bad for all of us. Only I was still in his way. I prepared myself to call on all the powers gave me, no matter the cost, when Hex cast Fireball? No, I cast Soulbind. Quasar had a bunch of Fable's arrows stuck in his ribs. And he looked bad enough that I thought I might be able to pull out his soul. So I thought I might as well give it a try. That could have ended you, or our friends. Could have, but I guess us hexes are known for risky moves, huh? Plus, Gracie would have killed me if I didn't make it back. I had no choice but to survive. Did it work? Obviously. I pulled his soul straight out of his body, and in my panic, I bound it to the closest object. Ur's great axe? Precisely. I think it's just a cursed great axe now. We even brought it home for you, though it'd make for a great tavern decoration. I have it in this bag of molding void lent me. One moment. Here you go. Ooh. Oh, that's so pretty. I love it. This will spice up my tavern wonderfully. Huh. I knew you'd like it. Thank you for the wonderful story. I'm proud of you. We couldn't have done it without your help. Or without Grace's. How about I get you all another drink on the house and we go tell her the story? I'm sure she'd love to hear it. That sounds wonderful. It's been a blast, Innkeeper. Thank you for everything. Cheers to a million more adventures, or something like that. Don't get all sentimental on us now. Let's go tell a story. Let's.
There's a calling on the wind beneath the top of the keep. I've heard the tale, set the sails, now it's time for me to leave. But my feet stay at the door, unsure of what's ahead. It's a path I haven't taken, steps I've never tread. But if I get lost, I know I can return. There's a drink awaiting me at the tavern. Oh, if I get lost, I know I can return. There's a drink awaiting me at the tavern. Cross through cities made of glass, past the forms of sleeping dragons. No day is like the last, never know what will happen. I was drowning in my doubt, but I learned to swim the deep. A chasm of fear, but I still took the leap. And if I get lost, I know I can return. There's a drink awaiting me at the tavern. Oh, if I get lost, I know I can return. There's a drink awaiting me at the tavern. There's a calling on the wind, dragging me back home. My quest has led me far now.